Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 19, where we'll be revisiting the film The World Is Not Enough. So after GoldenEye being that reinvention and being more grounded, and then Tomorrow Never Dies being that surprisingly wacky film, we might have said this last week, but it really did feel like we could have got anything for this film. Anything could have happened.
Yeah, and I think actually this film is quite different, especially compared to GoldenEye, but it's even quite different to Tomorrow Never Dies. They didn't quite follow the exact same pattern that they went down with that. Not to say that it's any better, per se. I mean, I really like Tomorrow Never Dies, as we discussed last time. Oh, Carver. But
delicious.
Delicious. But it's still got some kind of different themes going on, and it tries some different things.
Well, it's like with Pierce Brosnan, we got both sides of the scales, right? We've got one side of the scale, GoldenEye, one side of the scale, Tomorrow Never Dies. So it's it was never going to be more in one of those directions than GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies. It's just not possible. So it had to settle in between where those two exist. And my initial reaction is that it probably ended up right in the middle. It didn't really commit to either side. But it's really interesting that we have a set of Bond films play out this way, where we have a new Bond and he kind of shows off both end of the spectrum for the Bond franchise. So now it's well, where do you go from there?
Yeah, the thing with Pierce Brosnan, looking back now, having watched these films again and knowing that we're going to end up with Die Another Day next.
Are we?
He kind of... Oh, yes, it's coming. That tsunami wave is coming towards us. No stopping.
It's real. It's a real wave. That's the problem.
But it made me realise that Pierce Brosnan didn't really get a kind of... He didn't get one type of film that he was in. I think all of his films are very different to each other.
Yes. And when you look at the other actors, you do see a trend. Yeah. It's even if they do suddenly shift, which is what happened with Roger Moore and The Spy Who Loved Me, right? There was still a trend. Sean Connery, obviously, there was a trend. Roger Moore, there was a trend. Sorry, Timothy Dalton, you only had 2 films. No trend there. But this just did not follow that trajectory. And I think it goes back to the point we mentioned when we first started Pierce Brosnan. We are now in the era of, we'll just hire whoever to direct. And it's interesting to see how much of a huge impact it actually had on these films.
Well, speaking of that, who did direct this one?
Michael Apted? Is that how you meant to say that?
Oh, yeah, he's the one...
Apted?
Apted, yeah. He's the one that did the documentary that I remember watching of, the children as they grow up every 7 years. So, interesting that they chose him to do this big blockbuster Hollywood film.
Well, I was going to save this for later, but my general theory with this guy is that they kind of probably just wanted a safe pair of hands for this one. Tomorrow Never Dies did well, but it wasn't a big hit like GoldenEye, so they still had this momentum, but nothing crazy. So my theory is that they just wanted a safe pair of hands, an experienced director, not someone who's going to rock the boat and do something all that different, but someone who could just provide a solid Bond film that kind of ticks all the boxes that you would want from a Bond film.
Yeah. I think we definitely ended up with a very safe Bond film, which is kind of actually not a good thing for me. But hey, I guess we'll get there. We'll get to discussing it.
Yeah, so I do want to make one last point just before we go into the film itself, because this is a decently long one, but I'm only making the point now because it's about Tomorrow Never Dies as well, is that the budgets of these films went a little bit crazy during this era. It's something we discussed with the earlier Bond films, looking at the early Sean Connery ones, and then The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker, because you could really see that strong connection with the budget and what films got put out. But now, the same thing kind of happened. Things with the budgets kind of calmed down a bit. They were like, John, you can have a little bit of money. Just go and make a film. It's fine. But when they came back with So License to Kill. All right, let's get these numbers correct. License to Kill was $32 million to make. $32 million to make, yeah. So that was 1989. And then we come back to GoldenEye, 60 million. It's a huge jump.
That's a big jump already, yeah.
Almost double. But it was the mid-90s. They wanted to go all in on a new Bond. this is what they do when they go all in. They up the budget. So it makes sense. Big budget jump. But then you go from GoldenEye to Tomorrow Never Dies, and that budget then becomes 110 million.
You know what? That is not surprising. That
It
most of that
almost
money
doubled again.
that a significant chunk of that money probably came from sponsors, I would imagine.
Oh,
Or
yeah, BMW.
Advertisers in the film, yeah.
Absolutely. And we saw the same with Moonraker. But yeah, and then we come to The World Is Not Enough, and sadly it didn't double again, but it increased to $135 million.
How?
So in 10 years, the budget increased by nearly 100 million in the 90s.
Honestly, I did not even look at budgets. There's never really been, like as you say, we discussed it very early on in the podcast, but it's not really crossed my mind very much about money spent on these films. But that is mind-boggling because I cannot see $100 million more dollars spent on this film visually. I really can't.
Well, those X-ray specs were real. That's where most of it went.
Okay, yeah.
That wasn't any CGI. They actually just invented those.
All the R&D for that cost millions.
Millions. But yeah, so it's something where I agree. We'll get into it with this film, but it's something to really note about these. Like Tomorrow Never Dies is probably somewhat explained due to how crazy of a budget that was. And somehow The World Is Not Enough had a higher budget. Now, from what I can see of the top 10 grossing films of the year, The World Is Not Enough for 1999 had the highest budget out of all of them. And do you want to know what the highest grossing film was of that year?
1999?
Yeah. You know it. You might be able to guess it.
When did The Mummy come out, or something like The Mummy? Was that
Well,
earlier?
The Mummy might have came out that year, but it wasn't the number one.
Oh, okay. What was it?
The Phantom Menace.
Oh, of course. If there's any film that was gonna, yeah.
So, The World Is Not Enough cost more to make than Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Oh, that's actually kind of sad. I wonder how much of it was just Pierce Brosnan's salary by this point.
Yeah, it might have been, but it's... Obviously, we're extending the intro this one, but it's really important. Like, it explains the next film, Die Another Day, as well, because the budgets do not come down. But The World Is Not Enough, somehow, when adjusted for inflation, according to Wikipedia, this had the 4th highest budget ever when adjusted for inflation of all the Bond films.
Wow. That just makes my opinion of having watched it ready for this podcast all the sadder.
It doesn't help, does it?
No, it doesn't help at all.
But no, it's kind of crazy. So let's get into it. Let's see where this money went.
Yeah, let's.
To be honest, the opening sequence maybe is where most of it went. But we start, we get the circles, we get Bond walk across. It's the same walk as before, I believe, but we do get an updated Bond theme. I think it's updated. It was very in-your-face kind of 90s sound. So I somewhat assumed it was an updated version.
It sounded different to me. I put in my notes that it sounded like there was some like little woodwind or so. There was a little extra little flair to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it did sound similar to Tomorrow Never Dies, and just like the last film, we're now in the David Arnold era of composers, where he started last time, and now he carries on until Skyfall, I believe. But yeah, so we get that, and a very classic kind of sound there. So yeah, we go to a shot of Bond straight away. The circles come out, and we're straight onto Pierce Brosnan as Bond, which, as far as I'm aware, has never happened before.
No, I guess it's always been a sort of either to the story or maybe you don't actually see him straight away, do you? They often reveal him.
Yeah, they usually like set
way.
the scene and then cut to him. But this one, it just straight up starts on like, yep, Bond, that's your guy.
Is he just crossing a road or something? It's just very, very humdrum, yeah.
Yeah, so, and also more shockingly, he's in glasses.
He is in glasses, but that's... Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I was going to say why, but then, okay.
There's a reason he's in glasses.
There is
but
a reason.
For some reason, they put him in glasses straight away. So we
Not
see
the best
him
looking
walking...
glasses either, I've got to say.
Q's going to be on your case.
Actually, glasses all round in this film aren't great, to be honest.
It's the one with the glasses.
Yeah.
If you take anything away from it, glass is a big theme.
Yeah.
So Bond is walking in the street, he's wearing these glasses, and we see he's in Spain. Bilbao? I don't...
Yeah,
maybe I shouldn't... Maybe I
Bilbao, I think.
Bilbao, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say Bilbo, but there's an A in there, so it ruins everything, sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's in Spain, and then Bond is inside an office and is talking to a creepy man in a suit, of which Bond points out that he's a Swiss banker. And there's a load of guards in there as well, and there's a woman who's sitting on the side, and they're taking Bond's guns away. So Bond is pretending to be a man called Robert King, and I think he is pretending to be Robert King, right? Not an advisor to him.
I really have no clue what's going on in this.
Okay, cool. All right, good stuff.
Don't ask me. This all happens very quickly.
I won't wrap you into this.
Please don't.
I think he's pretending to be Robert King, but I could be wrong. But either way, he's representing Robert King, and the guards, there's a lot of guards in there, they take his gun. He sits down with his glasses. A woman comes over and offers Bond a cigar, which he takes, which I thought was quite interesting. But yeah, she offers everyone in the room a cigar, and the Swiss banker is saying, like, oh, we've recovered this money. And then, I want to get this right, because it made me laugh. The woman comes over and is saying, no, I think the man says to Bond, would you like to check my figures? And then there's a sexy lady there. So he's like, I'm sure they're perfectly rounded. And they then cut to a shot of the woman who just doesn't react at all. Like, no eye roll, no tee-hee, just a woman's face. I don't know why they added that in there, but there was something so funny to me about having a corny Bond line and just cutting to the person that it's about and her just having nothing, like it didn't even happen.
A bit, yeah, kind of an anti reaction. I like that. I missed that, but I'll have to go back and have a look.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like it doesn't even relate to that scene. But yeah, so Bond then starts asking about an MI6 agent who was killed. I can't remember the details, and obviously I'm not going to get them from you, Joe.
No.
They don't really matter that much, but Bond is asking about an MI6 agent. He says, I want to know who killed him. I don't care about this money or anything like that. I just want to know who killed an MI6 agent who was involved in all this. And the Swiss banker is smoking the big cigar, and the guard takes out his gun. So there's a bit of a back and forth, and Bond is saying, I want to know who killed this MI6 agent. The guard points his gun at Bond. So Bond then activates his glasses, and then that blows up Bond's gun that's on the table.
It blows up the guns.
Yeah.
Oh.
Was it not the gun? They show a shot of the gun on the table. I assumed something came from the gun.
I've already confessed that a lot of this stuff just passed me by. I just assumed the glasses themselves exploded.
But he's wearing the glasses, wasn't he?
I thought he put them on the table.
Oh. But then how did he activate them?
I don't know. I'm probably wrong.
It makes more sense it would be the glasses, although that seems very silly, doesn't it? Like having glasses on your eyes that can explode like that. A pigeon lands on him and it's just like, boom, and he's gone.
Double taking pigeon lands. Oh no.
No, God. I should have listened. I assumed it was a remote control that he used with his glasses to blow up. I assumed the gun because it's on the table, but maybe it was the glasses.
Oh,
how is this confusing?
I don't see. This is what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't like this scene in Bilbao.
Okay. All right. So something blows up. Maybe the glasses. Maybe the gun. We'll never know. We don't see these set of glasses again. I don't think. Anyway. So Bond blows something up, and that causes a commotion. That gives him an opportunity to knock out the guards. He then gets a gun and he points it at the Swiss banker and he's like, I want to know the name, want to know that name. And he starts counting, and I think the Swiss banker is saying like, okay, I'll tell you. And he is then killed by a knife. Someone throws a knife into his, I want to say his back, but it might be his neck or something like that. But he's killed by a knife, and the woman that was in there before runs away, runs off. So Bond locks the door to this office. He kind of locks himself in, and he sees the police swarming outside, and there's a man who points a gun at Bond. Like one of the guards that he knocked out then gets up, points a gun at Bond, and then someone shoots at him from a window. Who, actually thinking about it, I have no idea who even did that.
What, who saves Bond?
Yeah.
It's later on we learn it's Renard.
Oh.
Yeah, from like I guess from a window somewhere, like a sniper. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Oh, okay. All right, that's clicking now. But okay, that's weird. But yeah, so he's been saved by some mysterious man that you're not supposed to know yet. So they start, like, all the police are now knocking on the door, trying to break it down. So Bond goes up to the window and goes up to the blind and gets this, like, white rope. And he ties the rope into one of the knocked out goons, one of the guards. He ties it to his belt. He then picks up the briefcase, which is the one that has all the money, because this deal was all about the Swiss banker giving Bond all this money. So he takes that briefcase, he smashes the window, and then he jumps out the window while he's been tied to this other guy. And at this point, the Bond theme is playing. I was going to say full effect, but it's more like a guitar-focused Bond theme. We get quite a bit of that throughout this film, where it's actually playing the guitar riff rather than the big horn sections, which sounds good. I quite like that part of the song. So Bond drops out the window, and he's kind of left hanging halfway because the man that he tied the rope to wakes up, sees what's happening, and then grabs onto the table. So I think the whole idea was that Bond was trying to reduce the impact of his fall by tying it to the man, so he kind of gets stopped before he just lands on the concrete and hurts himself. So he's caught halfway, the man's grabbing onto a table leg. The table leg eventually just breaks, and that causes Bond to completely land. And the guards break into the room and point the guns at the guy, and we see Bond walking along a nearby bridge, and that's that. Well, that's part one.
Yeah.
So that's part one of, I guess, 3 parts to this opening sequence.
Yeah. And just as a bit of a background, so that was meant to be the whole thing. And then the director saw it in editing and thought, actually, that's kind of lame. So we need something more. So then they pushed the next scene before the title sequence and made it this extra super long one.
I don't really disagree with that, to be honest.
I totally think it's the right idea, because that first bit was just too much information, and it wasn't really that exciting, and kind of it was set in Bilbao, but it's like you saw one shot of the Guggenheim or whatever that fancy weird looking art gallery is. It could have been anywhere, basically, is what I'm saying. It didn't, just because it was in Spain didn't make it any more interesting.
Yeah, it kind of connects to the rest of the film, but it doesn't really stand by itself at all. And usually these things end on an exciting, interesting moment, but this just didn't. It just ended up, and then Bond got away. I'm like, oh, good for Bond, I suppose. But if that then went into the title sequence, you'd be like, oh.
Boo! Boo!
Boo. So, yes, so we are starting the opening sequence. We're still in it, and we cut to MI6 headquarters down in London. And we see Bond counting the money from the briefcase, and we see, so Bond then does kind of a very traditional, almost, Moneypenny M scene, where Bond walks into Moneypenny's office, which is like the classic office. Well, the Pierce Brosnan version of the classic office, it's still the same kind of setup we got in GoldenEye, but it's supposed to parallel the classic setup. So Bond goes in and gives her a cigar, the one that he got before, and she's all like, I know exactly where to put that, and throws it in the bin. And then Bond says, it's that's just how it is with me and you, Moneypenny. Close, but no cigar.
He was definitely thinking of that on the way back to the office.
It's so forced, but to me it comes back around to being good again because of how forced it is.
Yeah, I will say, I know we complimented M's office in GoldenEye, how they did a good job of modernising it and giving it like some cool lighting and keeping it brown, like, the old one, but kind of modern still. I think Moneypenny got kind of the bum end of the deal here. I think her office looks really sad. It looks really 90s. I know that's such a stupid, obvious thing to say, but whereas M's looks kind of classy, Moneypenny's just looks like a sad office. Everything's beige, and just, you got like the blinds behind her and the big CRT computer on her desk. It just didn't. I think she should have got a little bit more loving, I think, for that.
It's a little bit drab, but I think the main problem is that the size of it, where Moneypenny's office was actually quite big, or at least it was shot in a way that made it feel big and she had space, but this one felt more like a broom closet.
Yeah, she's just in a cubicle.
Yeah, it was tiny. Like, it didn't really feel like an individual office, just an extra room, which is a bit sad. So M pulls or tells Bond to come in, and M is in there talking to Sir Robert King, so the man whose money this all is. And he says, "Thank you very much, Bond. You're amazing," and all that, and leaves. And M then kind of says that, "Yeah, that's an old friend of mine. We used to read law together in Oxford," which exactly what that means, I don't know, but it's a very like film phrase. "Oh yeah, we read law together in Oxford." It's like, of course you did.
Of course you did.
Yeah, so M says, "Oh, I'll get you a drink, Bond," because M's quite an alcoholic in this series. She's always with a bourbon nearby, this version of M.
Yeah, it must have been really tough for her later on in the film when she was kidnapped going cold turkey like that.
That's why she had the blanket.
Yeah. A really sad story, really.
Yeah, but she got better.
Yeah, she overcame it.
Yeah, so they're sitting down and having a drink, and she's like, "Do you have any leads on that sniper, the one that saved you?" He's like, "No, not really." And then we get a little bit of mumbo jumbo plot here where there's like a Russian energy report, and it kind of is roughly talking about terrorists attacking some oil pipelines, the one that Robert King is building. So it comes up later, but it's kind of dropped in here quite awkwardly, where it's like, "Oh yes, my Russian energy reports. I'm glad you noticed. Those darn terrorists attacking that oil pipeline." Well, anyway.
Yeah. Hey, cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, let's have a drink. So at that moment when they're talking about this, Bond noticed some sort of fizzing, some sort of chemical reaction with his drink. And he stares at his fingers and there's fizzing, and then he goes, "King, the money!" And then just runs off. And we have M, I think, calls up to try and say, "Stop King, stop King." And Bond is running through MI6 screaming. So
like
get out of the way.
Madman. It sounds crazy.
He does. Not very sophisticated. And
No.
he goes through Q branch, and you see Q, who's like working on a boat, and Bond just runs through going, "Oh, get out of the way." And you get a nice little head shake from Q, just say, "Oh, Bond."
I love this bit. I want more of that. I want more of just Bond running through MI6 corridors shouting.
Yeah, like a crazy person. Like his left is something in the microwave, and he he needs to get it.
My popcorn, quickly!
My popcorn.
Q!
Tanner always steals it. You got to get it. Yeah, so we then see King approaching all the money. So the money is in this room, and it's all big piled up. And Bond's like, "Stop! No!" And at this moment, the money, or at least the little wrapper around one of the bundles of money, that catches a light when it comes near King's badge or pin. So Robert King's wearing this pin on his suit, and some sort of reaction happens between the two, and that blows it all up. So now there's just this giant hole in the wall of MI6, and there's this explosion, and there's a little bit of fire going on. And I think you do get a shot of the building outside as well, showing the explosions. And it's always really interesting to see those shots, because it's what you pointed out before, where it's the same one as Skyfall.
Yeah.
But where Skyfall, I feel like it's really burned into my head. But when I see it here, I'm just like, wow, that's actually interesting. It's the same building. And they actually did show it off more than I remember.
Yeah.
And by show it off, I mean blow a hole in it.
They do like to do that, don't they? Yeah.
It happens a lot. So Bond sees through the hole. There's a woman on the boat. I believe it's the same woman from before, the cigar woman.
Yeah.
Which, according to the Wikipedia page anyway, that is her name, Cigar Woman. So I'm correct this time. My notes are right.
The name's Woman. Cigar Woman.
It's got a real ring to it.
It really has, yeah.
But yeah, apparently they just didn't name this character. So that shows how important she is.
Oh, well.
Never mind. So yeah, so Bond sees her. She's on a boat in the Thames, and she shoots a gun at Bond. So Bond hides for a little bit. So he then runs back, goes back to Q branch, and jumps in the little boat that Q was working on. And Q's like, "Stop, it's not finished yet." But Bond, in the Q boat, I believe it's called, he shoots out of the building and lands onto the river to go into pursuit of the cigar woman on the boat. So I have to say that was a really cool shot. As
Yeah.
silly as this boat kind of looks, seeing it just shoot out onto the river like that, I'm like, that's cool. That's a good use of the Bond theme. I like
Yeah.
that.
Honestly, this whole sequence is just great. It's just great. I love it all.
Yeah, so now we're actually getting to like the proper action sequence of the opening sequence. So Bond is chasing the woman, and he's in a quite small boat. The Q boat is this black, somewhat sleek, very late 90s looking tech, and it's quite small. So it's kind of going really quick, and it's got like some jets behind it as well. It's like this really fiery jet launching it forward. And Bond is kind of going forward and trying to catch this woman, and water is going everywhere. And like most of this scene is Bond just getting very wet.
Just big splashes right to the face. I bet Pierce Brosnan loved that filming day.
Yeah, especially the Thames, right? No one should have Thames water in their face.
Oh, no.
I'm surprised he didn't get sick.
That's why he's in the sling. It somehow affected his shoulder. They just wrote it into the film.
That makes sense. Yeah, so he's going on. But I think the idea is that when Q says the boat's not finished, he means that the big thing that's meant to go over the top is missing because he's meant to be protected.
That would make sense.
That's
That would
how
make
I
sense.
interpret it. Like when I watched this film again, I can't remember anyone saying that or talking about that, but I understood it that, yeah, there's meant to be a big load of plastic or something that would cover the front of the boat, which somewhat explains when he goes underwater later, that's probably somewhat designed to do that because he's meant to be protected almost like a mini sub.
Yeah, it feels like it's lacking a windshield, that's for sure.
Yeah, some sort of windshield would be nice. Yeah, so they're chasing each other. You get some aerial shots of the Thames and London because this is happening right in the middle of London. And they go underneath a bridge. And yeah, not too much happens. They're just kind of chasing each other. The cigar woman goes off to the side. There's like this small opening between these buildings. So the woman goes down there to try and get away. Bond does some very quick turns because of how quick this boat is. It can just like turn on a dime. So it turns around and goes in, and it's pretty fast. And because she's gotten away a little bit, she stops and shoots at Bond, but Bond just kind of charges at her. And she's on like a little turret on the back of the boat, so he's shooting. But at the last minute, she jumps out the way, and Bond just launches the boat at her boat, spins it in the air, and then uses that to smash the turret while landing on the boat, back on the river again. So this causes the woman to get a grenade launcher out and starts firing at Bond. Again, Bond gets very wet here. I put it quite a few times in my notes. It's just
Constantly like wringing his hair out like with water, isn't he?
There's so many shots where it's just like, oh! Like opening the eyes and the mouth to try and breathe. It is like being on a theme park ride where you like, go down and water shoots everywhere.
Yeah.
It is that, but in a suit. So yeah, so they then go, they keep going. They're both still chasing after each other, or Bond's still chasing her. And yeah, she like fires a load of grenade launchers, and I think that hits a boat that's in between them. You get a scene where there's like a load of boats between them, and she accidentally blows one of them up. Bond is about to crash somehow. I think he just misses, just doesn't see where he's going and has to quickly turn around. And we see upcoming, there's a bridge. I'm not sure if it's a famous London bridge. I don't think it is. I think it's quite a small one.
Yeah, I don't recall the bridge.
Yeah, it's not like London Bridge or any of the famous ones. I think it's quite a small one. So
Yeah.
so they see that this boat is being closed, so she just manages to get ahead. She's up ahead, so she speeds forward, manages to get underneath just in time. But the bridge has like these two barriers quite low down. So even when it's fully closed, there's like no room to go underneath it. So Bond goes up to the bridge, and then I'm not too sure exactly how he does it, if he presses the button or does some kind of weird things with his jet, but he goes underwater, goes underneath the bridge. We then get a shot underwater of Bond adjusting his tie, and then he goes back up onto the other side of the bridge.
Oh, hell yeah. It makes no sense, but I love it.
No, it makes all the sense, Joe. Don't worry about it. So the assassin then crashes into a load of barrels nearby, which explode, and that causes the way to be blocked, so Bond can no longer follow her. So Bond stops for a second. He looks at his GPS, because apparently the boat has GPS, and it suggests a different route. but the route it's suggesting is basically to go on land. So Bond disappears, and we get a very comedy moment here where there's two like traffic officers clamping a car, and Bond goes past and splashes a load of water on them, and they're like, "Oh, bloody hell, what's all this then?"
Bloody hell.
I don't think that's what they actually say, but they're very British.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, take that, traffic people. Ugh.
How dare you try and do your job?
Yeah, I don't drive, so there's just no passion here.
Yeah, I don't care.
So Bond then goes on a ramp and goes onto the roads of London. So now he's on these streets, and because it's London, it's very small streets, very old ones. So he is just using his jets on the boat to propel himself forward. So he's going through all these streets, and the police show up and they start chasing Bond. And he goes into like a fish market area and smashes through all these fish. And then he smashes into a restaurant and just goes all the way through and goes back onto the river. And now he's caught up. And we see the Millennium Dome in the background. It's very purposely shot, so you can see that big old Millennium Dome, which if you're not British or don't really know it, it's just a giant white dome, I guess.
It's a big dome built on the Thames. It was like the Millennium Project. It was I remember it was everywhere around that time, wasn't it? It was like so many things. It was all about the exhibition that was going to be in it, and I think it's now like, is it the O2 Arena now?
They repurposed it and like split it up into all these different sections.
Yeah,
I do remember that as well, because just on a bit of a tangent is that this is actually the first film I remember coming out. I was too young for GoldenEye. I was, what would I have been, 5 years old for Tomorrow Never Dies. But I remember The World Is Not Enough coming out. A, because they made an N64 game of it. I didn't play it, but I remember that. And B, this Millennium Dome. Because as you say, this was everywhere, this Millennium Dome here in the UK. And that meant because Bond was featuring the Millennium Dome, that was also everywhere. So I don't think I went to see this in the cinema, or maybe I did, but I actually explicitly remember this coming out because I have memories of me watching the news where they were like, Bond falling on the Millennium Dome. That's crazy. Rule Britannia.
God save the Queen.
God save the Queen.
I have similar memories. I think my memories are of, I'm pretty sure like Blue Peter done some story about Bond and the Millennium Dome or something on kids' TV. Or maybe not quite like young kids' TV, but like TV anyway. And that's how I remember it. So I think I'm in the same boat as you. I don't know if I went to go see it at the cinema, probably not. But I do remember this coming out.
Yes, yeah, same. This was a 12, and this was before 12A, so we probably wouldn't have been allowed to see it. But I do remember it coming out. There was a lot of hype about it. But anyway, so they've now arrived near the Millennium Dome, and let's just double check. And Bond arms, so she's still on her boat. So Bond arms and fires some torpedoes at her, and she turns and starts heading directly towards the Millennium Dome, and we get some pretty bad CGI here, showing the torpedoes in the water, where there's just kind of like two torpedo-shaped bumps on top of the water.
Yeah, not great. Yeah,
it's very quick shot, but yeah, that looked quite bad. So she parks up the boat and jumps off at the last second, and then it blows up. So Bond then launches. And then also there's a rainbow air balloon. Did I mention that? Maybe I didn't. Just right where she stops, there's a hot air balloon which is all rainbow coloured. So she hijacks it with a gun. It's like, it's my balloon. Get out of it. So Bond launches himself from the boat to the balloon as it's taking off and grabs onto the ropes. And she goes up in the air. Bond is hanging onto these ropes as it's going over the Millennium Dome. And we see two, again, bad CGI helicopters.
Oh, I didn't even spot like if they were bad CGI.
You love your bad CGI, Joe. You got to go back. But they were very clearly fake.
Really? I spotted. There's definitely some later on in the film that I saw. But yeah, okay. I have to go back and look at those.
You have to go back. But yeah, so some bad CGI helicopters show up. Probably because they didn't want to fly over London. I'm sure there were some issues there. I don't know. But Bond is saying, we can make a deal. We can make a deal. I can protect you. I can save you. Like, you tell me who you're working for. We'll make a deal. And yeah, he says, I can protect you. And she says, not from him. So shoots the gas tank of of the a hot air balloon. It explodes. This causes Bond to drop down, and he lands on the Millennium Dome and starts spinning down it. He starts like sliding down and spinning. Eventually, he grabs onto a wire and hangs onto it, and that's your opening sequence. So that's the longest one we've ever had, and I don't think it's been topped. I can't think what would have topped it.
I don't think so.
Maybe No Time to Die, but I don't quite remember. But yeah, very long opening sequence, and I'm overall going to say it was a good time. Like, as we already said, the Spain sequence is a little bit weak. It's mostly there to set up the plot, but not very interesting. But yeah, I do like the plot stuff that's in here, and I think the thing you take away from this opening sequence is the boat chase on the Thames, and I thought that was really cool. It was really exciting. It was a lot of the Bond theme, which again got a little bit much in the last film, but I think it worked really well, and just seeing it all take place in London, this was just a really exciting, cool way to start the film.
Yeah, I was thinking that because I was about to say like, oh, it's really nice that we finally had a pre-title sequence set in London. So I was trying to rack my brain, and A Few Eyes Only was because they were flying over that.
What?
But I don't think that should really count because it was terrible.
No.
Whereas this one, I think, actually shows off London quite well and shows off the Thames and obviously the Millennium Dome, which we just spoke about, and how it was such a big deal in 1999. And yeah, I think this just hits the nostalgic spot for me. It has all those elements of the Bond pre-title sequence, but because I do remember it from when I was younger, and I think the music is really the music is so memorable to me for this scene. It's just something about memories from when I was younger. And also it's a boat chase. It's nothing to do with planes. Finally, so we have a decent boat chase that's not like Live and Let Die or something like that. It's actually kind of fun and keeps things changing, and Bond driving through the streets, and it's kind of silly, but it's changing the means. And yeah, I really, really like this. In fact, this might be one of my favorite parts of the whole film, to be honest with you.
I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
And it's probably the best boat chase, because I think we said all those episodes ago that the boat chases have actually not been that good. So
yeah.
It was nice to get a solid one.
Yeah, definitely.
But it just found a better balance than Tomorrow Never Dies. And I think the location is actually a huge part of it. Where I complained last time about how Tomorrow Never Dies just take place in some vague location, and it makes it feel a little bit disconnected and generic. But I think tying this specifically to London really adds so much. It adds so much to it. Not just because it's London, although London does massively help, but I think just giving it a name. So it's like the same sort of bombastic type of stuff that happened in the last one, just a few less explosions and shooting, which I think helps. So it's like the same star as the last one, but I think it's grounded in all the right ways to make it more impactful and more exciting by almost doing less to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'd agree. Do you think the whole hot air balloon thing is a kind of strange ending? I guess they needed Bond to fall. But just kind of what a terrible means of escape a hot air balloon really is. I guess she had no other options. Right?
Where was she going?
Like, I'll very slowly fly away.
To Guildford. Oh, hide there.
Yeah, no, I liked it though. It was a good
I guess
start
they
to the film.
needed the most dramatic, over-the-top way of Bond entering his shoulder that they could think of.
Yeah, and tumbling down the dome, quite a good way. Like hanging off at the that final shot of him hanging on the edge of it, pretty good.
Yeah, that was good. But I kind of alluded to this with my bad impression. Her, like the moment where Bond's like, I can protect you, and she's like, not from him. I'm like, that's the lamest thing I've ever heard. Like the way she delivers the line is lame. And we already talked about it last time about Elliot Carver, how like you need a really strong villain to sell this sort of idea of mysterious presence, that they're so powerful that there's no way Bond could protect them. And as we find out later, not so much the case, I don't think.
Yeah.
So this line, it's such a cliche, but if you're going to do a cliche, do it well. And it's a very minor thing, but it really bothered me, that line. It was terrible.
Oh, poor cigar lady. She just didn't have the script, did she?
No, which you could argue is true for a lot of the characters in this film, but
That's true.
Anywho,
so yeah, as Bond is hanging on to the cable of the dome, it sort of morphs into the title sequence, and kind of, I think it kind of turns into like him actually dropping down in a silhouette form, and then we get the main sort of theme for these titles is oil. Large portion of this film is all around oil pipelines and all that sort of stuff. So oil droplets, and the sort of rainbow slick effect you get with oil is all in here. I could go through all of it, but there's a lot of women kind of dripping in oil, like as a sort of silhouette of them dripping in oil. You have the rainbow background. You have some explosions. You've got a sun at one point. A sun is just there, like spinning around, and some strange like planets with screens on them. Not quite sure about what they are, but anywho. Oil pumps, they're definitely going all in with the oil theme here. It's Daniel Kleinman once again, of course. But I am going to say, after the last two, which I think have both been good, I think GoldenEye is still the better one out of all three so far, and Tomorrow Never Dies was okay, not as good, but still good. I think this actually might be the weakest one that we've seen so far in terms of these new reinvented styles for the title sequences, mainly because I just think they kind of went a bit overboard with it with this one.
Too much oil.
Too much oil, too many layers.
Whoa.
There's too many things going on, which is kind of crazy to say because that's kind of the whole point, is all these different things going on. But I don't know, I feel like they just kind of got all the effects they could on their computer and just loaded them all in, and it just kind of looked a bit ugly to me at times.
I can see that. The thing I really appreciated about it is that they found a way to add in all this different color. Like, even though this is all about oil, which is like black and dark, they found a way of adding in a ton of different color and variety, and I thought that was actually really cool and interesting to see. I don't think you're particularly wrong with the two, a lot of stuff going on. A lot of that I think goes down to the oil effects, because there's always some sort of oil effect on the screen, and then there's usually stuff on top of that. I think the problem I had with this one is that it doesn't really seem to go anywhere. And it got me thinking, it's like, well, did the other ones go anywhere? And it's like, well, no, not really. But I felt like they did enough to give some sort of feeling of progression as the song, goes through its beats and as this goes through the beats. To me, this got a little bit repetitive because it just felt like the same imagery over and over again. And I kind of hold this one to a higher standard because of the standard set by the last two films. I was kind of expecting it to go somewhere, and it just kind of doesn't, and then that's it. It was just a load of oil, which is like, it's cool looking oil, and I like the colors, but I was kind of waiting for it to kind of take that extra step to make it something a bit more interesting.
Yeah, I thought when it has all the shots of the big oil pumps, you'd see on a desert valley in America, those big pumps that go back and forth. I thought, oh, this is quite, this might go somewhere, because it kind of reminded me of the statues in GoldenEye. So I thought maybe they're going to do something with pipes as well. Hey, they could even have done like the Windows screensaver, like with the pipes. I don't know, something stupid. But yeah.
That's a throwback. We're getting real nostalgic with this.
Yeah, it is the 90s. It was just on the edge of it. But no, I think it's still far better than the lights we've seen in some of the Roger Moore films and that era. But I think it's the weakest one of Pierce Brosnan's for me so far.
Yeah, I can see that. I might take this over Tomorrow Never Dies, but it's pretty close. I wasn't into circuit board lady.
Circuit board lady, yeah. Love her. Okay. The song that's played is The World Is Not Enough by the band Garbage. And for me, I really like this song. It's kind of, I don't even know how you would describe it as a genre. Would you have any ideas?
Bond rock.
Bond rock, yeah. But the thing to me is like this is one of those songs that I think you can quite easily listen to outside of a Bond film. It doesn't have those like glaring horns and bassy-esque stuff. It's actually just a good song.
Yes, I agree. Like, to me, this is almost like, am I going to say this? I think I'm going to say it. I think this is the ultimate Bond theme.
Ultimate Bond theme.
I wouldn't say it's my favorite just due to, like, when it comes to music, things are so subjective, right? And when you've got so many different genres out there, like you got Duran Duran all the way to Chris Cornell, like there's so many different genres that, like, saying this is my favorite, I couldn't say that. But I feel like this does the best job of kind of presenting a song and summing up everything that makes Bond Bond. Where, as you say, it's not as super in your face and big as Goldfinger, but it still has that very distinct Bond sound, and it's all just very polished with good variety, and it's slow when it should be slow, and then it gets big when it wants to be big. And to me, that just makes it fantastic. It's the one that really took that idea of let's take the older Bond themes and update it to make something that sounds super Bond, but also be this kind of slick, modern, rock song. And I think it comes together incredibly well. And this is what probably Tomorrow Never Dies really wanted to be, but it just isn't at all.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think you can even tell that there was more, more time for sure, more money, more passion, perhaps put into this song, based on its music video alone. It has a really good music video that actually links quite. I mean, it doesn't link to the film like for like, but it has its own little story, and you can just tell that when they put the effort into the music video for it, then there was definitely a lot of love put into it overall, and it definitely shows.
Yeah, like similar to Sheryl Crow, they did pick someone who was a known name. Yeah, you might be thinking, Tom, what the hell are you talking about? How is Garbage a known name? But this was like the late 90s where this sort of kind of female-led kind of, I guess, alt rock sort of band was doing quite well, and Garbage was a pretty big band. Not the biggest band, but they were successful. So I think they were probably picked for that reason, even if their type of music just fell off a cliff once we entered the 2000s. But this was still them kind of chasing it. But as you say, they had a little bit more time. And I think her vocal performance kind of matches a lot better for what they were going for.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I could not name another Garbage song.
I could. You would recognize it. Like,
would I recognize them? Okay.
Yeah, they're kind of like, I want to say the Cardigans. Is that what they're called? Because whenever I think of Garbage, I always think of that song. I think My Favorite Game, I think is what it's called.
Okay.
But that's not them. But they're quite similar to that.
Ah, okay. Right.
I know that's probably not helpful.
I need you to sing it right now. No, not really. No. Please don't. Okay, so that's the sorry. I don't know why I said that for. That's the title sequence. We then cut to the film. We're then starting the film, and where do we start? Well, there are bagpipes playing, so it's gotta be Scotland. We're at a funeral. It's the funeral of Sir Robert King, who we just saw die in the pre-title sequence. And there's this kind of big queue outside of a church in Scotland, so a very important man. And we see lots of members of MI6 there, because M is there. She is greeting and consoling this young woman that a lot of people are talking to, who's obviously very upset. And we see kind of further down the queue, down the line, there's Moneypenny, Bond, and Robinson. He's back, that character.
Hey. Also, sorry, I made myself laugh a bit because when you say further down the queue, I just imagine Desmond standing there like, hello, they're this way. Oh, you just got to go further down the queue. Hello.
This is a really long queue.
Well, it's the last one. You got to get him in there whenever you can.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, Bond, Robinson is basically asking, she spots the woman who's talking to M and says, hey, who's that? And Bond says it's Elektra, it's King's daughter. And of course, that's going to be the eventual Bond. Well, I was going to say Bond girl. It's Bond girl / Bond villain, I guess, of this film. But we do see that Bond is in a sling. So as you were saying, you know, he got into an accident on the Millennium Dome, and he's hurt his shoulder, so he's in a sling. And at first, when I saw this, I thought, oh, that's good. That's interesting. They actually kind of carried over the accident. I wonder how long that will last. Kind of being a bit cynical, but actually it does remain part of the plot for quite some time, pretty much all the way through, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, it never goes away, but I guess it makes more sense when you remember that the boat chase was not supposed to be in the opening sequence.
Yeah,
because normally there's such a detachment there that you just don't connect them, like there is a bit of time passing, but no, there actually is no time passing between them. Bond they go to the funeral probably somewhat quickly, so Bond is still just very much injured.
Yeah, no time to recover just yet.
Although, quick question about that. Do you think he injured it when he was rolling down the dome, or when he grabbed onto the wire to stop himself rolling?
Oh, well, we need to ask The Doctor.
Ah, you did do it, right?
What? Write down her name.
Yeah.
I started to, and then I forgot.
Ah.
Molly. I remember Molly, but I think she's got a stupid surname. Anyway, she'll turn up eventually.
Get wrecked, Molly. Not after that. Molly's stupid surname.
Oh, I really want anyway. So after that little funeral scene, we cut to the MI6 headquarters, which are also in Scotland. They have some pretty nice offices up here. It's like this big castle-looking place, which makes for an interesting.
Sorry, Joe. So something that only just clicked with me like about 2 minutes ago is that the reason why they're in Scotland is because the London headquarters blew up. So now they're using their Scotland headquarters instead.
Wow, that's quite far away, isn't it?
Yeah, they're like, forget this. We're off to Edinburgh or whatever this is.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that does make sense because I did wonder why all of MI6 came up here. Seems like a bit of a security risk, but
yeah. Well, it took ages because their hot air balloon got destroyed as well. They normally would have taken that.
Well, Q would have rode them in it because he knows how to use them, doesn't he?
He does.
All of the Octopussy women.
I just imagine M in that hot air balloon, the big Union Jack. Q's lowering it down. It's like, careful, Q.
Oh, that would have been a good send off for Desmond in this film.
Well, just have the air balloon just keep going up. M jumps out, and the air balloon just keeps going, and they just wave.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm off to retire. But yeah, they're in this big MI6 headquarters, and it's kind of a different location because you're getting all these like big brick walls, stone walls, wood paneling, and what are they called? Armor. What are they called?
It's just armor, isn't it? Like armor statues of armor. I think that's
statues of armor. Yeah, they're all around this place anyway. And anyway, inside there's this large room, and Tanner's there, and he's giving a briefing about basically what just happened that we saw with King and what happened to the money. And long story short, the banknotes were kind of treated with this substance which turned that big wad of money into a big bomb, big fertilizer bomb.
They do try to explain it. I think it's magnesium is what they say.
Oh, okay.
I guess you're meant to know that's explosive. I don't know.
I guess so. He said bomb, so I was like, all right then. And then one of the strips was replaced with a detonator in one of the banknotes. And when King got close with his lapel pin, his pin was actually switched with another one, which had a little transmitter, like a little activator thing in it. And that's what caused the bomb to explode. So he was basically sabotaged by switching this pin out. So yeah, they're now keen to find out who would have been close enough to King to do such a thing and switch that around. Because as Tanner is explaining all this, you do see M, she's sitting in the background and she's looking kind of a bit more distraught and a bit more affected than perhaps she usually would be with these sort of things. So it's clearly kind of getting to her because of how she knew King and the link that she has with his daughter that we soon find out. So she stands up and basically just enforces that they're going to find out who did this, who used MI6 in this way, and bring them to justice. After that, some dossiers are given around. Bond is in this room, by the way. Bond is here along with those other people. And all these people around him are given these dossiers, except for Bond. How embarrassing. He's not given one. He's very angry at this. He kind of pulls Tanner aside and says, what's going on? And Tanner says that because of his injury, he's off of active duty until he's been signed off by the doctor, by the MI6 doctor. And what do you know? Who's the doctor? It's a sexy female doctor.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they only hire those, don't they?
Yeah, it's part of the job description.
They shouldn't have let Bond handle the interview process. That seems like they were asking for trouble there.
They really were. It's like, well, what's your surname? No, not good enough. No, not an innuendo. No, sorry.
Bond, you can't ask for their chest size on their CVs. That's not, it's not relevant.
What sort of underwear do you wear?
I've got the glasses, don't worry.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'm covered. It's fine.
I'm good.
So yeah, we cut to the doctor in this like weird castle-y hospital room. There's like stone walls, and then there's also just X-ray things on the wall. It's very, very strange. But Bond's lying down on one of the beds, and she comes over and immediately starts kind of flirting and Bond is saying how he needs to be cleared, and she starts to undress, and he starts to undress her, and then you know what ends up happening. So it kind of like it happens so quickly. It's like, have I put in the wrong disc? Have I started watching Thunderball? Is Bond back in that like health resort with that lady in there? It's just kind of like, wow, they waste no time with this sort of thing.
It definitely feels like, because I remember back when looking up stuff about You Only Live Twice, where Roald Dahl talks about writing that film. And one of the things he said, like, well, there's a list of things it has to have. And one of them is like 3 Bond girls have to feature. So it almost feels like because the Bond women of this film are much heavily featured than other ones, it's almost like, well, we got to get to 3. So we'll just put a sexy woman in a lab coat and Bond can sleep with her right away. So it's like, it almost feels like a pleasantry, and they do kind of treat it that way a little bit. Like, it feels like they are somewhat aware of it. It's almost like in Tomorrow Never Dies, where he's like in bed with that woman at the start in Oxford. They do kind of do this with the Pierce Brosnan films, not GoldenEye so much because that's a very different type of film. But well, actually, they did with the woman in the car, didn't they?
Oh god, and the Bollinger and the
Bollinger. Yeah, so I guess this is just the format. They need to have 3. So, like in GoldenEye, you had Bollinger woman on the top and Natalia. Tomorrow Never Dies, you had Oxford woman, Paris, and Wei Lin. And now this one, you have Doctor, and then Elektra and Dr. Jones.
I looked up her name, by the way. I just knew it was going to be something stupid. And what do you know? Her name is Molly. It's Molly Warmflash.
What? Wait, what?
Molly Warmflash.
Warmflash.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh. Dr. Warmflash, we need you immediately.
Is there a Dr. Warmflash here?
Warmflash.
But right, anyway. So they start kissing and undressing, and she's in all the sexy lingerie. It cuts afterwards. Bond comes out of the room. He's now fully dressed, thankfully. He's walking down the hallway, and he kind of does a bit of a double take and spots a bagpiper in one of the rooms, because we are in Scotland, remember? And this bagpiper is playing it, and then suddenly he kind of pulls it down and starts shooting it like a machine gun, and then it turns into a flamethrower on this dummy in the room, which, honestly, we're in Q Lab, obviously, but it seems like that's not a very smart idea when there's all this wood. Like, there's wood on all of the walls around them.
Oh, yeah, because this isn't like a underground building anymore, isn't it? It looks like a castle.
Yeah.
I'd almost say, like a converted historic castle, and Q's just in there messing around with flamethrowers.
Yeah. If that burns down, I think we know the answer why. But yeah, so it is Q. Q's here. He's at a computer. He's very grumpy with Bond because of what he did to his fishing boat earlier on. He's destroyed his fishing boat because he was ready for retirement. And yeah, they are now finally addressing that elephant in the room of Desmond's age. And I think, the time has finally come. And they don't waste any time with this either, because Q, the idea of retiring that Q and passing it on to a new actor, passing the torch, because he immediately triggers the snooker table to start opening up, and this car rises up out of it, and it's obviously a BMW for Bond's car in this film, but working on it is John Cleese. He's kind of tinkering inside, who goes to greet Bond, and his jacket's stuck in the door, and is like immediately like, oh, this guy's stupid. Bond opens the door for him, and yeah, it's he's referred to as R by Bond, because if you're Q, does that make him R? And he is Q's successor, who he has been training to take his place when he retires. And I do really like how when Bond does greet R, and R says, and you are, and Q goes, this is 007, and sort of like in astonishment, like you don't know who this is. It gives the idea that in the background, Q must have been really, I don't know, telling stories or really bigging up Bond to R. So nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, R introduces this new BMW and how stocked it is, how fully loaded It should be. Q corrects him. Q really is like, he's quite a stern boss. He's like, you're not here to think, you're here to do what I tell you. It's just lays into him straight away. But yeah, R then goes over and demonstrates this coat and starts to overly explain, arm in this sleeve, arm in that sleeve, poppers, zip, and Q just loses his patience and says, I'll just pull the tag, and this kind of big ball inflates over it, and this big silver protective ball inflates over R and causes him to fall over and start fumbling in the background. So yeah, he's there just as like a purely comedic character at the moment. But the scene ends. Oh, the scene does end. I'm going to get sad now. So as R is fumbling on the floor, you get this final little moment between Bond and Q where, Q's already said that he's planning on retiring. That was the whole fishing boat. So Bond turns and says to him, you're not retiring anytime soon, are you? And there's this little pause, and Brosnan delivers the line just so well. It's so perfect. It's kind of really understated way of actually being quite touching, because you actually get a sense of genuine sadness that Q is going to be going, and he really is going to miss him.
It's so, like you say, it's understated. It's the fact that he's almost turning, but like he's making that effort to turn and double check, like, hey, you're not really retiring, are you? Which is just never anything they ever considered, because they've worked together for years and they just kind of take it for granted. So yeah, you're right. Pierce like delivers it perfectly for
really
what you would want out of these two, because you don't want a big crying hugging scene, do you?
Exactly.
This is kind of what you want, where like some break away from the norm that makes this feel more weighty, but something that makes sense for these two characters and who they are.
It really does make sense. It would have been harder for someone like Roger Moore to have said that, I feel like, because those two always
seemed... the eyes.
Because the eyes. But also because those two were always quite grumpy. But I think with this iteration, with Pierce Brosnan's Bond, they made them more friendly. They're always laughing together. In most of their scenes together, they're always sort of chuckling to each other at some point. So it worked really well. And Q replies, starting off with the classic, now pay attention, 007, and says how he's always tried to teach Bond two things. The first one I didn't really understand, which was never let them see you bleed. But in the second, it's like an abnormally kind of like tough line coming from an old man. But the second one is to always have an escape plan. And as he says that, this little thing beeps and he starts to lower in the ground. And that's it. He lowers off screen, looking up to Bond. And that's the last time we see Desmond as Q in the Bond franchise. Yeah. So
this is the only time I've ever put a sad face in my notes.
It
like
is
I
sad.
had to try and find the button for it. I was like, I would never really normally type with a colon or a bracket in my notes. I was like, all right, here we go.
Oh, it is sad, but I think they did it really well.
Yeah, I think there's two things here. There's the R stuff and the Q stuff. So I'll start with the Q stuff. The Q stuff is all perfect. Where, again, he comes in and it's the classic scene, and straight up, but like Q makes a joke as well where the bagpipes, he's shooting them and using the flamethrower, and Bond says something. So Q says, oh, pipe down, 007. So Q gets in on the jokes and the puns, and yeah, just seeing him all grumpy, but again, come around towards the end, it's and you see his boat all smashed up, which is why Q's all it's just perfect. And just having their back and forth, and they put in the nice stuff, they put in the classic lines, and then they give this like nice little sad moment between the two before they go. It's just as perfect as they could have done it. The thing that's really sad about all this, and I think I might have known this back in the day, but I was reading about this film beforehand. Desmond didn't just die of a disease or something. Like he was older, but he died in a car crash.
Yeah.
There was a head-on collision with somebody else, and that killed him. So actually, in terms of the suddenness of his death, it wasn't like, oh, he was unwell and he passed away due to his age. It's like, no, something quite like an accident happened. So it makes it really sad. Again, I wasn't too sure if I was even going to mention it, but I think it's quite an interesting detail about all this. But that's part of what makes this extra kind of sad and depressing, that this character, well, also quite good as well, because this character was able to step away on his own terms. Yeah. It's just then quite tragic that he was killed shortly afterwards. So it's like, it's almost, I don't want to say the word poetic, but it almost worked out in this really weird, twisted way that they set this up like this. But it's it's perfect for like the wrong reasons, which makes me sad.
Yeah, I think. But yeah, by this point they wouldn't have had him in Die Another Day anyway. So it's it is good that they did this scene now. But you're right. Like I think to most people, they would have looked at him and just thought, "Oh, he's old, so he must have died before the next film was." Or like the reason why he wasn't in anything, like not even like I don't know, in some Bond TV stuff or whatever. But no, it is actually really quite sad.
Yeah, so I'm glad they at least gave him like the proper send off he deserves. It worked really well. Now let's flip the coin. R. I don't like R in the slightest. I think he's terrible. So the whole point is that in the next film he kind of takes over as Q, but as you say, they make him pure comedy, and I don't really get why they did that. I almost would have preferred if R wasn't in this scene at all, and we got just Q, and then Q says he's retiring, and then R just shows up in the next one. Maybe that would be a little bit more weird, but there's such this big focus on R being this silly guy where, yeah, he's got his coat stuck in the door, and it's all like, oh, no, fuck you, and Bond has to let him go, and then he has the jacket, and it inflates, and he makes noises because he's trapped inside the jacket, and it's just like, it's such a bad way to set up a new character. It's such a bad way to introduce him, and it's not that I dislike John Cleese, obviously Monty Python and all that stuff. I can't say I really have seen much of Fawlty Towers or anything. I don't really have any real attachment to John Cleese, but obviously he's a part of some classic comedy and stuff that has definitely made me laugh. But I guess they were trying to make him a comedy character because he's a comedian, and it just comes off so lame. And the only thing that really saves it is Q just putting him down and just telling him off. That's the only thing that saves it. But if you were genuinely trying to set up R to be the Q in the next one, I think they did a terrible job.
Well, it's just... I wonder why they went with the idea of making it exactly the same character. I guess it's because they wanted to play it safe. But it doesn't really make that much sense as to why R would be so grumpy with Bond right from the get-go. They don't know each other. I mean, sure, he's heard of Bond's exploits, but it's not like he's been the one breaking all of his gadgets and stuff. It's just, it seems like it seems so ham-fisted to have, right, we need another Q, and it needs to be, oh, don't touch that, oh, don't do this, Bond, and it's like, well, act exactly the same way. It just looks really forced and kind of fake.
Yeah, and I think having John Cleese doesn't help. Because I felt like you would bring someone like that on to bring their own distinct personality to make it more unique. And then, as you say, they just make him another Q. And it's like, oh, well, that's not very interesting. Like, you're not going to be as good as Desmond's. So why are you trying to do the same thing? And it just, because it's John Cleese and is so famous and stuff, that I almost would have preferred a bit more of a no-name if you're going to go down this route to try and reinvent it. But it's very confused. I don't think they had a real plan for it. I think they just was like, well, John Cleese is a famous comedian who said yes, so shove him in there, put some really weak jokes about, oh, my coat's stuck in the car door, crumbs, and called it a day. They just didn't really have a proper plan for it. It was just a big name for the sake of a big name.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So with this, with Q sadly sinking into the floor, we then cut to Bond on a little PC. So he's still in MI6 headquarters, and he's watching about King and looking things up about King, and he's watching these like old news videos, and he finds out that Elektra, the daughter of King who was at the funeral, was actually captured at some point. And there's a lot of footage of her where she has been captured, and there's one particular video he watches where she's like in a blanket and she seems very kind of in a rough place, and she's talking about, or she's giving some sort of interview about what was happening, and there's like a tear that comes down her face, so Bond presses the pause button and like touches the tear on the screen, which was like I mean, this is supposed to set up this character later on, but oof, now that I'm talking about this scene again, that's so dumb.
Yeah,
that's so dumb. But Bond sees that the ransom for Elektra was $5 million. And it's quite funny because they have to really spell it out for the audience. So there's like a picture of her, which is like an old-fashioned one, like a Polaroid picture, and it says 5 million on the bottom. But to really home it in, he like, and then like cuts it out and then drags it across the screen and just looks at it and be like,
Zooms in. It's like, $5 million.
Go in on that. What does that mean?
How many zeros?
Yeah, let me count those. Q.
Oh, wait.
But so then he then looks at so there was like a receipt, I think, or something like that from the Swiss banker that he got, which said how much money that Robert King had. So he looks at that and sees it's like 3.3 million pounds, and he's like, wait a minute. So for me, I don't know, maybe I'm just full of it, but to me, I instantly clicked that, that's the same amount as 5 million. But I guess, again, they really want to spell it out. So Bond has to like bring up a currency converter, and then you see him type it in, the 3 million pounds, and then he hits enter, and then it comes to $5 million. And then he looks at it again, it's like, because it's the same amount.
I needed that, all right? I'm your average Joe cinema goer, all right? Literally.
Okay.
So I needed that because I guess, that would equal roughly 5 million. But I'd also just completely forgot about that whole 3 million stuff in Bilbao. So I needed that spelled out for me very clearly. So I'm quite pleased the film did that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I mean, I guess the alternative of not spelling it out and having it be missed like an octopusy, I guess that's worse than this, right?
Yeah. Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. So Bond now knows that it's the same amount of money. So the ransom that Elektra was going for is the same amount that King had. So Bond wants to look into this more, so he tries to access Elektra's file, and it very loudly is like, you need level 1 clearance required. Level 1 clearance required. So Bond storms off and he enters a room where he sees M working with Tanner, and I think Charles is probably there and a few other people, and he's like, M, what's going on? And there's like a thing where like they go back and forth about like, have you made this personal? I think Bond asks M if they've made it personal, but I want to say maybe she asks it. Maybe that's later, actually.
Well, she says, why are you getting involved? And Bond says, well, I was the one who brought the money back. So she says, don't make it personal.
Oh, I see.
Bond
Okay,
says,
because the implication that Bond feels guilty about it.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, yeah. So they go back and forth, and then Bond says, oh, M, you're the only one who could seal Elektra's file, so maybe you're making it personal. So M then sends everyone away outside of the room, and it's just Bond and M talking, and Bond asks what happened. So M kind of explains how when Elektra was kidnapped, Robert King tried to go and save himself. So wanted to pay the money to save her, but I think was unable to do this. So eventually asked M for help because they're old friends. Robert King asked M for help with this. And M says, well, you know our policy. We don't negotiate with terrorists. So she said, don't pay the ransom. And Bond then says that they used the girl as bait to get to like flush out the terrorists. I don't quite get that. It's a running theme with this film about using someone, or specifically Elektra, as bait. And it never made any sense to me. It's like, how are you using her as bait?
What, by not paying off the ransom?
Yeah. What's the bait?
I guess, I suppose bait is kind of the wrong word.
I think that's the problem, right? It's not like they were happy. They sold her out in order to try and catch the terrorists is what really happened. But multiple times. Yeah, exactly. But multiple times in this film, they're like, the bait, I'm the bait, she's the bait. It's like, no, not, I guess, but not. It just, the phrasing of it really did not make sense to me.
I think it made it more complicated than it needed to have been.
Yes. So Bond then says, the briefcase money was the same amount as the ransom. And he says that that's a message and that the terrorist that kidnapped Elektra is back. Which I'm trying to figure out in my head how that makes any sense. Because I'm guessing that the terrorist stole that money from Robert King in the beginning. And that's the message?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Because I was trying to think about, like, so where did that money come from originally? But I guess Bond was recovering it from the Swiss banker. So I guess it got stolen. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I totally, I feel like what you're going through here, it is kind of a bit much.
It is a bit much. So, yeah, so they're saying the terrorist is back, and this is all the message. So we then go to a different room where we cut to a giant hologram head coming out of the ground. And it's Renard. He does have a different name, Victor something, but he's called Renard. So they're all like, he's a terrorist, he's worked in all these different places. He's worked in Russia, Korea, Iran, all these lots of places. And M is saying how when Elektra had been captured, she sent 009, I guess he got rid of the clown makeup for this one, to go and kill Renard. But during all of this, Elektra actually escaped herself. She escaped from the captors. So 009 still caught up to Renard and shot him in the head. But he doesn't die. So at this moment, the doctor, wasn't a Warm Flash?
Molly Warm Flash, and don't
Molly
you forget
Warm
it.
Flash. Okay, all right. Yeah, sorry. My bad. She's a doctor after all.
She's a doctor, damn it.
Dr. Warm Flash. So Warm Flash walks in and is saying how the bullet that 009 put in Renard's head didn't kill him, and it's still in there, but it is killing off his senses, and eventually the bullet is going to kill him, but each day that the bullet is going further and further into his head, he is losing more of his senses, so he's getting stronger. And this is then visualized with this giant hologram, because you've got this big head of his, and then they like go into it and show this bullet slowly going into the head. So M says Renard is something about revenge. He's after his revenge, and Bond is saying how Renard had 3 enemies. I think one was Robert King. I don't know who the second one was. I know, right? But they specifically say Renard had 3 enemies.
M, I guess. I think the plan was that it was going to explode with M, but they didn't kill her.
Oh, okay. So the enemies, or the people that Renard wants revenge on, is Robert King, M, and the other person is Elektra, because Elektra is the one that got away. That's probably not appropriate phrasing for that, but she escaped, so Renard needs to go down. So Moneypenny then gives Emma reports from the doctor saying, which says that Bond has been fully cleared for duty. And there's a couple of jabs here. I can't remember exactly what it said about kind of knowing they know what happened, that Bond seduced the doctor and that's why they're cleared. But M doesn't seem to care. And it's like, well, I'm sending you to the Caspian Sea to go and protect Elektra. Go and save her. So but Bond is saying how we need to find out who switched the pin. Because I think it was said earlier in the film that whoever switched the pin was very close to King. So there's actually someone very close who betrayed King. So that's the person they're also trying to stop, who they're assuming is working with Renard. And M caps this off by saying, remember Bond, shadows stay in front or behind, never on top. So her way of saying, don't sleep with Elektra. Come on, Bond.
Don't pump her this time.
Yeah, I've decided how much pumping is needed, okay?
No
and
pumping.
It's 0. I guess the first thing that stands out to me about all this is the giant Renard head.
Yeah.
Looks pretty stupid.
Yeah, and how they sort of like, Bond like pokes into it and it makes noises, like digital noises, and it's just, yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of here's the villain and we're going to like get a look at him. It's something we've done before. I want to say we've done it before, where you see like some sort of picture of them. Maybe we haven't done it before. Maybe they do just cut to the villain instead. But it's a different way of introducing the villain. I can appreciate them doing that and everyone looking at a picture of him. But this has aged very badly. Although even then, I feel like at the time it probably didn't age well because this head is huge. There's just no need for this head to be this big.
It's real size. That's why.
Yeah, and it really doesn't help that this is taking place in the middle of a Scottish castle. So it's not even like a high-tech lab. It's just this old room with a giant Renard head in the middle.
I think the whole, along with the big CGI head, the stuff that they're saying is also so sci-fi schlocky. Like, oh, it's heading towards the medulla oblongata and it's going to slowly kill off all the senses. And it is a really stupid setup for a villain. I don't hate it. I hate where they eventually didn't go with it. But I think you're allowed to have this sort of kind of cheesy stuff in a Bond film. I don't mind that, but I think just the way that it's presented, it's just such a contrast between this really serious setting and then it's just saying this silly things over this silly giant head.
Yeah, I agree with you. You can have the whole point in Bond is that you can have this silly stuff and it's just fun. But it's almost like they're trying to present it as legitimate, where you've got Judi Dench being like, interesting. Yeah, I can see the giant bullets going into his head.
Yes, the medulla oblongata. Yes, I see.
It's like, imagine if at the beginning of The Spy Who Loved Me, that on that boat, like M and Bond are all standing around a giant jaw's head being like, interesting. So the metal is inside the jaw.
I see. You can make him bite really, really strong. I see.
And the Dr. Warm.
She's still there.
Yeah, she's somehow there. And it's just like, yeah, every day you get stronger. It's like, oh, I see. Interesting. It's like, we don't need this, guys. It's somewhat similar to what they did with Zorin, where they kind of over-explained it. But now we have like an over-explanation in a very late 90s way that almost makes it seem less legitimate, where if they just kind of dialed it back and just said, yeah, there's a bullet in his head, that means he can't feel anything. Got it. Cool. But don't try and pretend like this is something very cool and sophisticated. Just have fun with it.
Yeah, I think that's it. And actually, I think without the giant big 3D head, he would have seemed a little bit more... I don't know, he just doesn't look very menacing when it's just that bad CGI. You do eventually see him, and when you do see him, he does look pretty good, I suppose. But it's just not a great start to that villain.
No. So Bond has been sent to go and protect Elektra, so we get these big old aerial shots of massive oil fields, and there's some decent aerial shots in the film. It's kind of sad that we don't talk that much about aerial shots when doing these episodes anymore, because they were like my favourite bit. Well, not my favourite bit, but one of my favourite bits, and we still get some decent ones, but I'm kind of looking forward to a film that is kind of willing to go a little bit more all in with that stuff. I guess GoldenEye had some, and this film has some, but I do kind of miss that a little bit.
Well, it's one of the things that I kind of put, to be honest, at the end of watching this, but I'll say it now because it sort of fits to what we're talking about, is that I just think some of the locations, or most of the locations in this film, don't end up being very visually interesting to me. And I think the start of this scene, I guess it's all right, but it's all kind of a bit drab and it's just a little bit ugly to me.
I can see that.
I think drab is what I would define a lot of this as. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being overly harsh, but no locations so far. I mean, Scotland is different, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. None of them really stood out to me.
Yeah, outside of London. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, so we are... Oh, well, we're going to have to double check this. I'm not too sure exactly where this is. It's somewhere.
This is... I wrote this down. It's Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan, right. Yeah, the Caspian Sea. Or near there. So yeah, so we see these massive oil fields. We also get The World Is Not Enough, the theme playing as part of the score, which was really nice to hear. You know, we talked about last time how Tomorrow Never Dies, it used the Surrender theme, and I think that was a bad choice looking back on it. Not because I think it lowered the score, but there is something really strong about hearing a theme at the beginning and then having that be reused, and that did kind of get lost last time. So this was actually really cool to see these aerial shots and Bond driving and having The World Is Not Enough theme or that melody play over the top. That's really nice to have again.
Yeah.
So we see a load of oil pumps, lots of oil pumping, and Bond is driving in his new BMW. So this is I think the third time we're going to see the BMW. So I think the last one, because it was a free film deal, and it's definitely a lot sleeker than the last one, but I guess we'll get into that later. But yeah, he's in his new sleek BMW and he's driving through the woods suddenly, and he then sees a helicopter that has a big metal thing coming down from it, and it has, I think, 5 or maybe 6 circular saws spinning really quick, and they're sawing off some of the top of the trees. So don't worry about that for now. We'll come back to that.
Oh, that'll be back. Oh, yeah. Don't you worry.
We just needed a 20-second scene just so everyone would be like, no, don't worry. They set that up. It totally makes sense.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, so silly. I just didn't buy it. Like, why would you... Like, doesn't matter. So Bond arrives at this like site in the middle of the desert. So part of the oil pipeline site, I suppose. And a man comes up to him and says, "You need to leave." He's the head of security for Elektra, so he's like, you need to go. Bond says, don't worry, I'm from Universal Exports.
Oh, as if, for some reason, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's so it makes sense. So Bond is kind of allowed to stay, but there's lots of people all around, and we see in the distance, or somewhat nearby actually, a helicopter arrives, and lots of people are rushing towards the helicopter. They're all waving flags. I'm assuming that the flags of the country that they're in. And we see Elektra get out. She steps out of the helicopter, and a priest approaches Elektra. I'm going to say priest. I don't really know too much about whatever religion this is.
I think priest is... I'd go with priest, yeah.
Yeah, very priest-looking man. Big beard. Big bushy beard.
Yeah.
So the priest comes out of the crowd of people waving flags, approaches Elektra. They then go up a hill. Bond starts following, and they enter into this cave, which is very much like a church that has been built into the wall, almost like into a cave. Elektra and the priest, they speak in some type of language. I'm not too sure which one, but there's no subtitles for it. Bond is kind of watching at the edge of the cave, seeing them talk. And then the priest comes out of the cave after their conversation. He announces something, and everyone cheers and is like, hooray, way. So another man comes up to Elektra saying, like, what do you mean? Like, what you just did is going to cost us millions and cost us a ton of time. And Elektra is like, I don't care. So this is all about the pipeline is trying to be built on a certain route, and the locals are protesting it because it's going to destroy this very holy local church in this cave. So Elektra has agreed to build a pipeline around it and not destroy the church. So that's kind of what happened there. So Bond approaches Elektra and says the name's Bond, James Bond, and they do a little bit of walking and talking. Elektra kind of explains how their family found the oil, and the pipeline is going to guarantee their future. I miss some of these details because I really just don't think it's very interesting.
It's not. It's totally not. It's just a pipeline.
It's trying to set this idea of you're going to hear about the pipeline a lot, but Elektra's family, the King family, or Sir Robert King, was building this pipeline using the oil that they own as part of their family, and is going to build this pipeline to send it to the west. So there's lots of trees being chopped down to clear way for the pipeline. So it's even more walking and talking between the two. And Elektra asks Bond, have you ever lost a loved one? I think it comes from Bond saying sorry about your father, something like that. And Bond just flat out doesn't answer at all. Just gives no response to that. Which I take it as this is another one of their cases where they kind of at least imply about Bond's dead wife.
Yeah.
But this time they don't say it, but it ties into the themes of the film they're trying to establish. So they kind of heavily imply it. Although I actually quite like the subtlety here of not actually explicitly saying it. You know, like how in A License to Kill, Felix is like, oh, honey, his wife's super dead. Huh. Well, not doesn't laugh, but like spells it out.
Yeah, each film where they've done this, they've kind of lessened it more and more and more. So we're at this point now where you don't even need a specific line about it. Just the question is enough.
Yes, and even if you don't know the history, you kind of get that implication that the answer is yes because he doesn't respond.
Yeah.
Although what Psycho would say, no. All my loved ones are okay. most people have. But, you know, so you get enough that the answer is yes. But if you know the franchise, then you know kind of what is being referenced, which is probably for the first time in this, in the Pierce Brosnan era, probably.
I'm trying to think about the cringy beach scene in GoldenEye, but no, I don't think it is brought up there, is it?
No.
I guess so, yeah.
Although someone might be thinking like, oh, maybe they're talking about Paris, that tragedy.
Oh, no.
Pour one out for Paris, everyone.
A terrible tragedy, yes.
Terrible. The doctor got her.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Dr. Kaufman, not warm Flash, different doctor.
She's jealous.
Yeah.
Bond never called back, so she went to Paris. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so they go inside this like office room and they're taking a look at the pipeline route. And this is when they kind of explain that there's 3 other competing pipelines going across the globe, all these different countries, and 3 of them are Russians, because I think Bond is saying somebody wants to kill you. I think he says that at this point. So she's kind of making the point of like, look, I'm building this pipeline heading to the west, which is going a different route to the Russians' pipeline, and the Russians have 3 similar ones who want to stop her, so there's lots of people that want to kill me, so don't worry about it. So at this point, Bond shows her Robert King's pin, the one that was destroyed. I think he just asked her about it. I don't think really anything comes of it. And Elektra then kind of says how like my family has relied on MI6 twice, so we're not going to make that same mistake again, referencing her being captured and not being rescued because she had to rescue herself, and also her dad being killed. So at this point, she then says, oh, I'm going to go and check the survey line. And Bond says, I want to come, of which I think they're like, no, but then he just is like, yeah, all right
anyway.
then, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't really like this scene, but I can't really say I hate it. It's just all a bit, as you can probably get, just a bit dull.
It's just dull. I find a lot of this film quite dull. Overly dull than it should be for a Bond film. And I don't know, it's something about this scene in particular. It just feels really like, yeah, you got the bit with the villagers and that's slightly interesting, I suppose, but really not that much. And then you just have a ton of exposition about this bloody pipeline in this little office. It's just all really quite boring.
I think that's the problem, right? Like they need this plot. It's not the most complicated one, and to be honest, I was roughly okay with following it, apart from maybe Spain. Although I guess we'll see if that holds true for the rest of the film. But they really, like, it's almost like, okay, we know we have a complicated plot, so we need to shove it in people's faces. So the amount of time someone says pipeline, it's like, it's almost like a joke. Because I think ideally you would have just cut this whole scene and have Bond meet up with Elektra, and then they go skiing, and that's how they kind of meet. I think that would have been a little bit nicer, but there's just so much plot they need to cover that. And they're trying to set up this whole thing with Bond and Elektra and their kind of relationship because it's like a core part of the film, but I don't think this really does anything for it. It's so standard and basic and not very interesting, and no real kind of chemistry, no real interesting stuff. It's just plot, just pure plot. And as you say, the visuals of this scene aren't very interesting either. So it's just a kind of forgettable scene.
Yeah, but it's okay because we're heading into a action scene, a chase scene next. Although, well, I'll get there. But yeah, so yeah, they're going to inspect the survey lines, as Elektra said. So they're being flown in a helicopter over these snowy mountains. Definitely a change of color. Anyway, going from the brown into this like snowy capped white mountains, and because of the winds, the pilot helicopter can't land, so they jump out, and the pilot flies off. So I guess that's setting up that they're on their own here. And as they start skiing down this big mountain, Elektra's in front, and Bond starts to sort of chase behind her. And the soppy music swells as he's keeping up with her. And well, I say soppy, I don't know, maybe I'm just hearing things, but there were certain sections of this music that's playing, specifically this part, that sounded like You Only Live Twice to me.
Oh, you Only Live Twice. Interesting.
I'm assuming you didn't catch that.
No, because I just didn't like it.
No, well, that's the thing. Is like this sounds a bit too lovey-dovey for them just skiing. Like I guess it's more of that. Oh, there maybe Bond's falling for her sort of thing. But then I was like, oh, hang on. Do I hear? And I could have sworn I heard a bit, but I could just be making that up.
It's very possible. I would pretty much expect them to add like David Arnold would put references like that into his scores. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but that totally sounds like something he would do.
Maybe it's just very.
I guess I wouldn't say I really actually hate the music, but it's the same thing as I said with Tomorrow Never Dies. And I do think this soundtrack is a lot stronger than the last film. I think he has found his feet a little bit more, but it's just so on the nose. Like, oh, it's like something from a Disney film where like the two people are falling in love. It's just too much. And I mean, this scene is always going to be compared against On Her Majesty's Secret Service. You know, Bond and the Bond girls skiing. It's always going to be compared to that. And I think that was probably a bad idea because it's just never going to quite match that. And I think the music here kind of ties into that, where it's like, it's just not as good. It's just not as interesting. You just haven't, it just doesn't make sense for it. But we haven't got into the scene itself. But yeah, I just got to say, again, I think most of the soundtrack is pretty solid, but this song in particular stood out as being very on the nose again, not great. And I hope by the next film, David Arnold kind of gets out of that habit of just very on the nose. Well, these are a man and woman falling for each other while skiing. I know what I'll do. Just here's some very nice lovey-dovey music. I hope that stops.
There's Madonna on screen. Play some Madonna music.
Oh no, you've gone too far.
No, David, stop.
David, come back.
Anyway, Elektra and Bond, they stop skiing. They're kind of overlooking where this pipeline is going to be placed, and you see the kind of markers there for it. And she proclaims this as her family's legacy to the world. She's very proud, kind of getting, she's very, very excited about all this sort of stuff. And as they're looking at this section, these strange hovercraft, snowmobile, parachute things start flying in, and they're later in the film referred to as Parahawks. Right.
Which is good, like hawks. What are you on about?
Well, I had no clue that. I was like, are these a real thing? Surely not. And don't worry, they are made up for this film. I googled Parahawk, and it was only The World Is Not Enough that came up.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which is good, because they look so stupid.
They look so I don't really dislike them, but you're right. Like later in the film, Bond talked about them saying, we were attacked by Parahawks. I'm like, wait, did you name them? Who told you that name? Bond's like, I know what I'll call them. Parahawks. Perfect.
Yeah, they do look a little bit impractical. So yeah, they're basically snowmobiles with like a big parachute attached to them. There you go, Parahawk, I guess.
Perfect.
And Bond sends Elektra away to go take cover, and he tries to lead them into the forest to try and get them to crash, I guess, into the trees. So they start dropping grenades down on him as they're flying above him, and they just look so. In these first bits where they're flying still, they look so clumsy, like they're just flopping all over the place. They don't look very menacing, basically. They start shooting with machine guns. But yeah, they're still kind of bumbling around in the sky. I can appreciate them, I guess, trying to come up with a new vehicle, but could they not just maybe had snowmobiles in the first place? I don't know. Because yeah, some eventually do detach and just turn into land vehicles that chase after Bond as well. He gets rid of one by I think he quickly turns away at the last second and it crashes into the mountain. He might, I don't know. There's a few of them. I don't know how he gets rid of all of them, to be honest with you. There is one where he kind of it's chasing him, and he stops just at the edge of the cliff, and so it carries on flying over the edge. And you think, great, he's got rid of that one. He's all happy, he's smiling at that. And then, oh no, another parachute kind of comes out of it and it starts flying again and it just comes back up. And I really do love this bit, mainly because of the reaction shot of Pierce Brosnan. Aww. He looks so grumpy. You just get the shot of him really snarling at the sight of this, damn.
That's what loses me a little bit, though. I like the action of the thing going off and then almost like its own sort of gadget bringing back the parachute, but I really didn't like Pierce Brosnan's I feel like it needed to be a little bit more subtle, because initially he's smiling and then he does that and it's no, it's a bit I would have liked it if it was a bit more subtle.
I think it would make for a great kind of meme. How's that not been a meme yet? I'm going to make that into one somehow. I think it's a great reaction shot meme. I'll think of something, don't worry.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he hasn't dealt with that one, and as another one is coming to fly, there's another one that's flying towards him. So what he does is he skis up a little bit, so he's above the one that just flew over the cliff. Jump back down to Elektra, or where she is roughly, and as he does, he rips a hole in the parachute of the one below. And what that does is causes it to lose control and perfectly collide with the other one that was heading towards him. So they both crash into each other and explode. You
Yeah.
couldn't have, I mean, perfect. You really couldn't have planned that better, could you?
That's what I would have done.
Honestly, in that moment, you got to think fast. Of course, that's going to work. So Bond and Elektra are kind of standing together with their skis, and the explosion of those two Powerhawks causes a sort of the snow to give way underneath them, like a kind of mini avalanche, and they start to get buried by all this snow. But thankfully, Bond's wearing the bubble inflatable silver thing that R was showing off earlier, and at the last second, before they're buried, it inflates and protects them, and they're inside it, and Elektra starts to have a sort of panic attack in this bubble, kind of screaming and losing control, and Bond calms her down, kind of says, you're safe, don't worry, don't worry. And yeah, they eventually dig their way out, and they're pretty fine. They're pretty much unscathed. Now, the question I have for you, Tom.
Oh.
So, we know what's going to happen with Elektra, right? There's no point giving spoilers or hiding spoilers. She is the villain in this film.
Oh, come on.
Sorry. But then that now goes back nicely to this: do you think all of this was a ruse?
Oh, totally. 100%.
Yeah.
100% a ruse.
See, I think that works. Now, having watched that and you know what it's going to be, I think it works really well. Kind of gives her some added layer.
I don't.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know. It's. I mean, there's a massive discussion to be had about Elektra, and I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Because she's such a core part of the film.
Okay.
So I'm going to sidestep that, sadly.
Okay.
But we'll get that. That's a big discussions. But the thing I will say is that the most of this scene with the Power Hawks, as they're apparently called, it feels like it's very much a throwback to older Bond. Like, this is something, The Spy Who Loved Me is the first one that comes to mind. But something like, obviously, on a Majesty Secret Service as well. This feels like almost kind of, and on a, For Your Eyes Only, this feels like this very, very much wants to kind of belong in that camp. And it almost feels a little bit out of place in this film because of how old school and somewhat a little bit, I was going to say silly, but it's not quite as silly as it gets. But it feels like it wants to kind of fit in that The Spy Who Loved Me kind of tone, where there's kind of jokes and there's stuff going on. But these Powerhawks are not cool in any stretch of the imagination, but they're very like, the guys driving them are all in black with like black helmets. It's like almost very a little bit cartoony in that sense, where they're just very like not characters at all. They're just goons in these very city, not even high tech, like just this, like it's only something Bond could get away with. So I kind of like this idea of this kind of throwback to like 70s era of Bond with the ski chase. What brings it down for me is the ending bit with the ball and stuff, where we have to have her freaking out and Bond in this big ball having to knife his way out. It takes away a lot of what I think was interesting about the scene, which was the throwback to more old school Bond and trying to bring it back for this film.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to say that I think this whole scene was pretty boring.
Okay, I can see that.
I'm going to say that for a lot of this film. Yeah, I don't know. I think because there was less emphasis on kind of what Bond does here and more on just the bumbling of the Powerhawks. And as you said, they're not a cool thing in this scene. They don't look very good. They don't really do anything very good. I guess, yeah, you have that one bit where it flies back up, but nothing really happens. Just nothing really happens. And so I think that's why I kind of I go more towards this ending bit with the character stuff with Elektra more, just because I think the action is not up to scratch, to be honest with you.
Well, it does kind of at least somewhat try and justify the scene. And I think as we go through this, in terms of the budget, I don't think this is as over the top as Tomorrow Never Dies. But I think where potentially the big old budget comes in is just the amount of locations. Because this feels so out of nowhere, where I think we played this game before. I can't remember what film it was, where it's like list out all the locations we've already been to. Spain, London, Scotland, that desert, the Caspian Sea, the desert place, and now the mountains, which might be the same country. I would guess not, but it's a completely different location. So we've already gone through them all, and we're going to go through a lot more. And this film is very much all about that. It doesn't feel quite like a whirlwind tour, but this like is so, oh, let's just bugger off from the plot, go do a ski chase, and then come back.
Yeah, it really is that, isn't it? Yeah.
There's just no connection. Like for your eyes only, that film takes place, or the beginning of it, in northern Italy. So it's not just a ski chase. There's also the ice rink stuff. There's also them actually exploring the town full of snow. It's tied to that location. This is just nothing. Like, you could have had this in any other Bond film and it would have worked as well as it did here, which is to say potentially not that much.
Yeah.
And I do need to just mention, for your Honor, Majesty, Secret Service again.
Okay.
Like, don't try that, guys. Just don't. Like, don't try and recreate that. It's not going to happen. It's always going to be worse. And that is exactly what happened here. This is just worse. Like, if you're going to try and bring that back, I kind of do like how this feels like it's something from an older Bond film. That is kind of the charm to it for me. That saves it a little bit. But just don't do that. The music is worse. The set piece is worse. The filming is worse. Everything's just worse. So if you're trying to like bring that back and try and connect, oh, Elektra and Bond are like Bond and Tracy, like, nah. Just don't try it.
Yeah, Michael, listen to Tom.
Yeah. What have you ever done?
If you're still alive, I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, after this skiing scene, we are at Baku, so another location.
Yeah.
Or is that back in I'm very bad with geography. Is that in Azerbaijan?
I don't know. I just put cut to Baku and then I just put 2 question marks after it. So
I think it might be. It's probably like the capital or something, and I'm just very ignorant. But yeah, we're back at Baku with Elektra's villa house, very fancy looking house. And Bond is waiting at the bottom of these stairs, along with the guy we saw earlier, Davidov. Davidov is his name, and some other henchmen as well that we see a couple times. And a doctor comes down the stairs and says that she'll be fine, just a few bumps and scrapes, and that she wants to see Bond. Oh, sorry, she wants to see you, I think she just says. And Davidov takes that as meaning him. He said, no, not you, him. And it's actually Bond. So she invites Bond to go up the stairs. You get a little bit of a smug look as well from Bond. A bit of cocky Bond there. He's like, yeah, out the way, Davidov, as he goes up. And in her bedroom, Elektra is there and is asking who was that just did all the Parahawk stuff? Who's trying to kill her? And Bond obviously can't say. He says he doesn't know, but he'll find out whoever it is. And Elektra kind of gives a bit of a background or a bit of history to her kidnapping, about how after it she lived in fear, she never wanted to leave the house, and how she's now taken her a long time to overcome that. And despite that, now says for Bond to stay with her and protect her, which Bond declines to do. And I don't know, you get, during this discussion between the two of them, you do get at one point Bond just kind of like almost stepping back a little bit and like squinting and really kind of trying to analyze what she's saying and what she's doing. And he's trying to figure her out, because to be fair, she's saying quite a lot of just contradictory stuff in a way. And as he goes to leave her bedroom, she does say like, oh, who's afraid now, Mr. Bond? And I don't really quite get what they're trying to go for in this scene, in all honesty. Like, is it still meant to be Bond starting to fall in love with her? Is it Bond beginning to sort of maybe very early planting the seeds of beginning to doubt some of the things she's saying? What did you get from this scene?
I took it as the falling in love stuff just because of what happens later in the film. It's the only thing that ties it together, whether it's supposed to be a sexy scene, but he's like, no, stay away. It's that, some of what we saw with the last film with Paris. It's just going through those same motions again.
Yeah, I was worried you were going to say that, because I kind of like, yeah, that was the obvious choice, but I really just didn't get that. I just think the dialogue here is all really kind of floaty, and like everything's sort of like a question or a very almost like a backhanded comment, or has all these different it's trying to get all these different layers behind it, but it just doesn't work for me.
Well, this whole film kind of relies on Bond and Elektra's relationship. And at this point in the film, I was kind of giving it the benefit of the doubt. I don't do that for the rest of the film. But I was kind of willing to say, I think you're kind of right. It's a little bit strange. I think they are trying to do a lot with subtext here. And it makes it very movie talk, where people aren't just talking; they're just saying like lines.
That's it. Yeah.
Which doesn't help. But again, at this point, I was like, okay, well, I'll let it slide. We'll see where it goes. Unfortunately, it goes straight into a brick wall and explodes. But for the time being, I was like, all right, we'll give it a pass for now.
Yeah, I guess at this point, I wasn't there. And it's a shame because we've said a little bit about Elektra, and we'll talk about it a lot more at the end, about her character arc. But I do like that we're getting these bits early on with her and Bond, and we're seeing sort of one side of her here, and we will eventually see another side of her. It's just I'm just not getting that Bond is supposed to. If Bond is meant to be falling in love with her, I don't get that at all. If anything, he looks like he's kind of doubting her at points. But anyway. That's besides the point. We'll talk about that later on.
Yeah, lots to discuss there. But I was, I do appreciate that they are spending time together. It just perhaps, for the sake of the pacing of the plot, they have to set it up that Bond is falling for her now, just for the rest of the film to make sense. But really, like, that's not. No. Like, again, if we go back to one of Majesty's servers, they spent more time together, even if it was just a soppy montage of them going shopping. There was at least something there and a back and forth. This is just Elektra just being a bit all over the place and Bond kind of just following her around, and apparently that is meant to mean that Bond is now falling for her, but no, not quite.
Yeah.
But after that, after Bond says he can't stay and he has to leave, we then cut to a casino, and it's another very classic looking casino. I haven't been to many casinos, but I find it interesting how many of these in the Bond films just look very similar.
Well, it's probably because they have the same stuff. So they.
But even like the walls, and I feel like this looks very similar to the GoldenEye one, which looked very similar to like the Dr. No one. I feel like so many of these visually are tied together, but I would imagine casinos have a little bit more variety than this.
I guess so. This one is very kind of light coloured, very cream.
How would you rank it, Joe? I know you're big into casinos.
I am. This is
How
not
are you
the worst.
This one?
I think it's. Was there one in Tomorrow Never Dies?
No.
I
can't think when that would have been.
It's okay. I think the thing that really detracts from the scene is not the casino itself. It's the glasses. It's the glasses.
Right. Yeah. So Bond enters the casino and he's in the classic tux, the bow tie, and he looks at a man like a guard or something, like some sort of bodyguard, and he puts on a pair of sunglasses. Now, Q was wearing these sunglasses before, so these didn't quite come out of nowhere. I don't know if Q really explains exactly what they do, but I think he did. He was at least wearing them because he looked very fashionable, very good. But Bond puts on these sunglasses and they're X-ray specs. So he can see through the man's suit, and he can see that he's got a load of guns on him. So we then get a load of first-person shots. So it goes between Bond walking around the casino, wearing the glasses, and then we get first-person shots of him looking at people. So he looks at the man in the suit, sees he has a load of guns, and then he looks at two lovely ladies and can just see they also have guns, but also sees them in their underwear. So he just walks around the casino looking through women's dresses. And then there's like one woman who's bending down to pick something up. So you just get a shot. Now you don't see it in first person, but you just get a shot of Bond looking at her butt and being like,
It's so nice of Q to program these glasses to be like PG friendly.
Oh,
so
it helps a ton.
They're X-ray, but only up until the underwear. No more than that.
I was thinking a bit about how they shot this. I probably shouldn't have been, but I would guess that they actually had them walk around in their underwear with guns on them, and then probably CGI'd in the clothes over the top.
Oh, in the POV shots. Yeah.
Because I know they had a huge budget
Did they?
Apparently, someone was going on about it earlier. I don't know. Got a bit old, but yeah. So that's the only way it makes sense, because you do see them, but they just have like a futuristic effect over the top. Like there's the impression of their clothes over the top. So I'm assuming that's how they did it. But I feel like that is more interesting than what's actually happening on screen.
I think you're right. Yeah.
It's just Bond perving over people. So he then goes up to the bar and he sees another big man surrounded by women, and he looks at him and her and or the women around, and again they all just have weapons. And Bond says, "I want to see Valentin Sokovsky," which, if you remember from GoldenEye, it's the same character, the ex-KGB agent who Bond saw in that film. So he asked for Valentin Sokovsky. So he like demands to go. The man's like, no, but Bond's like, I want to go see him now, demands it. So the big bodyguard guy, who's very tall and very big, goes over to Bond, and I don't quite understand what happens here. Bond like pulls him down towards the bar, pulls his tie up over his head a little bit and on the bar, puts a knife in the tie to hold it in place, and then the guy's just like super choking as Bond has his because he also ordered a Falcon Martini, shaken not stirred in this, and then he just goes back and starts drinking his drink. But I don't really get what that move was with the tie.
Clearly that guy just ties his ties too tight.
It must be. Because all he does is grab the tie, but I don't quite see how he's... Like, especially because afterwards he's just there choking on it. Like, he doesn't just think, oh, I should just stand up and go from there. He's just on the bar like, no.
Yeah, not the smartest, I'd say.
I think it's just... The problem for me is that it's meant to be a really cool, slick move, and it doesn't come across like that because it just looks a bit stupid.
It does look stupid, yeah. And the way the guy sounds is really stupid as well.
Yeah, stupid, so that doesn't quite work. But someone else from behind a curtain nearby says, Valentin will be more than delighted to see you. So Bond goes over, steps behind this back area, and I think he points the gun at this guy who I called Gold Teeth in all my notes. Because he has gold teeth, obviously.
It's Goldie is the name of the guy that plays him.
Oh, yeah. Goldie, yeah.
Goldie, yeah.
I was going to ask you about that because, again, I recognize this guy, and I remember how I think this film was pretty heavily criticized at the time for having someone like him.
Oh, he's awful.
In it, where I think he was just famous at the time, so they just shoved him in, and now he's just like an absolute nobody.
And also, I guess he already had gold teeth. So they saved a bit of money there, despite their huge budget. Just use the gold teeth as his thing.
Yeah, so I think this ties into, not to talk too much about Goldie, I think this ties into something I was reading about this film where they did a big marketing push with MTV, where they were concerned that younger people were not getting into Bond, that Bond was lame, it wasn't hip to like Bond. So they then teamed up with MTV to kind of make a big push to appeal to younger people, to kind of broaden that. And I have a feeling maybe putting Goldie in the film, who I'm reading is I think he's just a music producer, DJ, and also a graffiti artist. So
that makes sense. It does make sense.
It's obviously not like jungle drum and bass, beat break hardcore.
I wouldn't say it's a good idea, or maybe it worked. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was interested, but not because of Goldie.
No, it's very much, it's a bit sad, all of it. But I guess nowadays, like most people probably just don't know who he is. So I guess it doesn't matter that much. But he is a very distinct looking dude in this film.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So old Goldie, I don't think his character's called Goldie, but we'll call him Goldie. Bond points a gun at him, and then... I think he does that, but I can't really think why he would. But we see Sokovsky is there in the room at the desk, and he's got two women, and he's chatting up the woman, and Bond's saying, like, we need to talk. And he's like, chill out, James, it's all good, don't worry about it. But Bond's like, no, we need to talk. So eventually Sokovsky sends the women away, and Goldie gives them some money for their troubles, and seems very chipper, Sokovsky. Last time when they met, he was very like, 007... You're not the best, but now he's like very chipper, very almost friendly, and he's like, I'm a legit businessman now.
Yeah.
I run this casino.
He's definitely he's maybe got a bit more money now. He's a bit more legit, as you said. Why wouldn't he be happy?
He's got a goatee,
Yeah, nice
feeling more
suit,
confident to grow a
everything.
goatee.
Yeah.
I think he was just building to be Hagrid, right? So in the last film, he was clean shaven. This one, the goatee. So next time, full beard with Hagrid.
Oh, that would have been good. If only he didn't. Well, yeah.
Sad times. So, yeah, so Bond, out of his pocket, gets part of the parachute that he got from, and this is when he says Powerhawk with a straight face. And I think it's the
Yes.
first time you hear it. It's like, I got this logo from the parachute of a Powerhawk. So Koshi's like, interesting. So,
Trying to hold back a laugh, I'm sure.
yeah. So Bond is saying that Renard is... So, yeah, on the parachute, he got a logo. And they're saying that Renard is behind this. He was behind the attack. So Sikorsky then says, well, we should probably go and have a drink. So we cut to them kind of talking about Renard. Valentine kind of gives some background on Renard and talking about how he was cut from the KGB after something in Afghan or something like that. Again, it's another ex-KGB guy. It's like, they really couldn't get away from it.
No,
the KGB.
they really couldn't.
But yeah, I don't think there's that many details really given. At this point, they see on the camera that Elektra enters the casino. And Bond approaches Elektra and says, you should go. I'll take you home. And she talks about not being scared. She's not afraid. So that's kind of why she's here. So Valentine like greets her and is all friendly and saying, oh, your father, Robert King, he had a credit line to this casino. And I think he said like there was $1 million. So as a respectable man now, I will honor that. So escorts them to a private room at the back. And she's saying that she wants to play one card draw for the $1 million, which is just, she's going to get a card. He's going to get a card. Whoever has the highest card wins. So Bond straight away says, bury the top 3 cards. So they look around a bit nervously. Then they take the top 3 cards and put them at the bottom of the pile. And then she's still saying like there's no point in living if you can't feel alive, which is her like explanation to why she's doing all this and betting so much money on such a simple game. So Elektra pulls out a card or draws a card, shows Bond that card, and it's the Queen of Hearts. And then Sikorsky gets his card and he shows it and it's the Ace of Clubs. So he's like, thank you very much. Takes the money because there is like a piece of paper that has the money on there. And yeah, they leave. And then Bond is I think uses the analogy saying, oh, this game you're playing is one that I can't afford to play. And yeah, I mean, I really like that Sikorsky's back. I think I might like him more in this film than the last one because they kind of stick with him a little bit. But yeah, it was just really nice to see him back and seeing him be so happy as well.
It's nice to see people happy. Yeah.
Is that a no? Did you mean no when you said yeah?
No. I think he definitely, it's just like, he's a very different character in this, isn't he?
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
Before he was still comedic, but I think there was also still a bit of this is someone that Bond has dealt with in the past, and he actually is still a bit dangerous. Whereas now is, as you say, they're very chummy with each other. And I think it's just, yeah, I don't dislike either one. I think that both work for different ways. I think it's nice that you are getting some characters come back and a little bit of consistency with this iteration of Bond. It's not a different. Imagine if it was a different Zukovsky.
Oh, no, that. Yeah, we can't do that again.
No more of that. So it is still Robbie Coltrane. The only thing I don't like, and I do like how he does come back later in the film. I'm glad they didn't just have this where they use him purely as a little bit of KGB exposition and like, oh, what does this mean? Or where do I go for this character? And then if that was all we would have saw of him, I would have been a bit upset. But at least he does come back.
That's what I like about it, yeah. Like, they make him a core part of the film. It starts with this, which is, for this scene, is more just like a nice throwback. But he almost feels the quarrel, like, role, right? The Karen Bay role. He is Bond's ally who gives him information and helps him out. And I think, yeah, Robbie Coltrane and this character really fits that super well. So I don't see him so much as like, oh, that guy from GoldenEye's back. I see him as like, yeah, that guy from GoldenEye's back. But he's fitting that ally role. And I think that works really well, especially because he is just kind of a likable actor and guy.
Really is, yeah.
But Elektra doing her thing, I don't really have much to say about it. It just ties into what I think about Elektra. It's all a bit silly. I didn't really feel any tension with this at all, or feel anything with Elektra. I don't think it really adds anything to a character, and just thought it was a bit nothing. So it was, I guess, nice being back in a casino, but I don't have much to really say about Elektra and what she's doing here.
Well, I guess watching this for the first time, or at least, at this point in the film, you're just seeing this and thinking, oh, she's acting very stupid, very impulsive, and she's kind of a bit crazy in a way, maybe, or he doesn't know what she's doing. Whereas later on in the film, you actually learn that this is a part of the plot, and there was something more to this. So it doesn't really work in this setting the first time we see it, because it's just boring. It's it's just a card. So I'm not saying they have to have a whole long drawn out dramatic game of Baccarat again or something, but if they're going to have this scene, which is really properly explained, albeit very quickly later on, then it kind of just leaves this feeling a bit empty.
Yeah,
it's like
I think
they kind of retroactively made it work, whereas when you're actually watching it, it doesn't.
Yeah, I think this makes me think of GoldenEye, how GoldenEye was very good at making things like dual purpose, where it would be like a cool scene in itself, but it's also setting up something later. The World Is Not Enough attempts that, but instead of being like on paper it's dual purpose, but it always fails one of them.
Yeah, that's it.
It gets too bogged down in the plot, where it doesn't really have stuff kind of stand out and be cool by itself. So you get these very segmented, here's the cool ski scene, and here's the casino scene, but there's nothing really all that good about it. But it kind of has to be here for the plot. So it just doesn't work. It just doesn't quite come together. And I've just realized we haven't really talked about the X-ray specs that much. I don't know if we should really, because they're a bit bad.
I just wish they weren't purple, is my main thing.
Is that the problem? Yeah.
That's the main problem I have with them. Bond just looks bad with them on. Bond can look bad, I suppose, at times. There's numerous points in this film where he doesn't look great, just in terms of facial expressions as well. And he's already been soaked in the pre-title sequence. But yeah, just make them. Why do they have to be purple? Was that fashion then? Trying to be like Anastasia?
Because Q looks good in purple, and they knew he was going to wear them.
But Bond just copies everything Q does. Yeah, as a role model. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, all right, I'll accept that then.
I won't go too much into these X-ray specs, but to me, this ties into this reminds me of when Roger Moore was zooming in on that woman's chest in, was it Octopussy that happened?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, it's the same thing. That's just straight up pervert Bond, and that stuff. There's a line that they have to toe with Bond of being a ladies' man and charming and into women and stuff, and just straight up being a creep. And this one is this is more Roger Moore zooming into the chest being a big old creep than it is kind of charming and funny. So it doesn't get me annoyed or anything, but yeah, not very good.
Yeah, agreed.
So after the casino scene, we then go to the head of security, the guy we saw before. What was his name again?
Davidov. David, isn't that a fragrance for men, Davidov?
I was going to say, is that like a washing detergent?
I think it's Davidov. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So he and somebody else is in the woods at night, and there's a load of fire kind of burning nearby, and we see, I think one of them has a gun, I want to say, or there's somebody else with a gun who's also there, and Renard steps out from behind the tree. So he's inside this tree where there's all this fire, and he steps out of it. So we know it's Renard because we saw his face before in Scotland. So you're straight away like, oh, that's Renard. And he starts talking about the Devil's Breath. They're at the Devil's Breath, where it's a Hindu holy place, and lots of people come over here to see the fires that never die. And he then picks up a scalding hot rock, and it burns his hand, but he doesn't react to it. He just kind of looks at it because he can't feel pain due to the bullet. And as he's holding this rock, he then asks the head of security, what happened? What happened here? And he kind of says that it went wrong. It's because they were trying to kill Bond, I guess. This is supposed to be them talking about the Powerhawks and saying, oh, we failed. So the other man that's with them says oh, this is a terrible idea. We should scratch the mission. We shouldn't do this anymore. We shouldn't do this at all because of what's happened and things have gone wrong. So Renard picks up the Scalding Rock. He goes over to the head of security and then like, yes, he is saying like, yes, this is your plan, so you need to be punished. So he like puts the rock in the guy's hand and is burning it. But he then makes the man with a gun say, he's like, shoot him as punishment. So he shoots the other guy, the one that says we should scratch the mission. And then he explains to the head of security that you're going to replace him and the plan is going ahead. And so this is our introduction to Renard, and it's really tricky with this because I just want to say this is really stupid and I don't like it. But I think with Bond, that's kind of not the point sometimes, because you can say the same thing about other Bond villains and moments and say, that's really stupid. It's awesome. So the thing I want to figure out in my head is about why is this stupid and it's bad. And I think a lot of it comes from the setting is bad. Like, I guess it's the idea of the devil's breath, but it's so silly that they would meet at this holy place and having Renard saying like, oh, it's a holy place, the fire that never goes out. It's too much. It's too set up. And also just Renard and the guy's acting is just no intimidation factor there. And I think that's what it comes down to with villains for me, trying to reduce down the formula a bit. They either need to be fun or intimidating, and the best ones are both.
Yeah.
So Sanchez is intimidating, but he can also be kind of fun in an odd way. But you can have
iguana. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the iguana and stuff. Like, he can have those moments and be quite charming as well. So you need to be fun or imitating or both. And you can have a great villain that's just one, but you kind of need to. That's what you need. But he's neither. And I don't think they were trying to be fun with this guy. And he just is not intimidating in the slightest. And because you have this kind of more exaggerated scene where they're in this woods, it just all completely collapses in on himself. Where unlike the Edit Carver stuff where you're having fun, I think this just all comes across as really, really, really lame.
I'm mixed on this too. Pretty much for the same reasons you're saying. I think, yeah, the whole Devil's Breath flames everywhere. It's very Hollywood. It's very kind of just a set. And I think they did that mainly because it's like, oh, yeah, actually, maybe this guy could be scary. Well, he isn't as scary as we need him to be. Let's put some fire around him. Add loads of flames. Because I would say, so Robert Carlyle is the actor that plays Renard. I'd say he was more intimidating in Trainspotting with his natural Scottish accent. I think they should have made Renard Scottish. I think that would have been way better.
Oh, he was crazy, wasn't he? Was he the crazy person?
Yeah, he was the crazy one in that film, and he was actually crazy and kind of scary. So yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think he has any sort of kind of menace here in this film and in this scene. But I have to give the film credit that they've set up this character who has got a bullet in his brain and it's taking over it and ruining, like stopping his senses. When you're going to have such a schlocky setup as that, you have to stick to it. You have to go for it. And at least they do that from the get-go. They're like, all right, we're going to have him in this location because there's going to be hot rocks and he's going to pick up the hot rocks and it's not going to feel anything. And he's going to use that as a punishment. Like, at least they use that here because they don't. What happens with his characters is it doesn't really carry on that way. I think by the end he just becomes a pretty standard, boring man. So yeah, I think it's okay, but it's definitely a lot that I don't like about this either.
Yeah, Slocky is fine. I think there's an art to it. There's an art to the slog, and they just get the balance wrong here. And it might be because of the way he talks. I think the actor's bad, honestly. As you say, this is a famous actor. He's been in a lot of great stuff, but here it's just so miscast. Where he's like talking very slow and softly, and you're supposed to kind of buy it. And let's go back to the hot air balloon scene where the woman's like, "You can't protect me, not from him," and blows herself up. And then this is the guy, old, half an eyelid down, holding hot rocks. I'm like, that's your dude. It just doesn't match. It's like they're just mashing these cliches of Bond villains, expecting it to work without really kind of developing it in a way so it does work. And I think, as you say, a more psychotic, bigger, louder presence that this guy has done in other films probably would have worked a lot better. But instead we get very slow and somber, being like, why did this go wrong? And oh, the devil's breath, it burns forever. It's like, what are you on about?
Yeah, he's actually quite mopey for a lot of the film, isn't he? To be honest with you.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. I would prefer someone who I can't feel pain, so I'm nuts. Let's go out with a bang. But instead, it's like I can't feel pain, so I'm gonna sit around and be mopey about it. It's like no. So wrong for this actor.
Yeah, that's it. He needed to be more like Stamper, or he just gets stabbed and it's nothing. There you go. He did
just
look
smiles.
Crazy. Just smiles. Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah. I don't want to go on too much about Renard, but I will say I think he's the worst villain. Although there's like a big caveat with that about him being the villain.
Of all villains?
I think it's the worst, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I haven't really thought about that, but that's a bold statement there.
Up to now, anyway, I feel like the next film might run past him.
Yeah.
Right, with flying colours, make it and be the worst one. But I think even like For Your Eyes Only and Octopussy, there was a little bit more going on, a little bit more interesting. This one just, I feel like, falls so flat on its own face with what they were trying to do that I just didn't. Like Renard, I don't really like Elektra, I'll just say it. And I think Renard kind of gets weakened by her and where it goes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? They sort of have to share the villain role for at least the second half of this film. So maybe that was one of the effects of Renard is kind of weaker because he's basically playing half of that role for the film.
Yes. So with Renard doing his city fire stuff or whatever, we go back to Elektra's house. So now it's at night. And we see Bond and Elektra are in bed together. So I guess Bond did stay. I don't bloody know. I don't know.
Yeah.
And they're together, naked in bed and kissing. And she points out about his sore shoulder. And there's like some ice chewing as they're kissing. And we keep like, this film does this a lot where it just likes to fade to like the same scene that it's already in. And that happens here. Where it's just like they were kissing and chewing ice, and then it just fades to a different shot of them in bed.
Yeah. You see all the champagne on the floor and the clothes everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, it's really awkward editing. So it fades to himself, and Bond asks her, how did you survive when you were captured? Like, how did that happen? And she says how I seduced the guards, and I used my body, and eventually I was able to get a gun, and I was able to escape that way. And then... I want to make sure I get this line right. What the hell did I write?
Is it Bond's response when she says, how do you survive? Yeah. Yeah. And he says, is it, I take great pleasure in beauty or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's like, Bond's like, how do you survive in general? And then she's like, how do you survive? And he's like, I take pleasure in great beauty. It's like, what are you on about?
I don't know. I guess it's just him sidestepping, but it's kind of strange.
I think it's supposed to be like a compliment to her, saying like moments like this and you're so bootylicious, or that's how I survive.
Oh, that's the deleted scene.
Yeah, that's the original line. They had to do reshoots.
Bootylicious. I've not heard that word in so many years. Oh my God.
Yeah.
We really are in the 90s here.
Oh yes, all in. But yeah, that's kind of that, really. They're now slept together, which to me, the idea of them sleeping together makes sense because it's a Bond film and she's somewhat the Bond girl at this point in time, but it's more just kind of a bit awkward dialogue. I have all the same things to say about the other one as I do for this one. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate they are spending time on this and having them go back and forth, but it doesn't mean what's happening here is work, and the awkward editing just doesn't help in the slightest.
Yeah, I just don't really feel like this moment was earned. As you say, they've got to get together at some point. It's the Bond film. It's needed for the plot. But we've discussed the scenes where this has tried to been put across that Bond is falling for her. But I just didn't get it. And I suppose, when was the last time we saw them? It was them in the casino. Like, they just, I don't know. I think that's why it just sort of seems lazy. Just like, oh, we need to get them together now.
Yeah, that's right. So. It was the casino scene, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh God, that's so stupid. Then I didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, that sucks. Thumbs down.
Anyway, well, we get to move on from that because we see it's now kind of the middle of the night. Elektra is alone in the bed. because Bond has snuck out and he's left to go investigate, I guess, the house and the grounds around and try and find out more about Elektra and use this as an opportunity to find out more. So he ends up kind of outside in this little sort of outside office bungalow bit. There's all these guards walking around that he avoids, and it's locked. So he uses his trusty Visa.
Yeah,
Visa,
very clearly Visa card.
Visa credit card, and he kind of pulls back the top bit, and this little key flips out of it, and uses that to break into the office. And I think that the key even makes like a little noise, because of course every gadget has to make a noise, so it makes like a little beep or something. But yeah, he starts to look around this office and around all the drawers and the paperwork, trying to find some clues. And as he does so, Davidoff comes back from his meeting with Renard in that fiery place, the Devil's Breath, and parks his car and comes into the office that Bond is in. So Bond sneaks out. I guess he goes through the window.
They don't show it at all.
Yeah, I guess
they
he goes
just
out through the
cut
window.
to like, oh no, the guys walked into the office and turned on the light, and they just cut to Bond outside. So
Yeah,
he's fine.
Yeah, because now Bond is outside and at the car that Davidoff drove in on. So he's kind of looking around there. He's got his little torch ready. And as he's doing this, he's looking through back into the office he just was, and there's Davidoff, and he's clearly preparing himself to take disguise as the Doctor we saw. So he's taking a photo of himself and getting dressed or something, I don't know. And yeah, so Bond is there with his torch. He opens up the trunk of the car, or the boot. I don't know why. I guess it is a bit. I'm going to say boot. I guess it is American here, but still. Anyway, yeah, and inside is Arkov. That's the name of the Doctor. Dr. Arkov. His dead body's in there.
Yeah, that was the man that was shot before.
That was the man that was shot before, yeah. So they've stuffed him in the boot. And Davidoff comes back out the office, gets back into the car. We don't really see what's happened to Bond. Davidoff just is driving out. And we see him drive to a very small airstrip, or at least outside of it anyway, where a plane is taxiing in the background, ready for him. So he comes out, opens the boot to, I guess, deal with Arkov. And what do you know? He looks in there, and it's actually Bond. Bond has taken his place. And as he opens and pulls back this cloth that Bond was hiding behind, you get this little musical cue, and you get a great kick to the face. It's honestly so smooth. Might be one of my favourite parts of the film. It's just this one kick. It's such a great kick reaction shot. I can't praise it enough. That sounds stupid, but it really is very good. Very funny. It's more funny than it has any right to be. But yeah, Bond just shoots Davidoff, steals his ID card that he was wearing, that he was just making, and throws his body in a dumpster. Very, very glamorous end to that character. And as he's dealing with that, one of the plane crew comes and meets him and says, "Are you ready?" They were expecting Davidoff, but Bond is there instead. I think he has a quip here, but I really can't remember what it was.
It says the man was buried with work.
Buried with work.
Even though he didn't get buried. But
yeah, hang on a moment.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute. So yeah, Bond's boarding the plane instead. He grabs a suitcase.
If he said, okay, sorry, did you say he went in a skip?
He did.
Then you could have said he had to skip it, right? Like that's the obvious one.
He had to take a dump. No,
no, wait.
Bond wouldn't say that.
I don't think so, no.
So anyway, Bond is boarding the plane instead. He grabs a suitcase from the car, and outside the plane, they say like, "Hey, have you got the goods?" or "They've got the grease." And Bond shakes the bag he's got. It's kind of a duffel bag, and it's some trainers. So I guess that was how he was sort of paying off these people on the plane. With some nice new, I don't know if that was a product placement. Were they Nike or Adidas?
I can't remember the shoe names, but they do show them again.
Yeah,
on the plane.
They probably were. So yeah, because you see it cuts to them inside the plane, and they're all wearing them. So very easily bought, clearly. And in the plane, the main guy comes and says to Bond, "They're nearly there. Like they're 10 minutes out. So go get ready. Go put on your uniform." So Bond goes into the bathroom and finishes off his disguise as Dr. Arkov, kind of cutting out a photo of him and putting it on the ID and stuff.
So I don't have a massive amount to say about this scene. It's pretty entertaining. It's a nice balance of it's taking place at night, so it's all very spy-y and Bond pretending to be someone. That's all good stuff. But despite the criticisms, I was actually quite enjoying this film at this point. I was quite into it. I wasn't like, oh, this is one of the best ones. But so far, it was pretty solid for me. It was a decent amount of variety. I think Bond, it was all just kind of solid. Nothing amazing, but all kind of solid. So I'm just setting that up for later, because at this point in time I was like, oh, I might have to rank this quite high. But that's not how it ends.
Yeah, I didn't mind the scene either. It's a lot of kind of visual stuff at first as well, and you're getting a bit of Bond sleuthing around, and not just, he does shoot people, but not just shooting people willy-nilly, and actually working out stuff. And it's always nice to see Bond kind of getting into a disguise for something. So yeah, it is quite plain, pun intended, but it does what it needs to. It's good enough.
Yep.
So yeah, they arrive in Kazakhstan. We see them
A
in
new
Kazakhstan.
location.
Another place. Check that off the list. And Bond is in a Jeep with all these other people from the plane. They're driving through this very sort of deserty landscape. There's just random explosions going off in the distance for some reason. I don't really know why, but yeah. And we then cut to kind of this bomb, or this very scientific thing going on where some scientists are working on a nuclear bomb or something, or taking something out of one. You don't really know what yet, but one of them says they need to go get some air. And then back with Bond, he arrives at this, it's a decommissioning site, we later find out, and he's there posing as Dr. Arkov, and he greets this kind of general-looking man, Russian general-looking man, and Bond is in a Russian accent because he's meant to be Dr. Arkov, and this other guy is Russian. They're both some pretty bad Russian accents. I don't know. I can kind of buy Bond having a bit of a schlocky accent for the purposes of the film, but this other guy sounds like Robbie Coltrane. I was like, did he dub him? It's just, yeah, anyway, it's really nothing, but it just kind of caught me off guard. And yeah, but he asked for Bond's travel documents, and kind of like, yeah, that's all good. And as they're walking away, the scientist from before is revealed. It's Christmas Jones.
Yeah.
A woman.
A woman.
She is an IDA physicist. I wrote that down because I have no clue what an IDA physicist is, but that's what she is. And the general guy is like basically ogling her, or at least saying that all the men have like, oh yeah, is she pretty, but don't try anything. She's not interested. She doesn't care about all the men around her. So yeah, getting that out very very early on to Bond. But yeah, she comes over and says like, well, she introduces her name and says no jokes, which doesn't, well, we end up getting a couple jokes about a name like Christmas Jones, because of course we do, of course. But
I do like the joke here though, where it's Bond, like she's like, yeah, Dr. Jones, Christmas Jones, don't tell the jokes, I know them all. So Bond says, I don't know any doctor jokes. I thought that was really funny.
Because Russians are really unfunny, guys. Everyone knows that, right?
Well, I don't think it's meant to be Russians are unfunny. I think the point is that like Bond is, all the jokes are meant to be about Christmas. So instead he pretends like he doesn't know that. So
it's a bit of subversion. Yeah.
I thought that was very, very British kind of joke.
But yeah, she starts to explain that she's been here cleaning up nuclear leaks or something to do with hydrogen bombs. I don't really know. She's a scientist, all right? She's a scientist. You have to believe it. The film's telling you. And she's very good at removing plutonium from bombs, which they make a point of, because that comes back later on. Makes it all the more believable when it happens, yes. But yeah, she tells Bond to head down into the mine, but is kind of immediately suspicious of him, posing as Dr. Arkov, because like, he forgets to grab a tag, and he says about, oh, is it safe? And she's like, yeah, you should know it's safe. And then the last thing she says is, she says in Russian, your English is very good. And then Bond replies, also in Russian, I studied at Oxford. So
why did it have to be Oxford? I'm surprised it wasn't Cambridge.
It was Cambridge before, wasn't it? In You Only Live Twice.
But everyone keeps saying Oxford. Like M said Oxford. Bond says Oxford. In the last film, he was at Oxford. Why?
Sponsored by Oxford.
Yeah, I guess Oxford pumped a load of money into this film, but I don't like a little bit of Oxford, sure, but I don't know why Cambridge has been completely cut out. That seems a bit harsh.
Yeah, I didn't even think about last film. It was Oxford as well. They go where the money is. But yeah, Bond heads down an elevator, down a lift into the mine, and he walks down this really long, big tunnel, this huge tunnel, all these pipes and everything along the walls, and heads into this big central room where there's these workers on sort of like a crane and stuff, and they're all working on a missile that's in the middle of this room. And would you know, Renard's there. He's up there on a little cherry picker, that's what they're called, giving them orders and supervising them. Bond spots him, obviously, and kind of cuts to Renard, and he's taken at gunpoint by Bond and pulls him over to the wall. And this is where Renard says about, you should be thankful because it was him who saved him back in Bilbao. That's when he says it. And,
Right, I see.
Because he needed Bond to be alive to deliver the money back to King. So he was all part of he was just a cog in the machine of the plan. So yeah, there's a bit of back and forth here between Renard and Bond. Bond is threatening him and with the gun, and Renard kind of taunts back that if you kill me, then if a certain phone call isn't made in 20 minutes, then Elektra will be killed. And he starts to go in about how gloating as her former lover before Bond, and kind of what happened with the kidnapping, and kind of really riling up Bond, getting under his skin. And so Bond eventually just sort of loses his temper and whacks him with the gun, and kind of knocks him out on the ground. Or doesn't knock him out, but kind of knocks him to the ground. And as he's about to kill Renard in cold blood, I can't remember the line that Bond says to set him up with this, but basically Renard says, "There's no point in living if you can't feel alive," which obviously is the same line that Elektra said, and gets Bond's attention, kind of makes her go, and
It's
say that
such
again?
a exact, like, this is another case of they really want you to notice that Bond has noticed that line. So you
Yeah.
just get this shot of him be like, huh? But like, not quite that level, but not far enough away from it.
It's not that far off, and I think there is like a little musical thing as well, like a little like a
Ba-da-ba- no.
just to make you really notice that. Yeah, you're right. It is a bit forced.
But
in
that
there,
didn't click for me that that was the same line. Maybe it's because I wasn't paying attention that much in the Elektra scene, but I had no idea why Bond was doing that, huh? And it only made sense later. So for me, I was just like, why is he? I was going her, and it's her. Just a her back and forwards. I was like, all right.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. So
I
clearly the
see.
film didn't go far enough for you.
No.
It should have paused and been like, remember, and then it rewinds and
Oh, it like dream fades. Black and white. There's no point in living if you can't feel alive.
like- the camera pans up and there's like a thought bubble of
Yeah.
Bond's heads. Okay, well, anyway, yeah. Renard says that and gets Bond's attention. So it kind of makes him pause momentarily, which gives enough time for the general. I keep calling him a general. I don't know what he is, but he looks like a general. He shows up in this mine along with Christmas Jones, and she's there with a bit of paper saying, that's not the real Dr. Arkov. Dr. Arkov is actually a 63-year-old man. And that did make me think, if only this was a Roger Moore film, this all would have worked perfectly.
He's too young. Oh, no, I messed that up. It should have been he's too old. Look how old this man is. He's clearly not young enough to be the general, to be the doctor.
Oh, but
Poor
yeah,
Roger.
so it's been so long now since Roger. We just can't leave him alone. But yeah, she's worked out that he's not actually Dr. Arkov, and the general forces Bond to drop his gun that's on Renard and release Renard. And all while this is going on, the workers are still in the background. They're still carrying out this plan. They're still loading this missile onto the thing to move it down and take it away. So as they're doing that, Bond spots one of them take out a card from the missile and put it in their breast pocket, one of these henchmen or workers' henchmen. So yeah, Renard is standing up, he's free again, and kind of walks up to Bond and taunts him a bit more, saying about you can't shoulder the weight or something like that, and some sort of pun to get him to grab his shoulder, and as a sign to know that he does have that shoulder injury. And as he goes to carry on with the missile stuff, the general says, no, stop. There's been too many new faces. There's too much of a security risk now, so that missile isn't going anywhere, which causes Renard just to start gunning down everyone along with all the men. So they just start killing the general and everyone else there, and Bond and Christmas, they kind of hide down below as Renard carries on with the plan and pushes the missile through the door, and actually starts to close the hatch as well. Like there's this massive hatch in front of it, which is starting to close. And as it's closing, Bond uses his trusty rappel watch to shoot up and kind of thrust himself really awkwardly upwards up through the door as it closes at the last second. I think this could have worked, this scene, or this little gadget action scene, because like it's not out of the realm of possibility. We've seen his watches do loads of stupid things in the past. I think it's just that they have this one shot where they show the rappel like hook in, like plant into the metal, and it just looks so tiny. It's just so pathetically small because it's from a watch. And it's like, there's lots of things I know I need to just let go and not overthink in a Bond film. But I really did not buy that watch could take Bond's weight. I'm sorry.
I thought it was fine, I suppose. I think the main thing that is odd is that we had a different version of this gadget in GoldenEye. But in GoldenEye, it was the belt. And for some reason, it's in his watch. And it seems odd that they would do something so similar, but just a little bit different 2 films later.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the belt.
Yeah, it wasn't his watch at all.
The belt does make more sense as well.
Yeah, you can believe it because it'll be longer. Like it would be a longer, more sturdier thing. But yeah, it's odd that it comes from the watch. And, we're following the Pierce Brosnan era of gadgets where, like, yes, there's the Q scene where they set up a load of gadgets, but about half of these are just stuff he kind of just has, which is fine. But yeah, I found it odd that it was so close to an older gadget. That's what I found a bit distracting.
So as Bond jumps through, at the last second, just before the door closes, he kind of does a roll and takes cover behind some sort of mine cart that's on the tracks in this tunnel section. So that gives him cover to push down and keep chasing Renard and the men. And he's got a gun from somewhere. I guess he picked one up and starts shooting some of the guards. The one that he does kill is the one that had the card in his pocket. So he grabs that. And at one point, Renard just kind of also just kills one of his own men because I guess he's fumbling around and he just gets angry with him and just shoots him. Very kind of Sanchez-esque, like we saw. So basically, Bond is working his way down the tunnel. When he gets to the end, it's just him and Renard left, and Renard is behind this bit of glass, which Bond tries to shoot, like right in their forehead, but it's bulletproof. And Renard says something whilst he's behind the glass, which is the lift. I don't think it was a very cool line because I didn't write it down. It feels like it should be a cool one-liner there. Did you write it down?
I didn't write it down at all. I was just so, just cringing and just hiding from anything with Renard in this scene. So yeah, I have no idea what he says.
Okay, well, he says something and he starts to go up on the lift. And as he goes up, he pulls a latch or a pin on a bomb that's been set underneath, and that starts to go off, which Bond spots. And so he turns around and. Whilst this has all been going on, I should say Christmas was trying to open the doors on her end in that big room. She was getting some cables and doing some zapping with them, and she eventually does get the door back open. So just in time for Bond as he swings down on this harness thing down the tunnel as the bomb goes off and like he's blasted forward, and yeah, he jumps through the door as it's closing again and blocks off the big explosion. Can you tell that I'm kind of done with the scene? Yeah. So yeah, that Bond and Christmas are fine in this central section for now. Renard is back at the top. he's now escaping on a Jeep. I guess it's the same Jeep that Bond came in on, thinking about it. And just shooting the whole site as he drives through it, like gunning everyone down, getting back onto the plane that Bond arrived in. And as everything... I don't know why everything starts exploding. I guess there's just, been a lot of explosions from that bomb, and so that's like a chain reaction now. So the whole place starts to go up. Bond and Christmas Jones get on this hydraulic lift, which would take him up to the top, and he shoots the hydraulics, which causes it to fly upwards, and you get the whole, who are you? Bond. And then it flies up, James Bond. So, they squeezed in the Bond, James Bond. I don't know. I thought they squeezed it in as well as they could for that. It was okay.
They already did the Bond, James Bond thing.
Just in this film?
Not with Christmas Jones, but he says it before to Elektra.
Oh.
The name's Bond, James Bond, when they're talking by the church.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess they need... Imagine if they did that for every single time Bond says hello to
The
everyone.
name's Bond, James Bond, hello.
Right, okay. But yeah, they reach the top and escape out of this sort of like separate hatch. Just in time to see Renard fly away in the plane and the whole site exploding. But Christmas says, "Oh, it's fine, don't worry. There's a card in the missile, like a GPS locator card, so they can track it." And then Bond obviously shows that's the thing that he got from the henchman, so they now can't track the missile, the bomb.
And then weirdly, they play wow, 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 wow over the top.
Yeah, I was expecting it at this point, actually.
So you didn't like this scene?
I didn't like this scene. No, I think it had all the elements to be interesting, I guess, but it just wasn't for me. Simply put.
I had a decent time. The thing that sinks it for me is Renard. I think he's just terrible. And there's more than one time I put the word lame in when describing the scene. There's just so many things that are lame, but I think I like the idea of Bond running through these tunnels, and I think the tunnels itself, I think it's a really good set design and potentially the best one we get in the entire film. It's very striking, and there is something about these tunnels, these massive tunnels, that really do stand out. I think it looks extremely cool. I think, again, the main problem is that it's about Bond and Renard is just such a lame villain. And I think where his lameness comes from is he's trying so hard, and I think you're meant to think he's cool and intimidating and stuff, and he just isn't. And it just means everything he says is just like, oh, you're just awful. Just stop trying. Stop trying to do this. No one's buying it. And that's kind of the worst type of villain for me. And this was just bad. But again, I still didn't really have a bad time. I think the set design is strong enough, and some of the explosion stuff is strong enough where I still had a decent time. But yeah, the lift stuff with the James Bond stuff I didn't really like, and Renard stuff I didn't really like. So I guess that's most of it, thinking about it. But I still think it's decent enough.
Yeah, the stuff you're saying totally makes sense. Apart from I did like the James Bond bit. But yeah, the set is interesting. I think I would agree with this. This is one of the more interesting parts of the film visually. I just don't know why it didn't really work. I think there's just a lot of... I think the whole bit with Bond going down the tunnel, and it all just felt... I don't know, there was no real impact to much. And then you have like the little bit with Renard behind the glass. And I do agree with you that Renard is... Lame is a good word. Lame is a perfect word for him.
I'm glad you're getting this experience, though. Let me finish. Because that feeling you're having, I think, is the same feeling I felt with a lot of the John Glenn scenes. With the way he approached it, where it's like a lot of this stuff on paper pretty good, but I'm just not feeling any of it. And that's what I got from a lot of John Glenn stuff.
I think that's a lot of the majority of this film is that on paper it all looks pretty good.
Yeah.
But maybe it was just, I don't know, maybe it was just a bad day watching it, but nothing really hit home for me very well.
But I think this ties into what I was alluding to at the beginning when we were talking about the director, old Michael.
Yeah.
Where he was a safe pair of hands. Where he directed, 24 episodes of Coronation Street, I'm reading.
Oh, hello.
In 1967.
Oh, great episodes. I remember them.
Oh, bangers. The best year for The Street, I think.
Yeah. Surely that must have been when it started. 1967.
I know.
God.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at, and I think you're feeling it with this scene and other scenes before as well, and later scenes where he's a very experienced director. He had been directing since the 60s. He was gone into films in the 70s, and yeah, he hadn't done a ton of different films that were similar to this, but although that seems to be their MO when they hire directors for some reason. Should we hire someone who's really experienced and like cool action? Nah. We'll get someone who directed Coronation Street, or we'll get the guy that directed Stop, My Mum Will Shoot.
Oh my god!
Like,
I looked up that poster, by the way, after you said about it. It's bad. Yeah,
it's something.
It really is.
And I think, and this guy directed Gorillas in the Mist.
Gorillas in the Mist. Wow.
Yeah, so it's a safe pair of hands. It's an experienced director who can just deliver on the film, but there's always another side to that where it just kind of lacks style of real proper kind of identity. And I think that's what you get for so much of this film. For me, it doesn't really sink the film as much as I thought it would. It's not great, but I think it is this director that kind of isn't really able to bring out something that you can kind of connect with and identify with these scenes. And, you know, again, we don't know enough about directing a film and scene shots and the way they're put together, but obviously the way he puts it together doesn't bring out the excitement or the tension in the same way that like Martin Campbell was able to do with GoldenEye. And I think it kind of, the fact that the plot is somewhat confusing as well, and the film is a decent length, it's 128 minutes long, so we're back to the longer lengths again, really does kind of hurt the film in a lot of ways. And I think you do feel it with this scene in particular.
That is it. I actually wrote this at the end of my notes, kind of summarizing the whole film, but I'm going to say it now because you're basically hitting the nail on the head for me, is that this film, thus far and going forward, it's strangely bland. Strangely bland is how I put it, because I think I should be liking it more, but it just wasn't working. So that's a shame.
Yeah. And shall we talk about Christmas Jones later? Should we put a pin in that?
Please do. No,
okay,
I will just quickly say now that there is, whenever I read about this film, there is always so much attention put on Christmas Jones, and specifically the actress that plays her, which is, oh crap, I wrote down her name. I can't remember her name. But anyway, yeah, very, very glamorous, beautiful Hollywood actress. And it's like, oh, she's playing a physicist. And I never really bought that as the thing to really rag on, is like, she's playing a physicist, because like, well, if she was written well, then you would buy it. It's not because of the actress, it's because she was just written terribly.
I agree, the actress is totally fine.
Just
it
fine.
almost seems like sexist looking back on it. Like,
Yeah.
whoa, a beautiful woman couldn't be smart. It's like, what? Like that's kind of what they're saying.
Yeah, it's Denise
And
Richards,
that-
by the way. That was the actress.
Oh, Denise Richards, I see. But yes, that almost seems worse, where that feels like of the time in the 90s, you couldn't have someone attractive. Again, the film doesn't do it any favors, like you say, with that scene where the guy's like, look at the beautiful woman, but no, she doesn't like men. And she's like, she's wearing like what Lara Croft would wear.
Yeah, she really is.
Like
yeah.
shorts and a tight top. So yeah, they don't help themselves. But yeah, almost that sort of stuff feels dated in its own way, that criticism. Because I
Yeah.
didn't really think about that stuff that much. It doesn't come up that much, apart from that one scene at the beginning.
There's a few bits later on towards the end I think is just bad. But yeah, I honestly don't think the actress is at fault here. I think she did as well as she could with the dialogue she was given.
Yeah, agreed. So this leads to M in Scotland. We go back with M and Tanner, and they're kind of looking at a map, and they're saying, oh, where could have Renard gone? Because they know he got off in a plane. So at the very end of that last scene, they actually, Bond and Jones sees a plane go flying off. So they're trying to figure out where he could have gone. So Moneypenny comes into the room as M and Tanner are discussing this and says, Elektra is calling. And they bring up the video feed, and this always looked really stupid because like it comes up on the video feed, but rather than just being in the middle of the room, there's like two separate screens that shows the exact same thing of Elektra's face.
I love how that annoys you.
Just like, why? It's so unnecessary.
Isn't it because there's like a shield or something in the middle? They can't move the shield.
Yeah, but why have it twice?
I don't know.
I guess symmetry, but
yeah,
it's
need
like,
balance.
so Yeah, so she's saying like, oh, Bond has disappeared, my head of security has been murdered, and asks, M, can you come? Because I think M is saying, I'll send someone right away, but she's like, oh no, I need you to come. And M agrees. So we then go to Elektra, who's on her laptop in her house, and she hears some creaking and somebody's moving around in her house. So she looks around and is a bit nervous, and we see Bond enter, and Bond has knocked out her guard and comes in, and Bond straight away starts saying like, there's no point in living if you can't feel alive. And she's like, cool. But
I love the way he says that line as well. It's like, there's no point in living if you can't feel alive.
Yeah. Oh, I would. That just made me think about the GoldenEye stuff where Pierce Brosnan was having fun with some of these lines and how much I wish they gave him some more fun lines, because he just doesn't have any in this film.
Yeah.
To the point where he's doing this, where he has to emote weirdly about this line, which is something he does so well, but he just doesn't get that chance.
Yeah.
Sad. So yeah, so he's all mad and getting mad, and he says to her like, Renard knew about or said the same line that you said. You said that same line, and Renard said that same line. He also says that Renard knew about his shoulder. Like, how could he possibly know about my shoulder and where exactly to make, squeeze to make me feel it? And tells her to drop the act. And he starts then talking about Stockholm Syndrome, and explains that Stockholm Syndrome is where a captive falls in love with the captor, so accuses her of having Stockholm Syndrome for Renard when she was captured. And she gets very upset about this. She says that that Renard disgusts her, I think, and is very upset, and is then saying, you used me as bait, which is that stupid bait word again. It's like, you used me as bait, and I'm going to say this now because this is when I wrote it down. Her acting is awful in this scene. Like, I just don't buy it in the slightest. Like, yeah, there's double layers here where the point is that the character is supposed to be acting, but it just comes across as so bad. Like, such bad line delivery, not really that good lines. And this is really the beginning of the end for this character for me. This is when I was like,
oh, really?
This is when I just stopped liking her. The hammer doesn't, or the nail doesn't get hammered until later, but I thought this scene was so badly acted. I was just like, oh, I wasn't even mad. I was just like, oh, that's bad. That's terrible. Oh, she doesn't pull this off at all.
Oh, that's interesting, because I would actually say the opposite. I'd say this is where the character actually does start working for me.
Okay.
Yeah, where we actually then start to get the more, well, the other end of the character, like in terms of the more villainous side of it. But that's interesting you say that.
But I'm guessing you're more interested in the concept, right? And the ideas here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't actually speak for her specific acting, but I think you're right. I'm more interested in that they're trying something different with this Bond girl villain role.
Yeah, because I would agree with that. The concept and the ideas are still pretty good and pretty interesting, and this is where they kind of start steering more into that. But the acting just completely sunk this scene. She is so bad that it was enough to distract me from it. But I agree with you. The concept and this Bond accusing her of working with Renard and Stockholm Syndrome and saying that's all pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, totally.
So she gets a phone call and takes the call, and she's told that there's 10 dead men at one of the pipelines. And she tells Bond that M is coming to take charge. M is heading here. So we then cut to like an airfield where Dr. Jones is there, and I think Bond is around, I would say, and we see M arriving at the location in a helicopter, and M smiles at Elektra and greets her, and they greet each other, and Bond is still hanging around. There's quite a lot of characters at this point, and they go into another like big MI6 style room where it's a lot of computers and a big screen. But Bond and M go into a separate office nearby to talk, and Bond gives M the locator card. So this is the card that was on the bomb that was supposed to be used as the GPS to track where it would go. So Bond says, here you go, like, we can't find the bomb because here's the locator card. So gives that over, and Bond tells her that you shouldn't be here. Like, M shouldn't have come. But M responds by saying, well, you shouldn't have left her alone, because Bond disappeared, and M asked Bond to protect Elektra. But Bond then goes into his theory about Elektra, saying, well, we know somebody close to Robert King is the one who swapped out the pin. So Elektra could have been that person, of which I don't think we get a lot of reaction from M. She kind of like doesn't really buy into it. But at this point, we see the pipeline. So they're looking at a big screen of the pipeline and the oil pipeline that is being built. And one of the parts is flashing red. And I think I got the name wrong, but I heard that it was a rig that was inside the pipe.
What, that thing on the screen that's flashing?
No, the thing that's flashing, because there are the things that go fast inside the pipe.
Yeah.
I thought they were saying rig.
What, like the thing that they eventually ride on?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I don't know why it starts flashing in the first place, to be honest with you. It just does.
Well, I think it's out of control, I'm assuming. But I just want to see if I'm going to have to look this up, because I don't know why we call it... a pig.
Oh, a pig. Actually, that makes sense, because that's what they called it in The Living Daylights. When they
the thing that the...
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's Kuskov.
Kuskov, yeah.
Kuskov, yeah. Oh, pipeline inspection pig. But they just say pig a lot. I thought they were saying rig, but I guess it's pig. But how in the hell are you supposed to know what a pig is? Relative to an oil pipeline.
You're meant to have watched The Living Daylights very recently.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Which, we did. Oh.
Uh-oh.
So they see that something's flashing red and there's something going wrong with one of the pigs inside. And Bond is saying, and Dr. Jones is there, of course, for no reason. Bond is saying, oh, there's a bomb in the pipeline and it's on one of these pigs. And then Elektra, I hate this line, turns to Bond and says, do you believe me now, Bond? It's like,
Just shut up, will you?
Yeah, just give her a slap or something.
Oh my God.
I'll leave it for now, but I hate that line. I hate it. So the bomb is heading towards the oil supply for the west. So there's a lot of mumbo jumbo here, but the general idea is that if this bomb on this pig that is shooting through the pipeline, if it reaches the end of the pipe, it will blow up. It's a nuclear bomb, because we know it's the plutonium that they stole before from the base. It's what Renard stole. So Renard has put the bomb on the pipeline. If that reaches the end, it will completely destroy like all the oil reserves of this pipe or something, and it will completely cut off all oil to the west. So it's very bad. So Bond grabs Charles, or Robinson. Is it Robinson. And Dr. Jones, and they go to the pipeline. They all get in a helicopter. They fly off, and then they find a point in the pipe where they can get onto a different pig and ride that to catch up with the one. Well, actually, no, I think they actually go ahead of it. So they go ahead of this pig that's traveling through the pipe, get on their own one, and then they start going forward. So they're shooting forward and back at, well, I don't think it is MI6, but back at the base where M is and Elektra is, they can see these two circles. So one of the circles is the bomb, and the other circle is Bond and Dr. Jones. The reason why Dr. Jones is there is because she's a nuclear physicist, so she can defuse the bomb. So that's the general plan. Bond and her are going to defuse this bomb. So they're going quite quick. They have to go faster and faster. I wasn't too sure exactly what was happening because I didn't realize they were ahead of it. And the whole point is that they're trying to go quick enough so when the bomb catches up to them, it's not a big impact. Didn't quite pick up on that until the end.
Oh.
But that's what's happening. So as they're going along, we cut back to M, and M is saying to Elektra, like, Bond is the best we have. Not that I would ever tell him that. I'm like, oh, perfect. I love that line.
I mean, terrible workplace behavior, but it makes sense for M.
Yeah, very toxic as a boss, as a line manager. You've just left this on my on my evaluation. You just left positives blank. Well, I would never tell you.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah. But I love that. Again, I always enjoy those small little character moments, and I totally buy that. M would be like, well, I have a massive amount of respect for Bond and think he's amazing. I'd never tell him that.
Yeah, I only give it away with a few, a little look here or there, a little glint in my eye. I can't say it outright. No.
I wait till he leaves and then I smile.
Yeah.
And he never knows I do that, but it helps me anyway. Yeah. So
Is this M in counselling or something? Like what?
it might be. Yeah. Elektra brings it out of her, I guess. So the rigs eventually, or the pigs, sorry, do collide and they get like caught together. So Bond and Jones, or Dr. Jones, climb across onto it, but the controls have been jammed. They can't stop it. Oh no!
Oh no!
So Jones then starts to try to defuse the bomb, and Bond sees that the screw heads on this bomb has been like removed. And then we get some product placement here. Did you spot the product placement?
Oh, is it the little gadget that she's using? Is it like a Sony one or something?
No. So there's the countdown on the bomb,
Right.
but like in the bottom right, there's like a Windows Me logo.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah, I think it was Windows Me Millennium Edition. But it was definitely Windows, and I think it was said Me. And I was like, another throwback.
Oh, so that's where they got the $130 million budget
Yeah,
from.
it's another sponsor, as you
Windows,
say. Big
yeah,
budget,
Microsoft.
lots of sponsors. But
Blimey.
yeah, I just saw that. I was like, oh man, that brings me back. Because I had a PC that was Windows Me. It was very strange.
Really? I only remember XP as my first one.
Well, Me
Oh
was...
no,
It
98.
was, 98, and then it was Me, and then I guess then it was XP?
Oh, okay.
But we're
It was
getting
like
off topic.
2000s-ish. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we're getting off topic. So Jones says that the explosion, some of the explosions or the plutonium, whatever, some of that stuff has been removed. So there's just not actually that much explosives in this bomb. So she's saying this wouldn't cause a nuclear explosion at all. Although if we stay here, it will blow us up and kill us. So there'll be an explosion, but it'll be a very small one. So Bond then like jabs the pigs with a knife to separate them. So that gets separated, and then he orders her to jump, so they both jump off the pig, and the bomb blows off. Blows off? Goes off. Which cuts off a big chunk of the pipe, and we go back to M and everyone, and they're saying it wasn't nuclear, the bomb must have been a dud, so, a little bit of a false alarm, but M is very shocked, because on their screens, they saw the two pigs being tied together and explode, so she's thinking Bond is dead. And at this point, Elektra's like, I have a gift for you. And M's like, not really the time.
Come on now.
Yeah, he was my best agent. Not that I would ever tell him that. So I'm a bit sad about this. Not that I would ever tell him I was sad about it. But Elektra's insistent, and M opens up this little box, and it's the pin.
Oh.
Remember the pin?
No? Oh, wait, yeah.
No. So this is the pin, Robert King, her father's pin that she swapped out. And Elektra's guards inside there kills the operators and takes over. And Elektra then taunts M about Bond being dead. And M rightfully gives her a good old slap. So she's
Good old
now
slap.
fully revealed herself in true villain fashion as being the one behind this all. And I guess there's two sides to this, right? I like the Bond kind of pipe stuff. It's something a little bit different, and I still think there was a decent amount of tension here, not the most interesting. And I like the little character moments from M here. I feel like M was a little bit wasted in the last film, and they do bring her a little bit more in front or more involved, which is good. Maybe they don't go far enough, but that's up for debate. But I don't like the Elektra stuff. Sucks. I just don't think she can pull this off in the slightest. And again, the whole line about like, do you believe me now? And I guess this ties into my general problem with her, is that she comes across as very bratty, very much like a teenager. And I think some of it is the writing, and I think some of it is also the actress as well. So when she goes full evil, this should have been quite a cool scene. I just think it just falls flat on its face. I don't buy her fake acting. And when she goes evil, it's like, I just didn't like it. But I will, echo what you said previously before. Again, concept-wise, it's all pretty solid. I just think the writing of this character and the way she is portrayed completely ruins her for me, and I couldn't get into this at all.
Yeah. I mean, I know I just said that this is where I started liking the character, but you're right. This is a little bit, this reveal of her being evil, it's a little bit hammy. Like, she does go a bit too villainous from the get go, like haha. And I think it kind of, yeah, when you say bratty, that is it. I would have liked to have seen her maybe being a bit more intelligent with how she reveals this to M, or at least, or maybe just changing the scene entirely to have this in a slightly different setup, because I think it is very much like a kind of like no, here's the pin, like I got
Yeah.
you sort of thing. And yeah, I do think the character probably deserved a little bit better in terms of the big moment to kind of reveal her true nature. But yeah, that is what it is. I will say I agree with you with the pipe stuff as well. I said I didn't really like the ski scene. I didn't really like the mine scene. I don't really like the scene coming up with the caviar stuff. This scene, as simple as it is, I think this is actually one of the better action scenes in this film. And I think it's better than it has any right to be, because it's in this really cramped setting. Obviously, you're in a pipe and they're on these really fast pigs, and there is CGI involved here, obviously, with the background is CGI and everything. But they do it in such a clever way that I think it actually looks really good. Like it really sells it like they are actually in a pipe, which is kind of crazy considering the other stuff that they do. I mean, saying about the terrible CGI helicopters. Admittedly, I miss them, but they do some CGI well, and I think this is a sign of it.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was all really solid, all very interesting. It's something very different, and yeah, they sell the sense of speed a lot better than maybe they have any right to be. And it is the old back and forth with what we've seen before with Pierce Brosnan, where people or MI6 are like in the control room observing stuff, and I quite like that trope. I don't know if it always works, but I think it works quite well for them looking at the pipe and having the ending be that Bond blows up. And now we straight away know he's fine because we see it. But having M see that's pretty cool. That's pretty out there. And then also have the reveal towards M. I think the M stuff is strong, and I think Judi Dench plays it well. It's just Elektra is, as you say, a bit too hammy. I would have liked if they used the pin in a more interesting way. Like if she didn't just go up to her and be like, here's my pin, my dead dad's pin, lol. Like if they placed it somewhere and then M realizes and it's too late and then sees Bond die. Like something like that. So you get a bit more tension and see it kind of play out in a more interesting way where things kind of fall into place rather than just, she might as well been on a chair with a cat and just swiveled. I got you now. But they could have done it well. They could have done it in a really cool way. It just didn't. Michael, you're killing me here. Like it didn't quite work. They didn't pull it out in the way they really needed to. But again, the M stuff I like, and the pipe stuff I like.
Yeah, the pin is a good little plot device they could have used better. You're right. And it's almost as if they had to rush to get this in there. Like, oh, we need to get Elektra revealed now. We need to get her to kidnap M. Why don't we write it that we're right into the film that it's an awkward moment. You know, because she's like, oh, now's not the time. It's like, well, that's how we'll get over it. We'll shove it in there, and we'll point out that it's kind of shoved in, and that will make it okay. It's like, well, no, it doesn't. But anyway, regardless.
It just could have been smarter. And yeah, that line about "Do you believe me now?" just kind of ties into the brattiness that I get from this character, where a cool and sophisticated character would not, or somebody who was more intelligent, not that she's stupid or anything, but as you say, like you want a little bit more gravitas. Is that the word?
Well, yeah, especially when you learn about what she has done to get into this position, you expect her to be very manipulative and controlling, and what comes of that is some sign of like planning and intelligence behind it, whereas not just literally showing the pin to M point blank.
Yeah, you want cold and calculated.
Yeah.
But you just don't get that from her, which is a shame because I don't think it would have taken much to get that. It's just almost like they didn't kind of realize that was the strength of the character. And it might be some more of that more on the nose dialogue, whereas we already have seen with this film, they're very deliberate in terms of like shoving stuff in your face you need to see or need to understand, with Bond being like, huh? And stuff like that. So I feel like Elektra's line of like, do you believe me now? Is more of that. It's more just on the nose, somewhat lazy filmmaking where you need to know that, this is more legit. Like, why would she blow up her own pipeline? That doesn't make sense. But instead of doing it in a more intelligent way with better dialogue and more subtly and more interestingly, they just have her turn around and say this bratty line of, "Do you believe me now?" It's like, oh,
You really dislike that line, don't you?
it's just so bad. It's so bad. It's so lazy. It's so poorly written. And well, I've said it, haven't I? So I'll leave it there. Do you believe in Aljo that I don't like that line?
I believe you now. I do. Please stop.
Open the box, Joe.
Oh no. Can I slap you then?
Well, maybe.
All right. So anyway, we're back at the exploded pipeline with Bond and you call her Dr. Jones, which just makes me think of Indiana Jones. So I'm going to keep going.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. But in all my notes, I called her Dr. Jones. Not even just Jones. I don't know why I felt the need to write out DR each time. But yeah,
Wow.
all my notes, it just says Dr. Jones.
This makes me think of like Short Round calling Dr. Jones every time.
Oh, someone's must have done that joke before. Must have done.
But yeah, they come outside of the pipeline, relatively unscathed. Although you can see Bond is like grabbing his shoulder because it still hurts. It still hurts. But yeah, Bond is explaining why he told her not to blow or not to disarm the bomb and to let it explode. Because now Elektra thinks they're dead, so they're off the radar. They can sort of try and get closer to him now. And it's a pretty simple explanation. Pretty simple thing for the audience to understand, although for some reason they feel the need to have Christmas have that really Hollywood cheesy line of, do you want to put that in English for those that don't speak spy? It's just like, oh, don't say that. Don't write that line. Never write that line. And it's not really that hard a thing to understand either. Anyway, she doesn't know about Elektra, to be fair. So that's why she's saying that, I guess. He doesn't know about all this stuff with Elektra going on. So yeah, they wonder what Renard is now going to do with that other half of the plutonium that was missing from that bomb inside the pipe. And Bond calls into Robinson and asks what's going on. And Robinson replies, red alert, M's been kidnapped. There's 3 men down. And upon hearing that, they're trying to work out what to do. Bond's trying to work out what to do. And then he says, there's one thing they've overlooked. And it's not the plutonium. It's beluga. It's beluga caviar, of course. Which, honestly, when I watched this for the first time, I was like, what?
Yep.
Because I didn't even hear he said beluga at first. I only saw that when I was looking up like some subtitle stuff. I was like, oh, okay, beluga caviar, I get it. But yeah, I totally kind of missed that link. Well, it's not even a link really yet, is it? You've been mentioned once.
Yeah, are you going to explain it to us for those who don't speak spy? That'd be helpful.
Zukovsky now has caviar.
Oh.
Which is what he was saying in his casino. So not only does he have a legit casino, well, legit, he also has a legit business selling caviar. So that's the next plan for Bond. But before we get there, we switch to Istanbul.
Another location.
Another location. As Elektra is in, I think it's a place called Maiden's Tower. It's like a real place in Istanbul, kind of like sitting in the middle of the sea. And she spots Renard coming in on a boat out the window. So she goes down and she's very excited to see him. As he comes in, she kind of hugs him and they begin to share some gifts. Well, I say gifts. I mean, they're not your typical gifts anyway. So Renard shows her the half of the plutonium that he's got and weirdly asks her to touch her destiny. And then her gift for him is she goes and shows him M, who's now been locked away upstairs in a cell. And she's looking very sad and cold and miserable, obviously, as you would be if you got kidnapped.
Sad and cold.
She has a blanket later on. So.
It's Istanbul. How cold can it be?
I don't know. She just looked quite sad and cold.
Yeah.
Everything's very blue, I find. But anyway, yeah. M stands up and says, oh, well, my people will find me or my people will finish the job. But Elektra kind of goes on to say about, I don't know how she gets to this point, but she says about how she actually hated her father and this whole plan about killing him was because he stole her mother's kingdom from her and kind of leads into the whole oil and the pipeline stuff and she wants to take it all back. I think she leaves then and Renard says about how it's basically M's fault for how she turned out. Like, you did this to her with what you did in the kidnapping and not and advising not to pay off the ransom. That M's going to die very soon, along with everyone else in the city by noon the next day. And when he says that, he puts a little kind of small alarm clock on a chair in front of her cell to watch her tick down. And he leaves the room, and you just start to see the hint of a plan form in M's mind as he's gone, where she realizes that she still has the locator card in her pocket from Bond earlier in the Situation Room.
It actually does the dream fade, and then it shows the scene in black and white of Bond saying, "Here's the locator card." She's like, yeah. Now I remember.
How many times in this podcast have we said things that I really now want to see someone edit? Oh, man.
It's so good.
So many times.
This film's quite long, but I would take those edits.
Honestly.
Definitely.
We cut to Renard and Elektra. They're now in bed together, and he's caressing her body, but she's not. It's kind of obvious that they've just slept together, but she's kind of not really into it. She's not really having any of it. And Renard, this is where he starts to get all mopey, and he's like, "Oh, are you sad because Bond is dead? And do you miss him, sort of thing? And was he a better lover?" And she says something which makes him angry, and he goes and smashes like a sort of glass mosaic table nearby and gets loads of shards stuck in his hand or in his knuckles. But says that he feels nothing, obviously, because of the whole brain stuff. So Elektra comes over and starts putting out these shards. And more ice. She loves ice, this woman. She brings her back to the bed and kind of uses ice to seductively make him feel as much as he can do. It's all a little bit, it's all, yeah. And we quickly move on from it because it's kind of a bit awkward and cringy. So we cut back to M, who she's trying to MacGyver her way out of this situation somewhat, and she's got the locator card, remember, and she's trying to pull the alarm clock closer to her using this big stick that she got, because there's loads of junk in this cell room. It's not an empty cell. There's like all these statues and things around her. So she's grabbed this stick and she's trying to pull the chair closer, and she's not very good. She's an old lady, all right? So she might have been good back in her day, but she causes the stool to knock over and the alarm goes out of reach. So no good.
All right, well, let's start with the positives. M in a cell, great stuff.
Great stuff. MacGyvering it, love it.
Yeah, I like seeing M out of this element. I like that they had a more personal attachment with M for this storyline. So it makes sense that she does get kidnapped in this way. So I like her getting more involved. I would argue they don't go far enough because this kind of goes absolutely nowhere after this kind of bit. But I like it. Like, I like the attempt. It just feels like they do it better later with Skyfall and some of the other films. But this feels like a first attempt to get M more involved like this. It's pretty good. It's just not quite there yet. So, and having M trying to, again, MacGyver her way to that clock, that's a ton of fun. It's nice to see M trying and trying to get out of it. That's all good stuff.
Yeah.
Elektra Renard is terrible.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that.
Absolutely awful. You've got two terrible characters with just this nothing relationship, and it sucks. Like, it was so enraging. Like, I just don't buy any of it. And it ties more into the Elektra teenager thing again, where she is standing at the window and like a dog looking out there, getting all excited, and then like runs over to him as he gets into the building. And I'm just like, oh my God, it's such a teenage girl thing to do. Like, the boyfriend's round, so you're going to get all hyped up like this. Oh, it's just pathetic. And Renard is still doing his like slow voice where he's trying to be that intimidating, more soft-spoken kind of villain. So having these two together, they're just awful. It's just awful squared. And this was really the time or the scene that should have really sold this whole scheme. Like, this really needed to step it up for you to buy it, because this whole film is on these characters, what is happening, and their relationship is a big part of it. And it's just so lame. It's just so uninteresting. It's another scene where Elektra is just like naked for it, which is something they do throughout the film, where there's just a lot of times where she is a beautiful woman, so she's just naked, barely being covered up, which again removes her character a little bit. because they don't really do it in a way that's empowering or anything. She's just naked, where Renard is just fully dressed, and it's just like, why is that the case? That's so dumb. And it just sucks. Like this is the hammer hitting the nail into the coffin, which is these characters and this relationship. And sadly, because of how core they are, this plot of the entire film, and I was just done after this scene. It's so uninteresting. It's more Renard like, I can't feel this. It's like, we know. We saw the head. It's fine. And Elektra being a teenager and Renard being just lame and brooding and stuff. And it's just, I don't buy any of this. So, the M stuff helps, but this whole scene was just absolutely terrible and just did not work on any level.
Do you know what? You're making me realise that I say about liking the Elektra stuff this point on, but I think I really only liked the final scene with her and Bond, actually. Because, this scene isn't very good. It's not. Like, they just keep making... What they make Renard mopey, and as you were saying that, and I was thinking about it, I was like, well, are they maybe trying to do something kind of different and a little like way more interesting here, which is a Bond villain with a disability or some sort of like typical henchman thing, but like how that actually affects them mentally, and I think that's actually a really interesting avenue to go down. Not in this film. It definitely does not have any place in this film. But if they want to get into the psyche of how that actually affects Renard and he can't feel anything, great. Like, if you're going to do that, devote to it. But instead, you just get like a little bit of it, a very superficial level of it, with him feeling mopey. And you're right, they do act like teenagers in this scene. So I'm kind of with you. I liked all the M stuff. I just like seeing M. More Judi Dench. Always. Yeah. But yeah. I could do without the bit on the bed.
Yeah, I agree. But for me, this was the last chance to have this work, and it just didn't. And I think what you're saying there, they are implying about, I think there might be some implication about, because they did it all slept together, potentially him not feeling it. I get that sense of that he's starting to not feel pleasure as well. It just doesn't really come to the surface. And as you say, in this film, it just doesn't work. But I agree with you. There's some really interesting ideas they could have gone down, but instead we have this like guy who can't feel pain, and that's half-assed and is very poorly acted, very, very poorly acted. And then we have Elektra, who is definitely not half-assed. Some of it's covered, I guess. Covered ass, perhaps. But they do take the time to develop this character and take you through the story of her. Like, that's the one who they really spent time on. Great, do that. But the writing chops are not there. The acting is not there. And it just kind of completely falls apart. And for me, that's what makes this film not very good. I can kind of take the other stuff, and I think there's stuff to enjoy there. But when your core Bond girl villain and other villain sucks, that's, to me, it's just like, okay, we're done here, boys. This ain't,
it's a
this
pretty
ain't
big
working.
role. You kind of need that to work, or at least some of that to work in a Bond film. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say for me, absolutely not. And which is why I kind of say Renard is like the worst villain. Because even with Chrissy and Octopussy, that's the ones I kind of think of. Even then, I don't think they were sunk because of their villains. I think their villains could have been better, but I don't think the reason why the films are bad, or for me anyway, the films aren't very good, is because of the villain. That's just more of a missing aspect. For me, these villains are at the center of this film, and they suck. So the film kind of sucks because of it.
I love how you still call him Chrissy as well.
Yeah, Chrissy.
Chrissy.
That's what it's called.
My mate Chrissy, yeah.
So we then cut to the Caspian Sea again. I want to say it actually comes up with a text for this. This is another one of those films where they do just put the text of where everyone is at all times, which kind of does hammer in the home of how much this film just jumps around locations all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it comes up Caspian Sea. It might say something else, but I don't remember. Also, I do want to say, because you mentioned how this is in Istanbul, and that always feels really weird to me, because From Russia with Love is the Istanbul film, which makes this, again, another really forgettable location, because it's not From Russia with Love.
Yeah, and there's actually a couple of locations. I think that when I've said about Maiden's Tower, but that is in the background of From Russia with Love as well. So there is a bit of a crossover, but I don't think it uses the location as well as For Russia of Love. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess my only point there really is like, of course you're not going to, but if you're not going to, then don't reuse the same location. Go somewhere else, because it's always going to come up as forgettable, because it's always going to be dwarfed by somewhere else. But minor point, I suppose.
I wonder if they wrote themselves into a corner with, maybe there are loads of pipelines. I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe that's why that makes the most sense for the plot to go.
Yeah. So we see a car driving up to the docks at night, and we see Sikorsky get out of the car. And he starts moaning about his caviar factory, and Goldie is also there with Sikorsky, and Goldie sees Bond's BMW, the one that we saw all the way back. And Goldie actually recognizes it as Bond's BMW, so he calls up Elektra and just says Bond's alive. And then Elektra tells Renard, and they just now both know that Bond's alive. It's like, oh my god, what a waste. What a waste of a plot line. What was the point of any of that if bloody Goldie is just going to spoil it like one scene later? What a waste of my time. I'm offended for... I said my time because I'm offended for me. No offense, Joe, but I'm upset.
That's
I
fine.
want my time back.
It was more just a Goldie on screen was what I didn't like. But yeah, you're right.
Oh, well, that sucks as well. But
it's a double whammy.
Goldie, that sucks. Phoning Elektra and Renard together in bed, which sucks. Spoiling a plot line that goes nowhere, which sucks. It's just, guys. Anyway, so they enter into this room. It's a very odd. It's like these docks, but they have like these wooden buildings on as part of this dock. So we see Christmas Jones is in there in a dress, looking all sexy like, and I think she says something about one of the guards let her in, and Valentine. I think Sikorsky says like, I must give him a raise, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But then Bond, being Bond, reveals himself behind the door, pointing a gun at one of the guards, and he tells the guard to go away. It's just kind of like some old man, some security guard. So it seemed a bit mean, but at least he got to escape. And Bond then asks Sikorsky, what's your business with Elektra? What's going on there? And they start saying that she has a nuclear bomb. This is getting serious. There's a nuclear bomb. I think Sikorsky is kind of denying it at this point, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. But now, cue the dream-like sound effect.
Oh, it's back again.
It's back again. Remember that helicopter that was cutting that trees for 5 seconds that one time?
No.
Well, it's back.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, Bond looks up at it. The dream sequence begins. He remembers it. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. So the helicopter with the saw blades hanging below it is now back and just cuts through the building. So this kicks off a big action sequence on these docks where Bond is shooting at the helicopter. He jumps out of the building. He runs across the dock. I think there's actually 2 helicopters, although it's not super clear. But a missile is fired. It blows up the dock. So Bond starts running in a different direction. I'm going to go through this quite quick because this is all very bombastic, crazy, and there's a lot of helicopter with saw blades saws through a part of the dock, and Bond runs, and that's like 80% of it. So Bond is running away, saws cut through some pipes that cause that to explode. Bond is able to get to his car, near his car, which he then uses remote controls to drive towards him, which is again another confusing throwback because he doesn't use his phone. He just taps some stuff on his watch and then it comes towards him. But it's like, it's kind of like the last film, but it's not.
It's not as good. So why have it again?
It's a bit of a waste of time. But at this point, the Bond theme starts playing. Bond gets into his car. He starts backing it up and he then taps something on the steering wheel. And in the middle of the steering wheel, it like starts flashing. And we see that there's a little like lock on that appears in the middle of the steering wheel. So he hits a button after it's all locked on and that fires a missile and it blows up one of the helicopters. So there was 2 helicopters, even though it's not really shot very well to give you that sense, in my opinion. But what Bond has done is blow up one of the helicopters, which was a very awkward scene as well. Because the helicopter just does nothing for like 5 minutes, while Bond is just like beep boop, fire the missiles. Like there's like no pace to it, and it makes it really dumb.
Yeah.
So he's blown up one of the helicopters, but the other helicopter with the saw blades then shows up and cuts his car in half. Bond is able to jump out in time, and he takes a look at the car and he says, Q's not going to like this, which I guess I'll give him a pass because it's Q's last film, but I always feel like the funny part with those lines and those moments is that it's implied, and almost Bond saying it is like ruining the joke.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't need to be said. And in fact, the more that Bond doesn't have any reaction to the stuff he's destroying, kind of makes more sense as to why Q is the way he is. So
Yeah, I think it's a bit odd, especially because Bond knows Q's retiring as well. Very strange, but yeah. So then one of the saw blades just starts cutting the dock again. He runs away again. We see Dr. Jones is hiding, and we also see Goldie is hiding with a suitcase, which we assume has money in. It doesn't, but I assumed it had money in. But yeah, he's holding onto this briefcase, all shaking. So a load of men then drop from the helicopter and they start shooting at Bond. So he like gets a crowbar and like swings across a big wire across the gap, and there's like some more explosions as all this is going off, and Bond kind of lands and he's hurt, which I'm assuming is the shoulder, although I don't actually remember. But we see Sikorsky is getting involved. The men that drop down, he is actually shooting at them and getting involved in the fight. So Bond is able to catch up to Sikorsky and Jones and shouts, "Get out of here, leave!" So they go and get into a car, or go towards a car, and the saw blazing out, just sawing some more. And this can't be right. I've got in my notes that Sikorsky drives backwards and they just land in some water.
yeah, that happens.
I think that's the saw blades trying to saw at them, so they just drive back and just land in water.
Yep.
That's dumb. So Bond kills the guards, and then the helicopter is... my notes just turned to... Bond turns something and shoots it.
Oh, like some gas.
Yeah, so Bond eventually takes
Yeah.
out the helicopter by... There's a little gas valve, he turns it, he then gets away, he shoots a flare gun at it, that blows it up, and that engulfs the helicopter with the saw blades. And this causes the saw blades to start firing everywhere, very CGI. So they head towards Sikorsky, and he jumps into... I put oil pit, but it's not oil pit, ladies and gentlemen. It is caviar.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just quickly wrap this up so we can talk about this. But he is in the caviar pit trying to get out, and Bond starts asking him questions. What is in that pit? Saying, "What do you know?" But he's struggling to kind of swim and keep afloat, and he can't put himself out. And he says that his nephew was smuggling equipment for her, and Istanbul is where they're going to. And at this point, Goldie shows up saying, "Sorry, boss, I was busy." And there's a big old comedy creaking sound, because I think Sikorsky is saying, "Or at least we have 4 walls because this building is still standing," so that it collapses on its side. And then there's voiceover of, "The insurance company is never going to believe this." And that's your intense action scene. Pretty good stuff.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that just a mess.
I actively dislike this whole scene.
Oh, okay.
I don't hate a lot of things. That's not true. But but this I really dislike everything about this this caviar factory scene. It's just so bad. Do you want me to go into it?
Yeah,
because I will.
We got time.
So the main thing that I dislike about this is, I groaned at the CGI saw blades. I can give that a pass, right? Whatever. It's with apparently there's been helicopters as well. Terrible. Fine. But I think my main gripe with this whole thing is it's so clearly on a set. It's really dark. It's too dark, I would argue. I mean, it's meant to be nighttime, but where it's such a set-looking set, I just don't buy any of it. Like at one point, the saw helicopter like literally saws off the face of the building, and then that collapses down. It's like, yep, that you can kind of see where they're like 3, 2, 1, and trigger and fall. And everything when Zukovsky is reversing in the car, and he like the dock gives way, it's like, yep, 3, 2, 1, and then trigger that to fall. Okay, car goes down, and obviously they do that in all of the Bond action scenes, right? There's always that sort of stuff, but I don't know, they just make it seem more real. And in this, nothing looked real to me. Nothing.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that sense, but I totally see what you mean. How you're describing it. I didn't really hate this scene, but it is just kind of... it's kind of similar to what we said before with some of the other scenes, right, with the skiing, where this just feels so disconnected from anything, and it just feels like this really forced, messy scene where someone kind of had half an idea, so it just here it is. So they just fill the rest with just a lot of fast camera shots and Bond running, and it just kind of isn't really very satisfying or interesting. There's no, I think they're trying to carry on with the helicopter menace thing from the last film, but they're just on a dog running around. I guess that ties into what you're saying about the stage thing, because like in Saigon they were driving and there was a more of a sense of them moving around and escaping. This is just them going in circles for 5 minutes.
That's it. Yeah.
So I agree, it's not great.
Okay. All right. Well,
And some of the comedy as well is also pretty weak.
Yeah. What, the whole dubbing at the end and the.
Yeah, and Goldie and stuff, and it's just. Yeah, it just doesn't quite have that tension. It's got all the stuff you would think, excitement, music, explosions, helicopters, but it just doesn't really come together as a cohesive, interesting action piece.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Let's move on then, because I don't want to talk about that scene anymore. So we see it cuts to Renard, who is out on the balcony of the Maiden's Tower, and it's nighttime, or like kind of dusk, maybe not dusk. Sorry, yeah, dusk. And he's watching a boat come in, and I guess the boat is there to sort of. I don't know why the boat is there, because it pans down and there's a submarine under it. Is it meant to be that the boat is covering the submarine?
It must be, but I wasn't really that invested at this point.
Yeah,
like Renard looking all moody from his house. I'm like, that's so silly.
Maybe I was overthinking it, but yeah,
I think you're right. I think that is supposed to be it. That the sub is the real thing, being more stealthy.
Yeah, and then the next morning we see that it's starting to like rise up and dock. I guess in the tower itself, like underneath, coming out of the water, and then we see Zokovsky, Goldie. I can say Goldie. The character's name is actually Mr. Bullion. So there you go.
Oh, because of gold.
Because of gold, yeah.
He loves gold.
He loves gold. Zokovsky, Goldie, I'm just going to keep saying Goldie, Christmas Jones and Bond, and they are at an ex-KGB Federal Security Bureau is how Zokovsky describes it as. Like an ex-Intel place, but it's still being used as Intel. It's kind of what he says, and got loads of computers and maps and machinery and all these people working at them, and they're trying to work out where this where Zukovsky's nephew is with this sub, and like where it could be docked, and they're looking on a map. And at this point, Bond asks what class the sub is, and Zukovsky says that it's a Victor 3, so it's a nuclear one. And from that, Bond and Christmas work out Renard's plan, which is that they're planning to smuggle the plutonium on board, use the reactor on it, and cause a meltdown. And Christmas is there very handily to explain that that would cause a catastrophic meltdown and wipe out all of Istanbul. And they look at the map and realise that by doing that, Elektra would have destroyed all of her competitors' pipelines as they all go through that area, and then they'd be forced to use hers as the sort of sole monopoly of the oil. So yeah, she just wants all the business, basically. Wants to redraw the map, I think she says later on, quite literally. But yeah, then we see Zukovsky's nephew. I wrote down his name here, apparently. It's Nikolai, who is being greeted by Renard down below where the sub docked, and they're loading the cargo on the sub that they're supposed to be taking into Istanbul for them. And Renard gives them a nice gift, some brandy and refreshments for them to all enjoy. It's like a skeleton crew, so there's not many there. And go and enjoy some brandy, guys. Relax. And Elektra goes up to say good morning to M, and that's pretty much all she does here. Like, she goes in, I guess, just to check on what she's up to, but all she does is come and say good morning, and she goes to leave. But just before she does, M asks, "Oh, what time is it?" So Elektra picks up the fallen alarm clock, and this time puts it right on the cell bar, so right up close to her, and says it's time to die. But yeah, now it's that close. M has got the chance to take it apart and start using the battery in it. So that was her plan all along, is to use the battery and reactivate the locator card from before. And she does it. It starts to beep, and it starts getting picked up back at that bureau where Zokovsky and Bond are. And they work out from the GPS coordinates that they're at Maiden's Tower. And
yeah,
so
it was very strange when Elektra says it's time for you to die, and then M looks at the camera and says, "There's no time to die." I thought that was odd. They really set that up quite early on.
Yeah, the fourth wall breaks are an interesting choice.
Yeah, they did it quite a bit, but no. Honestly, whenever someone says like "time to die" and stuff, that I straight away now I think "no time to die." Like,
Yeah.
that's what pops into my head.
I don't blame you. I just thought it was very nice that Elektra just comes in to say good morning, and that's all.
Hiya.
Is breakfast? Is there any breakfast in this cell? No.
Well, I think this is where I kind of, not to harp on the point a bit, but this is where like the M stuff falls down a little bit. There should have been something more here rather than being like, you're in a cage. Oh, you want your dumb clock? Here you go. You're going to die. Goodbye. Like there's like this implied history and connection between the two, and it just goes in the bin as soon as M gets kind of captured. So this should have been a little bit more, I guess, for the sake of time. I guess I'm glad it's not too in-depth, but this kind of shows the film's kind of lack of having these elements work. Like, this should have been more than just, you're going to die, here's a clock, goodbye.
Yeah, I really thought it was going to be, and then she just leaves. So there you go. Back in the bureau. So they've worked out that M's in Maiden's Tower. So that's probably where Elektra is as well. And then Zokovsky goes to, like, he calls for Goldie, who is like strangely just like walking off camera. And you see that his gold briefcase that Tom pointed out is not full of bullions, as the name would imply. It's a bomb. It's a bomb, and Bond spots that and jumps out the way with Christmas just in time as it explodes. And you do get this shot of Zokovsky seemingly dead on the floor, collapsed. Oh no, so sad.
It was a bit. I was a bit sad. I was like, you can't do that. They didn't, but I was a bit like, no.
How dare you? Yeah.
I was a bit sad.
I think maybe the first time I saw this, I was like, I probably felt that way. Yeah. So yeah, the two, Bond and Christmas, they try to leave, but they're like immediately captured outside by Goldie and the other henchmen. And I wrote in my notes here, God, I really don't like Goldie in this film. I don't know what he says.
He's just bad. Like, he does have a really unique kind of look and presence to him, but he's just awful. Like, I don't want to go into it too much.
I think it's because he does this weird sort of snarl here as well, and it just annoyed me.
Yeah, terrible. Just,
terrible.
He's such a small pie. It's not the end of the world, but it's bad. It's bad.
Back on the sub, we see that all the crew are now poisoned from Renard's lovely, not so lovely gifts. All the brandy and stuff was poisoned, so Renard tells them to go throw all the bodies out to the sea. And then his own men are in the sub, and they start setting up the plutonium. And there's all this stuff that they have to do, like planting the plutonium in the rod. So they're working on all these machines, and that sort of stuff's going on in the background as Bond and Christmas are brought to see Elektra in Maiden's Tower.
Even I've said Renard is so lame, so I don't want to say too much more, but even that stuff was lame with the dinner. Just go shoot them. What are you doing? Like, the man who feels nothing, who doesn't care to die, who feels no pain. Oh, here's a lovely brisket. Oh, everyone have a bit. There you go. Oh, yeah. Just go shoot them. It's so lame.
I love how much you dislike Renard. This is actually making the film more entertaining for me.
It's just like, I kind of get it. I think it's meant to be like a little bit of a Blofeld thing where it's a bit silly but kind of intimidating, but it's such a nothing plot point that I feel like you could have built this guy up more to be more sinister if he just went and shot them. Like, that would have been more interesting. And I think you're meant to feel it with all these corpses inside the sub that's been poisoned, but it's just so naff.
It is naff.
Oh, yeah. I just didn't need it. Like, he just doesn't sell this at all. There's just no charisma. I guess that's the problem. Like, you need a charismatic villain to sell, oh, I'm being nice with all this food, but actually I'm being evil. And he's just not that at all. So, another case of Renard is lame.
It's just a nasty terrorist, so you can't really be very charismatic as that, I suppose, in this film anyway. But yeah, Bond and Christmas are taken to Elektra. And I point that out only because you see the boat that they come from, and the boat is called Seven Heaven. Don't know if you caught that, but
I didn't get that. No.
yeah, it's called Seven Heaven. We see
007 Heaven.
I know, I'm just missing the zeros. We see Elektra outside the submarine, kind of underground-ish. Elektra goes to say goodbye to Renard. He comes and they have a final kiss together, and Renard says the future is hers. And yeah, it doesn't really seem that sad to see him go, which, that's kind of like the mode she's in now, is just pure evil. But yeah, he's off to go do the plan, and she leaves. I'm sure you don't have nothing good to say about this scene either.
Oh, it's naff, but it's short
It's
or
naff.
whatever.
It is. It's very short. Back up at the tower with Bond. So Bond and Christmas are there. I think she tells her goons to go send Christmas down to Renard in the sub. And I think this is the scene that a lot of people now think of when they think of this film, because it's Bond is there. He's being restrained by some other henchmen, and she says to Bond, I could have given you the world. To which he replies, the world is not enough.
Boo.
and she goes, oh, foolish sentiment. And he replies saying, ugh, family motto. And, as far as far as getting the film's title in there, I think that's actually a pretty good way of doing it. Like he kind of points out that it's kind of silly. Like he's almost a bit embarrassed of it. It's like a family motto. Yeah, what can you do sort of thing.
Yeah, the family motto nod saves it, but even in terms of this film, it makes no goddamn sense. What are you talking about? The world is not enough. What are you talking about, Elektra? You could have given him the world. Like, none of that's true. None of that ties into it. It doesn't really make sense that Bond would say it's really forced. So I like that they reference it's the family motto, because just a reminder for people, this comes from Bond's family crest, and the motto in Latin, or the translated version, is the world is not enough. Something they explicitly say all the way back in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So this is tying that back in. But in my head, I always remember Elektra saying it, because I feel like that would make more sense in terms of what this film is about. It makes no sense that Bond would say it. But of course, it's Bond's family motto, so he has to say it, and it makes it all very confused. But again, the family motto thing is enough for me to kind of like it, but it's a pretty bad line and just doesn't match the rest of the film in the slightest.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, you're true. That is true. I suppose they just saw that line and thought, well, that's going to be the film title now, so we need to get it in there.
Yeah.
Elektra then reveals behind or underneath the cloth, there's this big old torture chair, which Bond gets strapped into by the henchman. So like his arms and legs are put in, or maybe just his arms actually. No, probably his legs as well, thinking about it. They're all kind of latched in place, and a neck latch is put around as well. So he's strapped in there, and she says that it's got a big wheel on the back as well. And if she turns the wheel 5 times, his neck will break, because every time she turns it, there's this little metal rod that pushes further into the back of his neck. And so she starts doing it, like kind of taunting him as she's doing it. And I got to say, like, Pierce Brosnan really has not had it great in terms of some of the faces he's had to pull in these in these films, because he's really gurning, and he's selling it, right? He is getting choked, and his neck is breaking, but like he looks so silly sometimes. I'm not saying this in a bad way. I don't think it's negative. I just think it's just funny. Like he's just there gurning away as she's giving all this spiel about the world, and he's just there struggling. I thought it was quite funny.
Yeah, they just didn't do that so much with the other Bond ones. They didn't actually put them in like physical pain or suggested physical pain. But Pierce is just like, nope, you're having a metal rod like snap your neck, so you need to try and sell that. The other ones, they were just like, just put him on the thing and just shake the table, and Sean will sweat, and that'll work. It was fine. They just don't actually have them be tortured. There's just more of an implication of it. But this is like a lot more direct. So yeah, as you say, poor Pierce has to grimace and look quite pained.
I forgot about the shaking table.
Oh yeah.
How could I? So yeah, as she's doing this and turning the wheel, she's sort of revealing how she's always had a power over men, and this is when we learn that actually well, I think Bond figures it out as well, but that when she was kidnapped, it wasn't actually Stockholm syndrome. It was her was the one that actually turned Renard. She was the one that manipulated him rather than the other way around, as Bond predicted earlier, and the audience would have predicted earlier. It was spelled out to him. So yeah, and she even like cut her own ear off to make it all look real because Renard wouldn't do it. So pretty crazy. And she killed her father because of what happened to her in the kidnapping, and how, again, some of the family stuff about the oil belongs to her and her mother's side. And this is where she says that she wants to redraw the map, and that everyone will believe her when her plan succeeds because she's going to make it look like an accident sort of thing. And yeah, as she keeps on turning the wheel on the back of the chair, Bond gets in one final little quip as I can't remember what she says, but he says that she meant nothing to him. One last screw, he says.
Yeah.
I was just reading that out. It's like, yeah, but you got to picture him saying that just as like, you know, his face is so red, and oh man. But honestly, I do think, as I say, I think this is one of the films that people do remember most of this film, and I do think it is a good scene. I think it is an interesting setup, getting him in a torture chair. It's a bit kind of before Casino Royale with this sort of setup. And I do think that this is where Elektra is allowed to just be crazy and just kind of go proper villain mode. I think she is the most fun and interesting. And I think, I mean, less so now having discussed it with you, but I kind of wrote down here that I do like how you did see both sides of her. So from that first moment where from that moment where she's in the ball having a panic attack, and now she's here, like complete 180 of power shift with her and Bond in the chair. I really, really like it. I just think now, having discussed it with you in this podcast, actually some of the previous bits weren't as strong as maybe I was hoping they were or remembered them to be.
No, I mean, I guess I could see someone liking this scene individually. I still think there's that kind of teenage bit going on. Like when she shows off her ear, she's more like excited about it, which I didn't like. Again, maybe this is just more my preference, that I would have liked that cold and calculated. Because it is quite a shocking image, and I think it actually works quite well. Her showing off this ear, because all her earlobe is just completely burnt off and destroyed. I don't really like the idea of her turning Renard, but it's mostly because, not because of the concept, but because of how it's sold in the rest of the film. It's like, I don't buy that. I kind of buy her being in charge, but then it kind of retroactive. Like, you're doing too many switches, guys. Like, she's acting one way, and then it's like she's supposed to be just like the daughter of king and stuff and trying to do her best, and she didn't destroy that church, what a saint. And then it's like, no, she is evil but does have Stockholm syndrome. But then it's like, no, she doesn't have Stockholm syndrome and turned Renard, so Renard isn't as evil, or is he? It's just like a bit too messy, and this doesn't feel like unraveling her web. This just feels like a tangled mess, and I just didn't quite buy it. But I agree with you, the setup's solid, and a lot of this stuff does have a lot of potential, and some of this stuff does work, but I just like, even she says like, no one can resist me. She's like going hard on that angle, which I just don't think works. I just don't like it. So yeah, you're right, it's a solid setup between her, like making a Bond girl the villain and having a torture bit with Bond. But I guess I'm running out of energy at this point, because I just don't think I still don't think it's very good, but I agree the concept could be good.
Yeah, messy is a good way of putting it. They had the idea for that character, but I think they didn't weave it as well as they could into the story.
No.
In a nice way.
Yeah. So at this point, we hear some shooting going on outside, some sort of commotion. So we then see Sikorsky get off a boat.
Yay!
Yeah, Sikorsky's okay, everyone. He's got a little cut, but he's fine. So he shoots some people with some of his guys, and he bursts into the room, and he sees old Goldie, and Goldie like acts the fool, being like, they forced me, I'm so glad to see you, and he just shoots him, which is like,
yay!
Yay! Woo! Sikorsky, give him the chair. And then he like breaks into the room where Bond and Elektra are, and he sees the captain's hat from the sub captain, and so I guess we didn't touch upon this, but it's so dumb actually thinking about it. So the captain was his nephew, and Renard poisoned him, took the hat, because of course he did, and then when he was talking to Elektra outside the sub and they were going away, gives her the hat, and then she keeps the hat, happens to put it in the room where Bond is being captured, where Sikorsky breaks in, so Sikorsky can see the hat and saying, "You killed my nephew."
Well, when you put it like that.
Well, when you explain it.
Yeah.
What a terrible plot device. It's so forced.
Oh, I didn't really think about the hat very much. Oh,
Because it's
yeah.
odd that he does Renard messes around with the hat, but I thought that was them trying to add in a little bit of humor and comedy, but no. It's pure, blunt storytelling that is just enough so Sikorsky knows, oh, you killed my nephew, and gets mad.
Right. Of course. Yeah, no, you're right.
So he's all mad. So he's about to shoot her, I think, or he's thinking about it. But she like takes the captain's hat, and I think she's like taunting him a little bit. But as she's talking, she shoots a gun from behind the hat, and that goes into Sikorsky, and he goes down. But straight away we see he's not quite dead yet because he's still moving. Like Bond noticed straight away he's moving, and he gets his cane. So throughout this film, he's had this cane. Which is, again, I think quite nice, a little thing to his character, because Bond gave him a limp in the last film. I'm not sure if he used a cane in the last film, but I like that he uses a cane in this one because of that limp that Bond gave him.
Yeah.
So that's actually a gun. So as he's lying on the floor dying, he aims it at Elektra, but then slowly goes across and aims it at Bond. And he aims it, and then he fires, and that hits one of the chains that on Bond's hand, and breaks it, and then he dies. I don't think he says anything, does he?
No, I think he just gives a little smile to Bond.
Yeah, just a little smile because he's helped him out. But Elektra doesn't see that, and Elektra's just saying, "Oh, he must have really hated you." Like, idiot. just what a stupid thing to say.
Oh, I can picture you saying that during like watching it as well. Just,
Yeah.
Idiot.
Boo. Rubbish. So Bond then frees himself, grabs the gun. I think the guard that was always around Elektra storms in, like someone who we saw a lot but never speaks, or I don't even know has a name, comes in and Bond just shoots him. So
Bye.
great stuff. But that gives Elektra enough a chance to run away. And she starts running up the stairs of the tower, so Bond starts chasing. And she shouts down, "You can't kill me, not in cold blood." That echoes down. So as after Bond hears that, he also hears like someone go, "Bond!
Bond!
Bond!" And it's M in the cell. So, Bond just goes in the room, shoots the lock, and leaves, which I thought, again, 10 out of 10 stuff. That's exactly how I want him to do it.
Yeah.
No moment, just bag, you're free, bye. But not even the bye, just gone.
Yeah.
So he keeps running and catches up to Elektra, and they get to the top of the tower where the bedroom is. I think, it has to be a bedroom. And he says, stop this. Orders her to call it off. Call Renard and shut this all down, and makes this done and starts shooting at her. And Bond is shouting. And then she starts saying, because there's a little walkie-talkie that he's trying to get her to speak into to tell Renard to not go ahead with the plan. And she's all like, "You won't kill me. You'll miss me too much," or something like that. And eventually she's all taunting. She goes to say something to Renard, which is clearly not calling it off. So Bond shoots her. And she falls very dramatically on the bed. And at this point, M catches up and sees Bond stroking her head. And she's dead. That's that. And again, it just, I won't repeat what I've already said about the teenager stuff. This just hammers that home. The way she acts, it's so stupid. It's just terrible. But the thing that I don't really get is that I thought they were setting up for M to shoot her rather than Bond.
Oh, that would have been good.
I felt like that would have made way more sense. It's just a shame they kind of put the M stuff, the personal connection, to the side. But I much prefer the idea that maybe Bond actually can't shoot her and actually can't let go of his past with all the stuff they've connected with his dead wife. Maybe he actually can't kill one more woman because it all brings back these memories and attachment issues, and he did really care. But M having Bond back and also being quite cold and also having a personal connection to her and sees she's a psycho, shoots her for Bond and resolves that instead. That to me would have made 10 times more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. It's they just weren't at that stage yet, were they, with him? And they weren't really even at that stage in terms of like getting that in depth with the characters, to be honest with you. Which is a shame, because you're right, that would have been a far better ending to this character.
Yeah, because this is just kind of nothing. Bond just does shoot her, gives her a little stroke on the head, and then leaves, and that's that. We're done.
And the thing that I know, this shouldn't annoy me because, these are, well, I say kids' films, they're meant to be for a lot of ages. But I did find that there's just absolutely no, like, zero blood or anything. It honestly just doesn't even look like she's been shot. I'm not saying they needed to drown the place in blood afterwards and make it all gory, but it was just so nothing. There's nothing there. It's like, you wouldn't even be able to tell. So that annoyed me.
Well, there's a reason why villains usually get like a more over-the-top death, so you feel it more without the gore.
Yeah. But
just shooting someone is just lame. Like, push her out the tower, I don't know. Something.
Oh, you've got some good ideas for the end of this film. I tell you.
M very runs different. In, Robbie tackles her out the window. That's how it should have ended.
Slaps her one more time.
Yeah. But, she's the villain, and they just didn't give her a very good death. So it's a bullet to the head, you could say, for this character.
Yeah.
So Bond gets over that very quickly, looks out the window and sees the sub. Is, I think it's moving, or maybe it's just waiting there. So he climbs up on the ledge. I don't think he even talks to M. I think he just straight away is just like, gotta go, and just jumps out the window.
Yeah, no time to waste.
No time. So he climbs up on the ledge and he sees that there's a little bit of water he can dive into. So he dives in. We get some pretty bad green screen here of Bond diving. Doesn't look very good. So the siren's all going off saying the sub is going down. So Bond climbs on top of the sub, and at the very last second, he gets into the hatch and he knocks the man out who was closing the hatch, and then he points at a gun at somebody who's smoking, which I thought this was quite interesting about the film, and we probably don't have time to discuss it, but again, this is the one that really highlights that Bond does not smoke, because he was giving a cigar before, doesn't smoke it, then tries to give it to Moneypenny, she throws it in the bin, and now we have another scene for the third film in a row where he threatens someone who is smoking. Like, they really hammer it home with these Pierce Brosnan films.
Smoking's bad. Yeah, they really wanted to push that.
Yeah, so it's, don't have time to talk about it too much, but ask where the girl is. Because among all this, of course, Christmas Jones was captured at the same time as Bond. Mm-hmm. You'd be forgiven for forgetting. So Bond is actually now on the sub trying to rescue her. So we go to Renard very quickly and we see him like setting up or watching a load of people set the bomb up and all that sort of stuff. So we then go back to Bond, who just frees Jones. It's just, oh, there you are. just frees her. And then more shots of Renard setting up the bomb. And now we're seeing Bond and Jones like sneaking throughout the sub. And Bond says, if we force them to surface, if we can get the submarine to surface, then the Navy will come, see it, and then the day will be saved. So Bond enters like the big control room for the submarine, and grabs a guard, and then he forces everybody into a corner. He's got this gun, he's pointing at them, so go in the corner. And then he like pulls on one of the levers to force it to start to surface. And because it's now going upwards, the alarm starts going off, and Renard hears this and starts running. He enters the room, he starts shooting at Bond, and Bond uses the guard as a human shield. Bond then shoots the controls to break them, and this causes the sub to then start tilting at an angle. So it's now tilting, or starting to tilt downwards, and starts to fall down. So Bond realizes this is what is happening, so he sets up like a safety net for himself, like quite literally, and everyone else is just slowly kind of going to the side as this whole thing is tilting, because the idea is that it's going to tilt at 90 degrees, so the corridor, which normally is horizontal, is now going to be vertical. So Bond is on this, and We see a man also like falls as the thing is tilting, and that turns on a propeller, which causes the submarine to go directly downwards and crash into the sea floor. So Dr. Jones falls down, falls into Bond on the net. We see Renard is starting to climb up, so he's still heading towards the reactor. And because they've crashed into the seabed, a lot of water starts rushing in to the sub. So Bond and Jones are now climbing up. Renard is now climbing up with the plutonium to start setting up the bomb. And Jones notices that, or somehow knows, I'm not too sure how that, Renard has locked himself into the reactor. The reactor is now completely sealed off so Renard can do out his plan. So Bond suggests that he's going to swim out. He's going to, because they can't go directly in. So instead he's going to leave the sub, swim along, and then enter a hatch that will get him into a reactor. And explains to Jones that you need to press this button. You see this big button here? When this light changes, that means I'm in, I think it's the pressure vault, pressure chamber, like the one that drains all the water. So he's going into one. He's going to drain, well, that's going to fill up so he can then swim out. He's then going to go into the other pressure chamber in the other hatch. And when he does that, the light's going to change and she needs to press the button. So we then kind of get a scene of Bond swimming out, and we see him swimming out on the sub. But Jones is waiting in the room and she's waiting for the button, but that is also flooding. So she kind of swims down to look at the button. It's not ready yet. She swims back up. Bond is then swimming. He gets into the chamber, and as soon as Jones is just about to hit the button, because she sees the light change, there's some sort of explosion which like pushes her away, and Bond is just waiting, like, I'm drowning. And so
Help me.
Jones just tries again and just hits the button, and at the last minute the chamber starts draining, so Bond is saved.
Ooh. There's we always get to this point where there's always like an extra thing to do after. I mean, usually it's, I guess, if you do see Renard as the henchman of this film instead, rather than the co-villain, then like, this is that bit of the film, kind of like where the main villain's been taken out of. But it's always like these things have to happen quickly because they are near the end. And it is like, I mean, as you were describing that, there are some bits I was like, oh, okay. As you were describing it, it happens so quickly. The main thing I got out of this bit is that I like the idea that the submarine is tilting, so everything's at a weird angle. Kind of a bit different, I suppose.
Yeah, it's quite small scale for a Bond ending, especially when you look at like Tomorrow Never Dies and stuff. It's pretty small scale, but I actually think it quite works as a small scale set. As you say, it's quite simple. It's just a submarine that's been tilted, but that gives it a whole different kind of feel and angle, and seeing people kind of climb up. I'm not a massive fan of it because of all the water stuff, and well, I don't really like water in general. So the diving stuff I can handle because everyone's all masked up and stuff, but this where it's like they don't have any oxygen tanks, they're just swimming and almost drowning. That to me makes me a little bit uncomfortable because I don't like water in real life. But I think the visual of the submarine is strong enough, and I think it does create a unique space inside the sub. So it's small scale, but I think actually pretty effective for being small scale.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So yeah, Bond, Jones has pushed the button, so Bond is able to get into the room where Renard is and breathe. So because of the way that the submarine is tipped, Bond is basically right above Renard as he's putting in the plutonium rods into this big sort of interface of all of the tubes in it. And so yeah, he starts putting it in, and you see these shots of some dials. They start going up. Some water starts bubbling. Oh no, bad stuff's happening, clearly. So Bond just kind of like jumps down on top of Renard to stop him and knocks the rod out of his hands. And they start to fight, and he starts to try and like strangle him or break his neck even. I don't know what he's doing. But before he can carry on with that, he does spot Jones is still trapped and she's drowning. I would say underneath, but like all the angles are funny. So like, she's at a door. And so he has to stop and go and open the hatch for her. And so she comes in, she's soaking, and she's like almost nearly died, but she just has time for some very awkward last minute exposition here, where in her scientist role, she has to kind of clumsily point out, basically for the audience, if Renard gets that rod all the way in to the reactor, that's it. Like, okay, Thanks. We kind of gathered that by now, but it's just so clumsily put in this last section. Just get on with it by this point. So yeah, Renard has woken up from, or like recovered from Bond knocking him out, and again puts the rod back in. It's very much like a stop start with his. So they carry on fighting for a bit, and again the rod falls to the floor. Renard starts to strangle Bond, and this is where Bond reveals that. I can't remember the exact dialogue, but Bond reveals that Elektra's dead, which causes Renard to like lose his temper and go crazy and start kicking Bond, calling him a liar. And this is the thing I mentioned way back earlier about how this character is meant to feel no pain and be almost superhuman with elements. Like he can, like the Doctor was saying, he can push himself harder, faster, smarter, and you're just getting two blokes fighting each other here. There's nothing interesting about this stuff. I know we're right at the end of the film. I can't expect too much, but there is nothing interesting about this character right now at all. He's just a man.
Yeah, no payoff to this whole no pain thing in the slightest.
No.
It's like, what happened? Why?
He's reacting the same way that any other goon would to Bond's kicks and punches, and they're not even doing the typical gag they would do where like Bond punches him in the stomach and there's no reaction. Even the guy from the bloody newspaper factory got that, and he's not. He hasn't got a bullet in his brain.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed this, but something went really wrong with the sound design in this one, because all the impact sounds of the punches and kicks are just incredibly weak.
Are they? I didn't
Like
notice that.
like when he was kicking Bond, it's supposed to be a really big kick because he's mad, and it also knocks Bond down and he can't get up for a bit. He's like winded, but the kicks are just like something really went wrong.
Oh no!
Because it sounds really bad. Like it sounds like they just weren't mixed loud enough, so all the sounds just don't work at all.
They just got tired by this point of the film. Yeah, that would be.
It's fair.
But you're right. Yeah, he does kick Bond down to the floor, which gives again some more time for him to put the rod back in again, and it's getting very, very close. You're seeing the dial; it's almost about to go critical. But Bond, whilst he's on the floor, he spots like this pressure hose that comes loose from somewhere, and works out that if he puts it in another spot, or maybe it's the same spot, I don't know, and pushes a button somewhere on the panel, it like reverses the pressure from this thing that Renard's putting the rod into. And so he does that, and it causes the rod to backfire out of this thing and impale Renard right through the chest. And that's how he's dealt with.
And the line?
Impale, I don't know, what is it?
Oh, just before he fires it, he says, "She's waiting for you."
Oh, okay.
And that's the line.
Oh, okay. I thought I was trying to go far too stupid with it. I did think it'd be a bit strange if he said a proper quip there, but yeah. So Renard's dealt with. Christmas and Bond, they make their escape. I think there's a little bit more clumsy dialogue from Christmas. She's like, "Oh, the sub will now be safe even if it blows up," sort of thing, because the two shoot themselves outside or out of the torpedo chute, and yeah, then you guessed it, the sub explodes, but they're fine. And
I love how casually you said that. So yeah, so they fired themselves like torpedoes. It's like, I kind of like the visual because it's so stupid, but yeah, it's literally them holding onto each other, being shot out like a missile.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen something like that as well, though. I guess that's why it's just not very interesting to me now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the sub explodes, and then we're suddenly back in Scotland, back in the MI6 headquarters.
So I do just want to go back on the Renard fight a bit.
Yeah, sorry, we probably should.
It isn't very good. I think the setting's really cool, like the upside down or the tilted sub, and having them climb up. Like that is something that really stuck with me. When I think of this film, I actually do think of this scene, because I do love this idea of like Bond and Renard climbing up and punching each other as they climb. It's just so incredibly lame. Like a lot of stuff with Renard, as you say, there's no payoff to any of the stuff that his character was set up. The goldenrod stuff is just ridiculous. There's no real connection to his character, to his death. The closest you get is like, oh, the rod he was trying to put in kills him, but it's like, who cares? And it did make me think about how Sanchez's death was so good, because it ties into everything the film was going for and its narrative payoff for everything that happens. This is just like, just shoot a gold rod into him, I guess. Who cares? Like, it's just so nothing. They can't even give him a decent death. That's how bad of a villain he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I was explaining it, it really is just like, okay, suddenly there's this pipe now and that will do this. I almost expected Christmas to jump out and say, Bond, if you put the hose back in there and press that button, it will shoot the rod back out. But no. So that's the bit they don't explain. Yeah, I didn't like it either. I didn't like it. I just think lame. I love that. It is lame. It is lame. Okay. So anyway, yeah, back at MI6 headquarters in Scotland, M is there with everyone, Tanner and Q or R, I suppose. She's asking for if there's been any word from Bond. And we see him and Christmas sitting on a balcony. They're all dressed up. He's in his tux and she's in a fancy dress and fireworks going off in the background. He says that he's always wanted to have Christmas in Turkey. Oi, oi. And they start kissing. And then back in Scotland, R is trying to find Bond on a satellite. And because they spot the car there, so they know he must be in this general area, and they start zooming in, and they have this like infrared, or not infrared, but like heat signature filter active, and they can see the two bodies near the car, and it's like, oh, they're getting redder. Or M's like, oh my, what's going on? And R just like quickly presses escape and shuts the laptop and says it must be some form of the Millennium Bug. And we see Bond and Christmas back in bed together, with Bond closing the film with the line, I thought Christmas only comes once a year.
What the hell was that? It then just fades, and then James Bond will return. It's like, what? That's oh my god, that was bad.
They were trying to do like the old-fashioned thing with Roger Moore, sort of.
Yeah,
because they haven't really done that yet with Pierce Brosnan. They've just done like the usual. They're just like they just kissed, and that's kind of been it. But no, they've gone back to that style, and it's like, oh, I don't know if that. Do we need that in the 90s now? I don't know.
I don't mind the attempt, but yeah, we got really sick of that.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do it right. This just feels like they're just doing it. But I do have to kind of say, I don't know if you noticed this, the scene where Bond is in the tux and she's in the dress and they're having a drink, it looks so fake.
Yeah, it does.
Like, it reminded me of that Great Gatsby meme, the one with Leonardo DiCaprio tilting with the fireworks in the background, because it looks exactly the same. I'm like, oh my god, how was this shot and left in the film? They're so clearly not there.
Where did that budget go?
I don't know.
Honestly.
But it's like that Great Gatsby meme is great because it's meant to look fake and exaggerated, but seeing it here, I'm like, oh dear.
There's one other thing I want to point out as well, just because I didn't mention it earlier, and I just feel like it's such a nice little Easter egg. Way back, pretty much at the beginning of the film, in the MI6 Scottish headquarters, and it's actually the thing when you're asking about why is Elektra's phone call on two screens when she calls up to M, and I said, oh, it's probably a shield in the middle. I actually went back and looked quickly. It's a portrait of Bernard Lee, so it's one of the previous M's.
Oh,
and I just like that they had a little tribute to the old M in there.
Oh, that's actually really nice. I like that.
Yeah, and you see it loads of times actually. Like whenever they're in that castle location, it's usually in the background.
Oh, that's cool. So I do want to make one last point as well, because I never really talked about Christmas Jones. I actually think she's fine. Elektra bothered me way more, but that's because she's a core part of the film. But to me, Christmas Jones is just that side Bond girl, and I think she's totally fine. You're right, some of the dialogue is a bit clumsy, but it's so overblown that she's the problem with this film.
She's really not. There are bigger issues.
No. I actually think she's okay, and I think there's a lot worse Bond girls than this. It's very exaggerated, the criticism against her. So I actually thought she was okay. Not great, but okay.
Yeah, I have moaned about the dialogue a little bit, but you're right. She's not the worst Bond film by far. Bond girl, sorry, but by far. She's not really even in it that much, to be honest with you. Like, not enough to really affect the film negatively. There are bigger issues, as you say. So, and also I just think maybe the issue is like, I don't know. It's interesting because like, there are two Bond girls. Well, there's always more than one Bond girl, but you know, Elektra is the other Bond girl in this film. So I guess like she is stealing a lot of the limelight as well. I'm not saying that they would have written her Christmas Jones any better, maybe, if the Elektra wasn't in this film. But I can see why. Like this is not the film to complain about Bond girls. There are just so many other worse ones.
Yeah, definitely. Like she did what she was supposed to do, which was be that secondary, kind of like middle of the road Bond girl.
Yeah.
Who gives you some plot from time to time.
Yeah, very, very, very ham-fisted, but she does. And that's it. That's the end of the film. And I will quickly say as well, there is no different strange-sounding song. It is just the Bond theme over the credits.
Oh, finally.
Which is just what you want. Just play the Bond theme, for goodness sake. Simple, easy.
Yeah, works so much better.
It really does.
Well, this is your turn to go. You do odd numbers, so you go first.
Boy, yeah, odd, yes, okay. Well, if you haven't guessed, I'm not a big fan of this film.
Oh.
I'm going to very quickly say the things I didn't mind / liked. So, yeah, the pre-title sequence and the boat chase, I like that. Nostalgic element to that. I like the music for that. We've discussed enough that we like the idea of Elektra. And I do actually still quite like the torture scene with her and Bond. And I think they did Q's departure very, very, very well. Pretty much everything I didn't really like. I found most of the stunts and scenes, like action scenes, very boring. Ski chase boring for me. Mine pretty boring. Caviar scene boring and phony, and the Renard stuff also boring. Just as I said before, something weirdly bland about this film. It has all the elements that should make it work, but for me, just very, very little of it actually did. And the thing is I was reading a few articles about this film and how a lot of people say that this has so many links to Skyfall.
Oh,
and
yeah.
How, and how like you can pretty much like draw some lines between the plot points and even like visuals as well. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, that's probably, you're right. Like when I was reading, I was like, that's definitely true. But then that just made me think, man, Skyfall did it so much better. Like they do some of these things really well. Eventually, they do get M involved in the plot and have a personal connection far better in that film, and with a better payoff as well. There's just so many things. Bond having an injury. I mean, they didn't do it terribly in this film, but they have it better in that film. There's just, it's like it set the foundation for a lot of good things in a Bond film, but it just took quite a few years later for it to really work with a different director. Oh, right, and I guess I should rank it, shouldn't I?
Sure, yeah, maybe throw it in there.
I forgot about that bit. So this was going to go low down. It was just a question of how low can you go? I think I preferred it more than Live and Let Die still. I think it has just a Q bit. I still think brings it up. And I think I liked it more than Octopussy, because I just think back to Octopussy and just the mess that is. However, I can't in any good reason put this above Goldfinger. So this is going at 17 on my list.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, so below Goldfinger and above Octopussy.
Yeah, you have put yourself in the position where you've put like on a Majesty, Secret Service and Goldfinger quite low, which is fair enough. It's your list. If that's
they
what
have
you
to
feel
be
about
really
it.
bad now. That's the thing.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to be worse than Goldfinger. Like, there's still some great stuff about that film. So.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I look at all the ones above it, and I'm like, yeah, I would rather watch those than The World Is Not Enough. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I can understand. Yeah. So for me, this all comes down to Elektra and Renard, where they just sink the film because they're terrible. And I actually don't really dislike the film outside of that. It's just there's such a core part of the film that I can't say I like the film or enjoyed it because that core part is rotten. Like, it's rotten to the core because, in my opinion, that stuff flat out doesn't work. Renard just is so all over the place, no payoff, no interesting, like none of these ideas are really built upon in an interesting way. Poorly acted, poor dialogue across the thing. It just doesn't work. Elektra is just all over the place, comes across more like a bratty teenager than somebody interesting. I think a lot of the ideas are really solid and could have been something better, but this film just doesn't quite have the personality. It doesn't have the writing chops. It doesn't have the acting chops to pull any of it off. And yeah, if the Elektra stuff and Renard stuff worked better, this could have just shot up my rankings much higher, because I actually was enjoying some of it. It's just once Elektra goes full evil and the bad dialogue and bad acting starts coming off, it just killed it. It just completely killed it. But about a third of the way through, I was like, I'm actually quite enjoying this. I don't really disagree with what you're saying with the action and stuff, but I still kind of was having a good time with it. And what we ended up with is something that kind of doesn't really have the fun aspect of Tomorrow Never Dies and doesn't have the more serious aspect of GoldenEye. And it kind of tries to do both and kind of doesn't do either. So unfortunately, yeah, I said the director is a safe pair of hands, but sometimes a safe pair of hands gives you something that's mediocre and doesn't work. And that's kind of what this film is. So it kind of saddens me because I do want to enjoy this film more. And I think I could have done as a solid middle of the road adventure. But unfortunately, because of Renard, because of Elektra, it just makes me really mad. So for me, it was never going to be as bad as Diamonds Are Forever and Octopussy. Yeah, we're starting at the bottom of the list. And I definitely like The Living Daylights more than this. So the big question was, do I like this more or less than For Your Eyes Only?
Oh, please.
And I'm sorry, Joe, I'm going to put it above For Your Eyes Only.
But Chrissy.
Sorry, Chrissy. And Chrissy.
All right.
It's very similar film to me, where it's like some of the ideas are good, but a lot of it just doesn't kind of work. I think the best of For Your Eyes Only is better than the best of The World Is Not Enough. But I still found myself overall kind of liking it a little bit more. I really didn't like For Your Eyes Only, if that wasn't clear enough. So I'm going to put it above For Your Eyes Only. So at number 16, so below The Living Daylights, but above For Your Eyes Only.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, it should have really come as no surprise. I think they were both going to be quite low down, really, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame because, as you say, all the ideas are there, and it's not just Skyfall. You know, as you say, the torture stuff, Casino Royale, the oil stuff is Quantum of Solace. Like, all these concepts come back in a lot better way. Well, arguably a lot better way.
Yeah.
So that was The World Is Not Enough. I don't think we ever got to the bottom of why was the budget so insane, apart from the location switching. But it still doesn't feel like it justified it in the slightest.
If anything, it's made it more confusing now because we just pointed out about how many things look bad in this film. So,
yeah, this isn't like a big, crazy mess. This is just kind of a bit of a sad mess.
Maybe it got laundered somewhere. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe Barbara Broccoli and actually, no, I don't want to get sued. I'm going to stop.
No, cut that.
No slander.
Yeah. But now, I guess we're going to somewhat follow this progression. Because next week we got Die Another Day, which I feel like the huge budget of this and all the different kind of confused ideas, it does set up a good foundation for the next film. I do feel like I'm kind of more, I'm not going to say in the mood for it, but I think my expectations have been successfully established by watching The World Is Not Enough.
I'm in the mood for Die Another Day now, which no one has ever said.
Yeah.
In the history of man. But I am, mainly because I just think it is going to be closer, there's no doubt, it's going to be closer to Tomorrow Never Dies in tone. And I put that fairly high, and I think I'm going to enjoy it. Well, I think I'm going to enjoy it a lot more than this film. It could easily go completely the other way, and I just realised how dire it is. But I think I'm going to like it more.
I hope so.
Yeah.
For you and me as well.
Yeah.
But The World Is Not Enough, its ceiling for me was just like a solid, okay Bond film. Like, that was the ceiling for it. And because of the issues I have, it's sunk lower. Die Another Day is such a weird, wacky film that this could be like another A View to a Kill.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Or it could be an Octopussy. I don't know. So there's almost like a weird high ceiling because I know it's kind of going to be a bit naff and rubbish and all over the place. But I feel like I'm maybe more prepared to get into that stuff as long as it has enough fun with it.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. It just needs, as long as it's more fun, as long as it's more entertaining to me, even if it's actually, this is the thing, I think a bad film is better than a boring film. And I think that's why I might like Die Another Day more. Yeah,
I mean, I'm looking at your list and that's certainly your mantra. Moonraker, I'm seeing quite high.
Yes. Let's just say that's high chance of that happening.
Yeah, probably. But no, I'm somewhat excited for next week.
Yeah.
So any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
I can't believe we talked so long for a film I didn't really like.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Oh, is this how it feels?
This is it. Yeah, this is how I felt all those weeks ago for your eyes only.
I'm sorry about that.
No, mate. It's we had to do it. We're doing them all.
No, yeah, we'll get there.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 19 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week with Die Another Day.